Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Broken Overhaul Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku decided not to press his curiosity about other stuff. So, why did you invite me here? Izuku asked. Kurono forcibly turned Izuku around. You see Mei over there? He asked, keeping a firm grip on Izuku's shoulder. Yeah. Izuku replied, feeling uneasy. Well, I'm trying to figure out where to take her on a date. You know her best, right? Why are you asking? She'll tear apart any machines she sees to improve them. Oh, that makes sense now you mention it. Izuku paused before narrowing his eyes. Hey, aren't you dating Shio? Izuku yelped as his arms stung for a moment. He twisted around to see Kurono holding a strange device. What did you do to me? Kurono chuckled nervously and dropped the device in the bin. Just, implanted a tracking chip in your arm? You what? Izuku yelled, causing Kurono to take a step back. Listen, that Nomu almost got you at Hosu. If it hadn't been for Ed's shot, you might already be dead. If that ever happens again, or you're kidnapped, I want to know exactly where you are. Kurono's voice turned serious. I may have 2 girlfriends, plenty of money, and am being taught by Netsu himself, but I would rather lose all that than lose you, Izuku. Nothing means more to me than you. You're like no, you are a brother to me. Any anger in Izuku quickly dissipated at those words, and he began to tear up as he wrapped Kurono in a bear hug. I forgive why you. Izuku cried out between sobs. Just tell me next time why you want to do something like that. Izuku let out a torrent of tears, and Kurono patted his back. Oh, and what do you mean by 2 girlfriends? I think it's time you met Suru-senpai. Kurono abruptly exclaimed, dragging Izuku over to Mei and the supposed Suru-senpai, who looked interested in Izuku. Hey, I'm Sokudai Suru. Suru stated, waving. I'm a 3rd-year support student, and I'm tasked with making sure these guys don't blow up the world with whatever they make in here. My quirk is called measurement, and it allows me to measure anything I look at. Length, width, height, depth, volume, anything. Also, my favorite food is dates. They're just so good. Sokudai rattled off in quick succession, only pausing for breath after he finished talking. Izuku's eyes lit up at the prospect of a new quirk, and he returned fire with an equally fast-paced list of questions. That's so cool. Does it change if it's moving away? Does it work in the dark? Is there a set distance before it stops working? Is it an emitter or heteromorphic? Do you see the measurements in your eyes or just know? What would happen if you looked in a mirror? Izuku didn't even realize he was being dragged out until he found himself back in the hallway, looking around in confusion. He turned to Kurono. Why'd you put me outside? Kurono looked at him with a deadpan stare. You were scaring him. Izuku blanched. Oh. Maybe come back with a written list of questions tomorrow, Kurono suggested before closing the door and re-entering the studio. Then the door slid open again, and he poked his head out. No more than a page. He closed the door again, only for it to open back up immediately to reveal Kurono once more. 12 points Helvetica. The door shut once more, and this time it didn't open again. Izuku sighed before stretching. Good afternoon, Izuku. Kendo informed me that you would be here. Izuku was startled to hear Reiko's voice, and as he looked at her, he became painfully aware of how appealing she looked with the afternoon's sun beaming down upon her. Reiko, do you need something from support? Izuku stammered, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. Reiko hummed, and Izuku noticed she seemed oddly nervous, as if she were afraid of the reaction her next words would provoke. I actually require a service from you, Izuku, Reiko replied, her fingers fiddling together. As you know, the final exams are approaching rapidly, and I find that I need a tutor. Would you be so kind as to assist me with my studying? Izuku froze, eyes widening. Reiko wanted his help? For studying? But why not go to Momo like everyone else had? Surely Momo was better suited to teaching than he was. right? Or perhaps Reiko just didn't work well in large study groups. He had always gotten the feeling she was more of a lone wolf. Why, I can do that, Izuku said, smiling awkwardly. Reiko breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Izuku. And in that moment, Izuku couldn't breathe because Reiko was smiling. It was a wide and cheerful smile, her teeth just barely showing and her eyes crinkling. If Reiko's laugh was his favorite sound, then her smile was easily his favorite sight. And no problem, Izuku replied, giving a thumbs up. Anyways, where should we study? And what day? Would it bother you at all if we started my tutoring at my place? Perhaps on Sunday? Reiko suggested casually, a light blush on her face as she looked down nervously. When she received no reply, she looked up to see that Izuku had completely frozen in place. The door to the support studio slid open, and Kurono popped his head out. Ah, you broke him, Yanagi. Kurono called out. Yanagi let out a startled sound and stumbled a bit before running away, a blush on her face. Kurono stepped out of the doorway and took a good look at Izuku. Wow. You must be really dense if you don't get it now. The door to the roof opened and closed quickly, and swift steps walked across to the nearest bench, where a boy with a bird head, a girl with ginger hair in a side ponytail, and a girl with black hair tied back in a massive bun all looked at a massive newspaper while wearing trench coats, sunglasses, and fedoras. How'd it go? Kendo asked, not looking up from the newspaper. Reiko breathed in and out, panic in her eyes. I broke him, she admitted, which raised a snort from Kendo. Of course you broke him. You can break him just by wearing a specific outfit. Kendo laughed, making Reiko raise an eyebrow. Whatever do you mean? She questioned. Tokoyami cleared his throat. As the sole male representative present for Operation Izureko, let's just say that boys can get entranced by the allure of female hero costumes, Tokoyami stated. I've seen Midoriya try especially hard to look anywhere but at you when you don your heroic outfit, which leads me to believe that he finds you appealing. I believe the phrase is. It took Reiko a moment to understand what he meant, and when she did, her eyes widened as she realized that the reason Izuku didn't look at her wasn't because he didn't like her, but because he liked her too much. But you set up the meeting, correct? Momo asked, looking at Reiko over her sunglasses. Yes. Sunday at my place, Reiko confirmed. There was silence. What? What time are you meeting up on Sunday? Kendo asked. Reiko froze, her face paling even more, and she bolted upright. Then it slipped my mind. And at record speeds, Reiko flung herself through the door and down the hallway. Momo and Kendo quickly gave chase, Kendo picking Momo up bridal style to go faster, leaving just Tokoyami alone. The door slammed shut, and Tokoyami sighed. What a mad banquet of chaos, he muttered. Izuku perked up at the thought of Kurono's news. Like, anyone? He prodded. Kurono hummed. I guess so. She didn't really specify. On the inside, Izuku was grinning, but on the outside, he maintained his usual polite interest. You know, there's this really lonely blonde I know that would probably be up to share. Her name's Ryuko Tsuchikawa. Hey, Yamamo, I've been thinking of trying some new names for super moves, Kendo said as she and Momo walked towards the train station. Really? What names have you come up with? Momo asked, curiosity piqued. Kendo grinned and activated one for all at 1%, just to make the sparks appear. I've been thinking of using historical nations as names. Scotland smash. Kendo yelled, jumping in the air with an uppercut. Francia flip. Kendo did a high backflip, executing an axe kick on the way down. Persian punch. Kendo performed a regular punch for that one. Ottoman. Suddenly, Kendo felt her body grow heavy as she fell to the ground. Don't say that name. A familiar voice yelled in the distance before Kendo finally felt she was able to stand up again. She looked at Momo and backed down at her feet. Maybe I'll find a different naming scheme, Kendo conceded. Chapter 24. The Kuronomobile skidded perfectly into a parking spot outside. The address Reiko had given him, and Kurono looked at Izuku over the back of the seat. Are you ready, Izuku? Kurono asked. Izuku, to be painfully honest, was not ready. He had never gone into a girl's room before. This felt like a crazy odyssey to another dimension for him. Despite these feelings, however, Izuku nodded. Kurono smiled and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Good. Now, have you got everything? Textbooks, exercise books, pens, all that. Izuku choked on his saliva at the last item Kurono mentioned, and Kurono seemed to relish in that fact. With a hurried goodbye, Izuku got out of the car, which Kurono immediately drove off, leaving Izuku all alone. I'm starting to regret this, Izuku muttered as he shakily made his way to the doors of the apartment complex. However, he didn't regret it because of any negative feelings towards Reiko. It was ludicrous to even think that. No, he regretted it because he was dangerously nervous. What if he embarrassed himself? What if he smelled weird? What if Reiko decided he was a terrible person? These thoughts continued as he made his way up the complex stairs, and before he knew it, he was outside Reiko's apartment. He took a deep breath before lifting his hand to the door and giving it a swift knock. On the third knock, the door opened on its own, and the apartment inside was completely dark. Reiko? Izuku called out, stepping inside. He pulled off his shoes at the door, not wanting to dirty her apartment. Looking around, he couldn't see anything, so he reached for his phone and turned on the flashlight, only to shine it on Reiko, who was eating a cup of instant ramen in the kitchen, wearing a baggy hoodie and what he sincerely hoped were just shorts, as he couldn't see anything below the low bottom of the hoodie. She had a pair of headphones on, which Izuku assumed were playing music. Reiko said, then dashed away at lightning speed, slamming a door shut behind her. Izuku stood there in disbelief. What exactly had he just witnessed? Idiot, Reiko muttered, banging her head against the wall. Dumbass, she hissed, once again banging her head on the wall. Missing link between concrete and humans, she hummed, now banging her head against the floor. Just kidding, it was still the wall. Reiko continued to do this, painfully aware of how she had messed up. She hadn't meant to spend the whole night gaming. It just kind of happened and she lost track of time. She supposed that was what happened when you didn't let in natural sunlight. She groaned, realizing she could have avoided this by not wearing her headphones or by having that door fixed. Unfortunately, her landlord wouldn't budge on having it fixed, so she was stuck with a door that opened on its own. And why did she have to be such a slob? It would have been so much better if she'd been wearing regular breathes instead of just underwear. God, she hoped the hoodie had hidden that fact. Otherwise, she was sure Izuku would think less of her. Izuku. She snapped her head up. She had to change her outfit now. He probably wasn't there anymore, but on the off chance that he was, she needed to look her absolute best. She tore her wardrobe open, only to deflate as she realized she only owned hoodies and tracksuit briefs. In her and her lazy dressing style. She didn't know what was worse, only owning these types of clothes or owning them while having a mother who designed clothes for a living. Reiko even knew how to coordinate an outfit. She just never applied it to herself. Reiko, is everything okay? That was Izuku. Reiko felt her heart beat faster at his voice. She'd probably messed everything up, hadn't she? She sighed, figuring she should reply. Yes, everything is perfectly fine, thank you. Reiko leaned against the wall, straining her ears for the sound of Izuku walking away, which she expected him to do now that she knew how much of a loser she was. Once you'd get changed, are we still on for the study session? Reiko's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped. He still wanted to do this? Even after seeing her in her casual state? God, she really didn't deserve him. Yes, that would be quite an excellent idea, Izuku, Reiko replied. She then immediately dove into her closet and went through her shirts and hoodies. Gray, white, gray, black, pale blue, wait, pale blue? That could work. Her mother got that one because it matched her eyes. And then there was the matter of breathes. And what a selection she had. Just kidding, it was all black. Wait, there. Navy blue jeans. Jeans were considered classy, right? She just hoped Izuku liked it. Using her quirk, she practically ripped the hoodie off at lightning speed and pulled the new hoodie over her head before jumping on her bed and using her quirk to pull her jeans on as she landed shakily on her feet. She patted herself down and marched over to the door, ready to face Izuku. No, literally, she ripped it off its hinges. Oops, Reiko stated as she stared at the result of her actions. Izuku blushed as he looked at the door. Hot, he muttered. Reiko chose to ignore that comment and set the door aside. Ere you may now proceed into my living quarters, she said, nervously glancing away as she walked into her room. Her eyes widened in panic as she took in the mess. With a swift motion, she sent discarded clothes, chip packets, ramen cups, and various random objects flying into her closet, which she quickly shut. She then levitated her math and English textbooks over to a small table in the middle of her room before plopping down on a pillow. Izuku looked around her room. Reiko, do you like horror? He asked. Reiko's face paled as she remembered the horror movie posters adorning her walls. Idiot. She should have taken them down. Liking horror movies was so unusual for a girl. This was definitely going to make him think less of her. Yes, Reiko whispered, hoping he would forget about it. That explains so much. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. I was wondering why your hero name was Emily, but it must be from that horror movie poster on the wall. He pointed at a poster for an old film called The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Geez, it kinda makes me feel pretentious about naming myself after my goals when you just chose something you really enjoy. Reiko looked at Izuku in shock. He didn't think she was weird for watching horror movies? That was the most unexpected outcome of the day. Izuku sat down on the cushion next to her and stretched. All right, what are we studying? He asked. I need help with algebraic fractions, Reiko replied, her voice dripping with disdain at the thought of the subject. Izuku smiled sympathetically and opened her textbook. Yeah, algebraic fractions can be tricky. Come on, I'll help you figure it out. And so, they began to study. Meanwhile, Kendo turned to Momo, who was sitting beside her at the rich mahogany table. Momo? Where's the toilet? Momo let out a small "oh" and stood up, gesturing for Kendo to follow her. I'll show you, she replied, walking at a moderate pace to allow Kendo to keep up. Kendo had expected a large house, but this was astonishing. The roof was massive, and she figured even the room they were in could fit her entire apartment. It made her feel a bit inadequate. As they walked down a corridor, Kendo noticed a line of portraits along the wall, showcasing the Yaoyorozu family through the years. The first portrait featured a 15-year-old Momo with her mother and father. Momo's mother bore a striking resemblance to her, though she had short hair and wore glasses. Kendo noted the golden hue of her eyes, which matched Momo's thin, intelligent gaze. Momo's father, on the other hand, had shorter brown hair with white streaks and larger eyes, but they shared the same dark gray color. Kendo felt a sense of familiarity with Momo's father but couldn't place it. The hallway continued with portraits of the family growing younger, showing Momo with longer hair and her father with his natural hair color. Momo paused at a portrait where she appeared to be 5 years old. This painting was noticeably wider than the others, and upon closer inspection, Kendo saw that something had been painted over, erasing someone from the image. Hey, Momo? Kendo called, making her friend stop and turn around. What used to be in this portrait? Momo raised an eyebrow and looked at the painting. Whatever do you mean, Itsuka? Kendo pointed at the painted-over section, and Momo hummed thoughtfully. I'm not sure, but I can ask my mother later tonight, she declared. As they continued walking, Kendo couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen Momo's father before. And that is how you do algebraic fractions, Izuku concluded as Reiko finally managed to solve an equation on her own. Good job, Reiko. You'll ace this exam when the time comes. Reiko blushed and smiled slightly. Thank you, Izuku. Your explanations are much better than what Ectoplasm Sensei calls teaching. Izuku chuckled, feeling surprisingly natural in the role of a teacher. Reiko had grasped the concept in just 30 minutes. He stretched his arms and closed the math textbook. We should probably take a break now, he said, turning to Reiko. What do you want to do? Reiko's gaze drifted across the room to a dark corner where a PC setup was visible. He remembered how Reiko said she liked gaming at the mall, and an idea clicked into place. Do you want to play some games? Almost immediately, the pale girl hopped up and practically teleported into her seat, booting up her PC and logging in. Izuku shook his head in amusement and walked over to her. He caught a glimpse of a website before Reiko quickly swapped tabs to a different window. Due to his limited knowledge of video games, he had no idea what it was, but if he were to guess, it was some kind of launcher. The title at the top declared that the game was called Halo Eternal. "This is a superb game, in my opinion," Reiko began explaining as she clicked the launch button. It may be a bit older compared to its successors, but many in the community consider this installment to be the superior version. Izuku hummed as he watched Reiko load into the main menu. It displayed a man in green armor with a yellow visor standing in a helicopter, with the bay open to reveal chaos below: flames, demons, and general mayhem. "Would you be interested in learning how to play?" Reiko asked, turning to look at Izuku. He smiled confidently and nodded. He would never turn down the chance to learn. Reiko gestured for him to sit in her chair, which he did. As he looked at the keyboard and mouse, Reiko guided him to the campaign. Izuku grinned as he loaded into a new save. He was ready to take on the challenge. However, he quickly found himself struggling as Reiko effortlessly navigated through the level, defeating enemies as Amthar Doomguy. "It was an honest attempt," she consoled him, glancing up while still playing skillfully. Izuku pouted. "I died in the first 30 seconds, he replied. Reiko recalled how he had reacted dramatically when taken out by a rather weak enemy. At least he had unlocked an achievement for her. Would you like to try multiplayer? I don't mind if you want to chat with others while I play. People generally prefer a gamer guy to a gamer girl anyway," she added. Izuku thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Reiko quickly exited the campaign and loaded into a multiplayer lobby, handing him the mic. "Oh, and just so you know, it can get quite intense," she mentioned. Before Izuku could respond, they loaded in, and the chat erupted with noise. He could barely understand half of it, but what he did catch was quite colorful. "Y'all are trash. Game hasn't started yet, dipstick. Shut up, everyone. Justinian the Great. Do you agree? Darling, if you poke my melons one more time, I will not hesitate to grab the strap-on. Is that a woman? I'm here to kick bubblegum and chew butt, and I'm all out of butt." Izuku stood there in shock as he listened. Reiko looked at him sympathetically, as if to say, "Sorry." He sighed and turned on the mic. "How do you do, fellow gamers?" he asked. Laughter erupted from everyone. He turned off the mic and looked at Reiko. "Why is everyone so mean?" he asked. Reiko shrugged. "I assure you that within 2 hours, you'll be as corrupt as they are," she replied. Izuku rolled his eyes as Reiko joined the MST Doomguy team. "Yeah, right. I'll never stoop to their level," he declared. An hour later, Izuku found himself fully immersed in the game. "Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose," he yelled as Reiko dominated the field. It hadn't taken long for him to get into the zone, and with Reiko's incredible skills, they were a force to be reckoned with. The only player who came close to their skills was Unholy Vine, who had a penchant for humorous threats. Luckily for them, she was on their team and they had yet to lose a game. Suddenly, the screen went black and a message appeared: "You have been banned for harassment." Izuku read it aloud, panic rising. Had he really done that? He felt terrible for getting Reiko banned from her favorite game. To his surprise, she simply giggled. "That's quite the accomplishment. I don't recall anyone being banned for harassment in this game, which means your words were too harsh for even this community," Reiko said. Izuku sighed but felt a little better after her comment. "Still, I feel bad for getting your main account banned," he replied. Reiko shrugged. "Don't worry, I doubt the ban will last long enough to frustrate me." Just then, a loud rumble came from her stomach and she blushed. "I think it's time for lunch." Izuku followed Reiko into the kitchen, but she paused and turned to him. "What are your opinions on instant ramen?" Izuku raised an eyebrow but responded, "Not overly fond of it. Why?" Reiko looked worried. "Don't tell me you only have instant ramen?" she asked. Izuku nodded, and she sighed. "All right, do you have any ingredients?" Reiko pondered for a moment, resting her chin in her hand. "Well, Mother always makes sure the kitchen is stocked with ingredients so that grocery shopping isn't something she has to consider after her business trips. She only buys essentials like white rice, noodles, stock, nori, and some frozen products to prolong their shelf life, Reiko replied, her eyes downcast. But I find cooking to be a skill that eludes me, she added, looking embarrassed. You can't cook? Izuku asked incredulously. Correct, Reiko confirmed. Izuku let out a long sigh before clapping his hands together with a grin. I guess I'll just have to show you how. Without any further warning, he got to work but then turned to Reiko sheepishly. Where are the ingredients? Reiko guided him to the cupboard and freezer. Izuku nodded as he saw the contents. Alright, I can work with this. I think I saw some pork in the freezer we could use for katsudon. He rummaged through the freezer and pulled out the pork. Pardon my prodding, but won't it take a while for the pork to defrost? Reiko pointed out only to go silent as Izuku used his quirk to remove the ice from the pork, bringing it to room temperature. I'd carbonize it, but that's outside my skill range, he added nonchalantly. After pulling out rice, breadcrumbs, spring onions, and other assorted ingredients, Izuku began cooking while teaching Reiko simultaneously. The rice part was easy, just putting it in a rice cooker with water and letting it cook. Then they moved on to the pork. Izuku let her pound the meat using her quirk, allowing it to flatten quickly. After crumbing and cooking the pork, they moved to the onion, which allowed Izuku to teach Reiko how to use a frying pan. It went surprisingly well. However, when it came to cutting the pork, Reiko hesitated. What's wrong? Izuku asked as she hesitated with the knife. It's just that I have this fear that I might cut myself, Reiko replied, her hands shaking slightly. Izuku thought for a moment before snapping his fingers in realization. He gently grabbed her hands, guiding them. Just let me show you, he said as he lowered her hands. Her left hand held the pork in place while her right hand sawed through it, cutting it into strips. It was a bit awkward as he could barely see over her shoulders, but it felt calming. He relaxed as Reiko's scent filled the air, ramen and dusty books, if he had to guess. But did he? Izuku mentally slapped himself. How had he never realized he liked Reiko romantically? No wonder Kurono and Kendo had been looking at them like that. But surely, she couldn't feel the same way about him, right? She was amazing, with a cool quirk and a wonderful personality, not to mention her gorgeous appearance. No way someone like Reiko would like someone like him. They continued cooking the katsudon, both blushing as they avoided eye contact. Finally, they finished and sat down to have a bowl. Reiko took one bite of the pork, her eyes widening in shock as she chewed absent-mindedly. When she finally finished, her mouth gaped open. It's fantastic, she said before eating with gusto. Izuku watched her with a sad smile. She deserved someone better than him. His heart skipped a beat as he imagined them as a couple, but that thought reminded him of something. Oh, I almost forgot, Izuku said, catching Reiko's attention. I had a theory about how your quirk works. Reiko's eyebrows rose in interest as she continued eating. You know how you think your quirk is just regular telekinesis, right? What if I told you it wasn't? Izuku looked around before shaking his head excitedly. Just try it on me, okay? Are you ready? Reiko, though not ready, complied, and he barely levitated off the ground. It seemed she could hold him in place but couldn't freely move him. What exactly are you suggesting, Izuku? She asked, putting him down with a sigh of relief. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement. Now, pick me up without your quirk. Reiko blushed but hesitated before getting out of her seat and lifting him. To his delight, he was lifted about as high as when she used her quirk. Once she put him down, he practically hopped around in joy. I think I might be right. He grabbed a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and a pen from the bench, scribbling on the paper. You aren't just lifting things with mind power, but what you're actually using are invisible extensions of your hands. He concluded, presenting Reiko with a picture of his idea. It showed a rough stick figure of Reiko using her quirk, with a pair of hands drawn lightly at the other end, creating the illusion of invisible arms. So, what I understand of this theory is that my quirk acts essentially as a phantasmal extension of my upper limbs, and that if I were to increase my muscle mass, I may possibly be able to lift even larger objects? Reiko questioned. Izuku nodded, and Reiko sank back into her chair. What that is not quite the bold hypothesis. Suddenly, Izuku felt his phone vibrate, and he pulled it out to see an incoming call from Kurono. He answered it. Hello? Izuku asked. Oh, Izuku. You're stuck at Reiko's for the night. Kurono exclaimed happily, causing Izuku to choke on his own spit. What? Izuku replied after regaining his composure. Due to some unfortunate problems with the train tracks, the train nearest to Reiko's apartment is out of order. Not only that, but the Kuronomobile is, hello, Kurono's friend. We blew up the train tracks. Mei Hatsum called out over Kurono's side. Izuku and Kurono both went silent. You what? Izuku yelled. It was too late, however, as Kurono ended the call without another word. Izuku sat there frozen, phone still to his ear as he processed what had just happened. Kurono had just caused a major disruption. He was now stuck at Reiko's until tomorrow. Is everything quite all right? Reiko asked. Izuku gulped and looked at her. Kurono. Izuku spluttered, finally finding the right words. The trains are out of order and the Kuronomobile is in for repairs, so I'm kinda stuck here until tomorrow? Reiko stiffened at that, and Izuku sighed internally. Yeah, he expected that. Who wouldn't be upset at having to deal with him for a full day more than expected? So, in other words, that this has turned into an improvised sleepover? Reiko summarized. It would seem so, Izuku replied, silently cursing Kurono and his ridiculous plans. This was his worst idea yet, and there was no way this could end well. Hey, I gotta head out somewhere with Mei, Kurono stated as he went to leave Ibra's apartment. Ibra didn't take her eyes off the game, but Kurono could tell she was raising an eyebrow. And where might you be taking Mei? She asked, skepticism in her voice. The train station. Yeah. Kurono spoke charismatically. That is, if the person he was speaking to had the social intelligence of a corpse, which Ibra decidedly did not. Really? Ibra said in a tone that Kurono didn't equate with happiness. And where will you go after the train station? A bead of sweat dropped down Kurono's brow, and he smiled nervously. Back here, he answered. Before Ibra could interrogate him further, Mei suddenly burst in through the door. Hello, boyfriend and girlfriend. Kurono, are we ready to go blow up the train tracks? She asked innocently. The room went dead silent, and Kurono felt himself die inside as Ibra turned away from the screen, her furious glare piercing through him. Her hair began to extend towards Kurono, who immediately grabbed Mei and bolted. Love you, see you later, he yelled before slamming the door behind him, leaving a frustrated Ibra alone. Chapter 25. What We Do in the Shadows. So, this is the place? Izuku asked Reiko as they stood outside a worn-down ramen shop. Indeed. I find myself attracted to this place deep into the night when my stomach yearns for sustenance, as the owner has a quirk that lets him stay awake as long as he eats at regular intervals, and therefore he has taken a fancy to keeping his storefront open day and night, Reiko replied. Izuku had to admit, that was a very niche quirk. But it seemed to make the man happy, if he was willing to run a ramen shop all hours of the night. It actually seems pretty full for this time of night, Izuku pointed out. Despite it being 10 p.m. and with traffic in the area almost completely dead, he could still make out 6 figures all eating at a table together. Reiko hummed, eyebrows furrowing. That is quite a strange occurrence. In my experience, customers rarely appear past 7 o'clock, so for 6 to be here at a time nearing midnight is quite the surprise. She shrugged it off, however, and decided to walk in with Izuku right behind her. As they entered, they heard the group talking. I'm just saying, what are the chances we can even meet this guy? They ain't exactly openly advertising. A reptilian guy seemed to be arguing. A man in formal dress with a plain face replied, twirling some marbles absent-mindedly in his hands. Now, we must not lose faith. I know the perfect person to introduce us. He goes by the name of Jiren and is considered by many to be a superb middleman. I believe he will be able to introduce us tonight. The man was rather theatrical and reminded Izuku of a more light-hearted version of Reiko with how he spoke so elegantly. I'll believe it when I see it, a bored-sounding voice drawled, belonging to a man with spiky black hair, who was covering the bottom half of his face with a surgical mask. There's a whole country we have to search, and if this Jiren turns out to be a liar, then we'll probably never find them. Oh, I doubt Jiren will fail us. Jiren knows everyone, the theatrical man replied ominously. Before the bored man or lizard man could say anything else, another occupant of the table spoke up in a harsh whisper. Hey, aren't those two UA students? Izuku stiffened. Were they about to get harassed? He really hoped not, seeing as he and Reiko had been having such a good night. Reiko nudged him, breaking him out of his thoughts. What ramen would you prefer, Izuku? She asked, looking over at him. Izuku panicked for a moment before blurting out, whatever you're having. His cheeks reddened, but he couldn't take it back now. Reiko placed their order with the restaurant owner, allowing Izuku to return his attention to the people behind them. It is. That's the guy who won it and his girlfriend. Shut up, brat, that's just a ghost and a houseplant. Izuku was confused by the man's contradictory statements. The bored guy just sighed, indicating that this was normal. Izuku glanced at Reiko, and they caught each other's gaze before quickly looking away. He swore he heard someone coo at the table. Here you go, 2 bowls of ramen, the owner said, handing them their takeaway bowls and disposable chopsticks. The two quickly left the restaurant. Those people seemed interesting, Izuku commented, looking into his steaming ramen bowl. Yanagi hummed, they truly were every part of the word interesting. I wonder what they could have possibly been discussing about Jiren. They did appear quite theatrical, so I suspect they are searching for employment as wandering actors. Izuku chuckled. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Either way, all he could think of now was how everything seemed to be nudging him toward the idea of dating Reiko. To distract himself, he took a bite of the ramen, his eyes widening as he slurped up the noodles. This is delicious, he remarked after finishing a mouthful. I suppose one becomes quite talented at creating ramen if he makes it every day, Reiko observed, enjoying her own bowl. A comfortable silence settled between them, one where they could simply coexist and enjoy each other's company. It was a feeling Izuku wanted to experience for the rest of his life. Eventually, they made it back to her apartment, disposing of the now empty bowls along the way. As Reiko opened the door, she let out an audible yawn. Oh, I guess it is getting late, Izuku mentioned offhandedly, glancing at his phone to see it was 10:38 p.m. We should probably get some sleep now. Even with the weekend off, we should still attempt to get an early-ish rest. It took him a moment to realize he didn't have anywhere to sleep. Oh, I shall retreat to the couch. You may have my bed, Reiko offered. Immediately, Izuku shook his head. No way. I'm not kicking you out of your bed. I'll take the couch. I insist. I have no problem with sleeping on the couch. You will take the bed, end of discussion. Reiko, if you sleep on the couch, I will make you sleep in the bed and I'll take the couch. Reiko sighed before responding. All right, I believe I have a compromise that will suit us both. Izuku relaxed as the tension in the air dissipated. What's your plan? To his surprise, the plan was to share the bed. It was an excellent compromise, as neither would need to be forced into the bed. However, it was still awkward, both of them facing away from each other and painfully aware of how their backs were slightly touching. Izuku was grateful he had pajamas, even though he didn't remember packing them. It was probably Kurono's doing. He had been meddling with everything thus far. Is it just me, or does it feel quite chilly tonight? Reiko asked hesitantly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. It wasn't cold at all, just an average temperature. Perhaps it would be best to get closer, to keep warm. Would you agree? On second thought, it was absolutely freezing. His face felt like it was on fire. Why that makes sense. They shifted closer, their backs fully connected. But Izuku still didn't feel closer. It would be warmer if we turned around, he suggested. To his surprise, he heard Reiko moving beside him, and he realized she had flipped over. Following her lead, Izuku also turned, allowing himself to look into Reiko's face, which was coincidentally also warm. There was a silence between them, one that conveyed a longing to get closer while also wanting to run away. Then, unexpectedly, Reiko put her head under Izuku's chin and wrapped her arms around him, effectively tying them together. Wadash! You were my first friend, Izuku. Izuku paused at Reiko's words. Surely that couldn't be true, right? How could someone like Reiko not have a single friend? When he asked her, Reiko sighed. Izuku, imagine this. You go to a public school after relocating from Hokkaido, and you can't call anyone there a friend. You introduce yourself, but you can already tell they're whispering about you. You have no prospects for friendship, and any groups shun you, leaving you to bury yourself in books. Eventually, talking about you behind your back isn't enough. They start to pester you daily, ridiculing every trait you have. They steal your belongings, destroy your books, anything to make your life miserable. Imagine enduring that for almost 7 years. The loneliness. To us. I thought. Reiko trailed off, but Izuku understood. He had never realized how fortunate he was to have someone like Kurono in his life, someone who kept him company through everything. If it hadn't been for him, Izuku had no idea where he would be now. You have me now. And not just me, but also Itsuka, Kurono, Momo, and Tokoyami. We're all your friends, Izuku said, offering a sympathetic smile. Reiko buried her face in his chest, and he instinctively wrapped an arm around her, lightly patting her hair. I don't deserve any of you, she muttered. Bullshit, Izuku retorted. No. Izuku, do you know why I wanted to become a hero? He was stumped. He had assumed she was there to become a hero like everyone else. I didn't join for noble reasons like saving lives. I joined because I wanted to be liked, and I thought being a hero was the only way to achieve that. Izuku hadn't expected that. But now, considering Reiko's childhood, it made sense. Any hero in the top 50 was popular, and even those below could become local celebrities. He could see how someone starved for kindness like Reiko would aspire to that. But then something unexpected happened. I met you, Reiko continued, surprising Izuku. You didn't brush me off when I talked to you on the bus. I don't know why I chose to talk to you that day, but I don't regret it. We became friends, and as the weeks went by, I noticed you weren't training for fame or money, but because you genuinely wanted to save people. That inspired me, Izuku. It made me want to save people for the right reasons, not for popularity. That's a lot to take in, Reiko, he said softly. I never expected to inspire anyone. Reiko hesitated, then sighed as if making a difficult decision. I used to think I was arrow/ace, you know? Izuku frowned, confused. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Aromantic/asexual. I believed I didn't have romantic or SXL feelings for anyone, she clarified. He raised an eyebrow. This is all in past tense. Does that mean you're not arrow/ace now? You would be correct. Because I. Reiko sighed, releasing her hesitation. I like you. Izuku froze. Did she really just say that? Thankfully, she continued. I can't pinpoint when it happened, but I realized it after the unforeseen simulation joint attack when Itsuka teased me for thinking of you. I confronted my feelings after you saved me from that Nomu. I know you might think I'm weird and want to leave, and if you do, I won't stop you. I just needed to express my feelings so they wouldn't weigh on me anymore. Izuku looked down at Reiko, and his heart skipped a beat as he saw her face. For the first time, her other eye was uncovered. It was just a regular eye, but the emotion it held was appealing. Without thinking, he slid down the bed and kissed her. It was a bit messy, and they were both surprised, but it felt right, as if it was meant to happen. They held the kiss for a moment before pulling away, staring into each other's eyes with small smiles. I feel the same, Izuku said simply. Reiko sighed, a wistful look on her face as she leaned back into his chest. You could find someone far superior to myself, so I really don't understand why you would settle for someone like me. Reiko? Do me a favor and stop talking down about yourself. You're a wonderful person, and I chose to like you. If I didn't want to do this, then I wouldn't. So, stop worrying, I'll never leave you for as long as I live, Izuku swore. Reiko was silent for a moment, and Izuku worried he had done something wrong. But then, Reiko's hug tightened, and she looked back up at him with a relieved smile. She didn't need to say anything. Izuku already knew what she wanted to express. The unsaid words lingered in his mind, repeating until he finally fell asleep. Reiko woke up to hear Izuku groaning. Immediately, she jumped out of bed, looking for her boyfriend. Oh God, they really kissed last night. Bad Reiko. She had to focus on Izuku and whatever may have caused him this much pain. She quickly located him, sitting with his back against the wall, glaring mournfully at his phone. Was someone bothering him online? If so, there would be consequences for anyone who hurt her Izuku. Wait, her Izuku? She shouldn't be thinking like that. Izuku, is everything all right? She called out. The teen jumped as he realized Reiko was awake, and a spark of life returned to his eyes as he looked at her. Oh, Reiko. Good morning. Yeah, everything's fine, it's just, Kurono. Well, that wasn't concerning at all. Her face must have shown her opinion, as he held his phone out for her to see. Using her quirk, she picked up his phone, noticing it was on a messaging app, showing the history between Izuku and someone he referred to as Clock Beach. Yesterday, 10:42 p.m. Izuku, is it a good idea to use my quirk to avoid any issues during the night? Clock Beach, Izuku, what the heck? Izuku, too late, gotta go. Today, 1:09 a.m. Clock Beach, slams open door. I accidentally joined another group. Reiko blinked. What? Meanwhile, Kurono was walking down the street, trying to figure out what to do since his vehicle had broken down. He figured he might just go to a hotel for the night, but first, he should probably have dinner. All right, Yokohama, let's see what you've got, he muttered, chuckling to himself. Nothing seemed appealing. Most restaurants were closed or looked untrustworthy. He continued wandering until he saw a sign that caught his interest, Lords of Vengeance Bar. Now, to most people, a bar might seem off-limits, but Kurono had fond memories of a kind bar owner from his childhood. After a moment's hesitation, he walked up the stairs and opened the door. The first thing he noticed was how empty it was. Behind the bar was a man made of mist in a fine-tailored vest, and two men sat on stools, one with messy blue hair and the other with short brown hair, both enjoying sushi. Hey! Kurono called out. Both men looked surprised. Ah, welcome to this fine establishment, sir, the bartender said with cold politeness. Please, take a seat, I will be with you shortly. Kurono sat a distance away from the others, unsure of the bar's etiquette. The brown-haired man glanced at him before returning to a book, while the blue-haired one continued to observe him. Aren't you one of those UA students? He asked. Kurono swelled with pride. You bet. Before the blue-haired man could ask more, the misty bartender approached. And what shall you be ordering? Our special tonight is tempura shrimp with miso soup, and I highly recommend it. Kurono nodded, approving the special. So, what's your name? He asked the blue-haired man. Tamura Shigaraki, he replied. Kurono's mind raced with thoughts, one of the few that didn't involve creative curses about his situation. Okay, keep calm. He probably doesn't know you're friends with the guy who took his arm off. Kurono took a second look and noticed one of Shigaraki's hands was metal. So, that must mean that the guy next to him is Kai Chisaki, and the bartender is Kurojiri Datum. A devilish idea sparked in Kurono's mind. What if I'd just so happened to turn double agent against the League? With that thought, there was no turning back. He metaphorically slammed his foot on the gas pedal of his wild idea, charging ahead towards either imminent danger or a lucrative opportunity. I'm Hari Kurono, but I guess you knew that, he said, not giving Shigaraki a chance to respond before theatrically deflating in his chair. Sorry, just had a long week. Honestly, you can hear All Might's voice halfway across the school sometimes. Kurono grinned inside as he saw Shigaraki light up at his words. You hate All Might? Shigaraki asked, almost disbelievingly. In this day and age, where every noob seems to think he's top-notch, even when he's not. Maybe you and I have more in common than I thought. Chisaki seemed skeptical, but Kurono felt he was making progress. Sure. He's just so annoying and loud that everything I hate about this hero society. I just hate hero society in general. Kurono was improvising, Yet somehow Shigaraki was buying it. Chisaki still looked unconvinced, but there was intrigue in his eyes now, which was definitely a step in the right direction. Suddenly, a knock at the entrance distracted them. The door opened to reveal Jiren, a familiar face. "Jiren-san." Kurono called out, surprised to see the broker. Jiren was equally surprised. "Hari, I didn't expect to see you here." Finally moving up from a Yakuza? Kurono panicked for a moment but then realized this might boost his credentials with Shigaraki. A Yakuza at UA who despised hero society? It would be a dream come true. You bet. Heard about this League of Villains and decided to check it out, see if our ideals match, you know? Thankfully, there was another distraction behind Jiren. "Jiren-san, I do love a good reunion, but may we move on? My friends and I are eager to meet the illustrious League of Villains," a theatrical voice declared. Jiren sighed. "Shigaraki, I got some recruits for you. A DMN good selection as well." He stepped aside, allowing 6 people to enter the room. The blonde there is Himiko Toga. Deadly with a knife and on the run for the past couple of years. Then there's Mustard, even younger than Toga. No hero has come close to catching him, literally and metaphorically thanks to his quirk. Next to him is Twice, a bit eccentric but reliable. His quirk lets him duplicate anything. Then there's Dabi, mysterious and dangerous, responsible for multiple arson incidents. Our next one is Spinner, and what he lacks in skill he makes up for in loyalty to Stain and his ideals. Finally, we have Mr. Compress, a bit older than the rest, but he's still fast and agile, and his quirk allows for easy thefts and kidnappings. Shigaraki looked at the recruits, but Chisaki beat him to the questioning. "You Twice, was it?" he asked, pointing at the man in spandex. "You can duplicate anything, right?" "You bet. I can duplicate anything as long as I know its exact measurements, but I can't make more than 2 at once. Also, I refuse to duplicate myself for personal reasons." Kurono was taken aback by the sudden change in mood, but the others seemed unfazed. Chisaki hummed. "All right, as far as I can tell, you're all useful in some way. Welcome to the League." Shigaraki whipped his head to look at Chisaki. "Hey, I get to make a choice too. It's my league, not yours. You'll either try to kill them or send them away. I'm taking initiative and letting them in." Shigaraki looked like he wanted to argue, but Kurojiri returned with food, bringing him back into the conversation. He placed Kurono's order at the table, which looked surprisingly delicious for a dish made by villains. "Ah, I see we are receiving some new recruits. Sensei will be pleased," Kurojiri noted. Shigaraki seemed to calm down at the mention of Sensei, although he was still scratching his neck. "All right, I suppose I'll let you into my guild. We'll test your level later." Jiren nodded, leaving the bar. As the door closed, Kurono jumped as Toga appeared beside him, eyeing his food. "That looks so good. Can I have some?" "Please, please, please." Toga begged. Dabi sighed but made no attempt to stop her. "You just ate dinner, Toga. Stop bothering him," Mustard said angrily. Kurono simply waved it off. "It's fine. Here, you can try a bit if you want." Toga grinned, showing off her fangs before grabbing a piece of shrimp and chowing down. "Oh no, she was cute. It's good. But it'd be better if it were drizzled in blood." Toga exclaimed. It was a bit odd, but not the end of the world. "Hey, you're kinda cute. You'd look even cuter if you were covered in your own blood." Toga! He could fix her. Maybe. He knew there was a saying about not getting involved with someone unpredictable, but he'd make an exception. "So, you joining our guild or what?" Shigaraki asked, glaring at Kurono. Kurono grinned, biting into a shrimp. This tasted magnificent. "When do I start?" Chapter 26, Pocket Sand. "So, giant robots?" Izuku repeated as he, Reiko, Kendo, Momo, Tokoyami, and the rest of Class 1A walked towards the designated area. "That's what? What was he called? The big punching second year from the sports festival?" "Yeah, he told me about it, something about repaying me for a good fight," Kendo replied, shrugging. Izuku hummed and glanced at Reiko. They had decided to keep their relationship a secret for now, which meant he couldn't hug her or hold her hand. He had quickly grown fond of the whole romantic fluff thing. The only one who knew was Kurono, who had practically had to peel them off each other when he drove them to UA. We have crossed paths with darkness many times. A few androids will be no threat, Tokoyami said cryptically. Yeah, but what if it's those 0-pointers? Momo pointed out. I can punch them, Kendo stated. Dark shadow shall eviscerate them, Tokoyami declared. I shall work as support from the background, Reiko decided. I can slap them out of existence, Izuku countered. Momo pouted but had no time to pursue the topic as they reached the place they had been told to go. Izuku felt uneasy about the lineup of heroes in front of them. Aizawa, Present Mike, Snipe, Midnight, Power Loader, Cementos, 13, and Nedzu, who was sitting in Aizawa's scarf. Greetings, students. You have been deceived. Nedzu exclaimed, alarming every student present, especially Kaminari and Mina, who realized they would be fighting real people with tactical skills. Principal Nedzu, what do you mean we've been deceived? Kendo asked, still hoping they would be fighting robots. You were told that you would be fighting robots, but after considering the year that has passed, we have decided to change it up a bit. This year, you shall be fighting your teachers. Nedzu announced, and Izuku felt the dread settle in, especially for Hagakure, Mina, and Kaminari. Izuku, Reiko whispered, leaning up to his ear. We're in trouble. Yeah. I think we might be, Izuku replied, anxiety creeping in like a boat with holes in the middle of the ocean. Aizawa stepped forward to explain the exam. You'll be put in groups of 2 and assigned a teacher that we believe will provide the best challenge to your weaknesses. You'll either have to put these HND CFFS on us, Aizawa showed a pair of gold and black HND CFFS, or escape the arena before time runs out. You will have 20 minutes to do either, and if time runs out, you instantly fail the examination. Oh, and you can still fail even if you beat your assigned opponent. Izuku could handle groups of 2, but going up against a pro with at least 30 years of experience? That was daunting. He assessed the teachers. Midnight would be a breeze, Power Loader would probably be fine, Snipe just has a gun, I can heal from the bullet wounds, I can manipulate the ground faster than Cementos, so I'd be fine, Ectoplasm is a maybe, I can get 13 if I hit her from behind, Present Mike I can just overhaul my ears to negate the effects of voice, Nedzu always has a plan, Aizawa could erase my quirk and would probably kick my butt, and All Might is All Might, I'd get my butt hooped. An amazing analysis, Izuku. You truly are one of the most intelligent people I know, Reiko remarked, making Izuku blush as he realized he'd been muttering. Oh, and before you begin worrying too much, we will be wearing density-increasing cuffs that weigh about half our weight. That should make it more than fair. Anyway, your teams and opponents are as follows. Aizawa began, pulling out a clipboard. Sato and Kirishima against Cementos. The 2 boys looked at each other and high-fived. Azui and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm. Tokoyami and Tsuyu nodded at each other. Ajuru and Ida against Power Loader. Immediately, Ida walked over to Ajuru to begin planning. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu against myself. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him. Of course, it would be one of the 3 teachers he thought would be the toughest to face. He felt a hand on his shoulder, probably Reiko, but he was too overwhelmed to notice. There was no way he was beating the Eraserhead. Midoriya? Are you okay? Momo asked, looking at him sympathetically. Izuku groaned, putting his head in his hands. We have to fight Aizawa. He could feel the shared anxiety in. Then we better plan, she exclaimed. Izuku sighed and shrugged. Sure, sounds good. He turned to Reiko. Who'd you get? I shall be battling against 13 with Aoyama-kun. Frankly, I am quite worried, she replied earnestly. Izuku noticed the collective tension in the class. They had an exam to pass. Time was short, and Izuku wasn't thrilled about how quickly the previous teams had completed their exams. He gripped the wooden handle of the weapons Momo had created. If they were right, this could help them avoid a direct confrontation with Aizawa. Ready? Go. The robotic voice announced, sending Izuku and Momo running. Is everything ready? He asked and Momo nodded. Good. Let's commence part 1 of the plan. They turned into a nearby alleyway, sticking to the wall. This was Momo's idea. If they stayed in the shadows, it would be harder for Aizawa to find them. "Hey, Yaoyorozu?" Izuku asked, looking back at her. "Yes, Midoriya? So, you can't make living things, right?" "No, why?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. "How come you can make wood and pepper? Aren't they organic?" Izuku pointed out. Momo looked puzzled. "I don't know." Izuku refocused on their path, turning left as he attempted to navigate towards the other end of the arena. "Don't forget the matryoshka dolls," he reminded her. Momo quickly created dozens of the small dolls with ease. As Izuku turned another corner, he realized it led into broad daylight with no alleys branching off from it. They were at a dead end. He thought for a moment and figured Momo could act as an alert for Aizawa. He stepped out into the street, looked around, and began jogging, with Momo following closely behind. Suddenly, she tripped over her heels with a yelp. "Are you okay, Yaoyorozu?" he asked, kneeling down to help her. "It's fine, Midoriya. Thank you for looking away," she replied, quickly fixing her outfit. Izuku turned back, relieved to see she had sorted herself out. "Your costume could use some work," he blurted out. Momo looked taken aback. No. I mean, it's not functional. It looks cool, but just look at what happened. The heels on your boots made you trip." Momo looked slightly better after his explanation. "I suppose you have a point," she said, taking off her heels. "I never really liked them anyway." Izuku was about to respond when he noticed a black flash behind them. "Momo, get out of the way," he yelled, pushing her aside just as a white line grabbed him by the waist. He pulled out the weapon Momo had given him, ready to defend himself. "You shouldn't be arguing," Aizawa started, only for his eyes to widen as a large gun barrel came into view. "Pocket sand," Izuku yelled, shooting the pepper gun. Immediately, Aizawa's grip on the capture weapon loosened, and Izuku got himself free. Loud sneezes could be heard from his teacher as he made his way back to Momo, panic in his eyes. Okay, so it wasn't really pocket sand, but Izuku had always wanted to say that. He eventually found Momo, who had ducked into a side street. He ran up to her, out of breath. "You escaped," she stated incredulously, looking extremely pleased that she wasn't alone. "Why yeah, but..." Izuku took a moment to catch his breath. "We're out of plans. Aiza'll be expecting the pepper now, so that plan's out the window. Have you got any ideas?" Momo looked uncomfortably to the side. "What's wrong?" "You're a way better planner than me," she admitted, not making eye contact. "Confident, powerful, and intelligent. You only barely came second to me in the midterms, so you're basically better than me in every." "Shut up," Izuku said firmly, surprising Momo. "You're just as intelligent and powerful as I am, maybe even more so. Your only problem is your confidence, but that can be fixed with time. Listen, Momo, I'm counting on you. I'm out of ideas, so it's all up to you, got it?" Momo took this in for a moment, gulping before nodding. "Good. Now, what ideas have you got?" Momo thought for a minute, gears turning in her head as she considered all the variables of the exam. Then, she remembered something Izuku had said, and an idea clicked into place. "Want to test out the exact limitations of my quirk?" she asked. Izuku grinned. This was going to be interesting. Aizawa scowled as he searched the streets for Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. His eyes were still watering and his nose burning from Midoriya's pepper gun. He hated how effective that had been and noted to add a nose guard to his goggles to avoid that happening in the future. He would admit that he was impressed by the kid's ingenuity, but that impression was buried under a mountain of a longing for revenge. "I better go for Midoriya first, he's too versatile for me to deal with," Aizawa reasoned. Midoriya had already been a primary target from the start due to his quirk, intelligence, adaptability, and confidence. It was painfully clear that the problem child and Yaoyorozu were a dangerous duo, one that he was increasingly aware might dominate heroics in the near future. But there was a catch. Yaoyorozu and Midoriya weren't entirely equal in all regards. Yaoyorozu was strong and intelligent, but she certainly lacked confidence. She seemed to prefer relying on her teammates to make the plans, and when she was alone, she seemed far less sure of what she was doing. In short, if he took away her pillar of support, the entire tower would come crumbling down. Aizawa turned onto another street, only for his heart to stop. Yaoyorozu was leaning over a still-looking Midoriya, and he could hear her sobbing his name and urging him to get up. Without a second thought, Aizawa rushed over to her, pulling out his cell phone. "Yaoyorozu, what happened?" he barked, kneeling down to check on Midoriya. He put a finger to his wrist and paled as he felt no pulse. We were running down the street when he grabbed at his heart and collapsed," she cried, shaking Izuku again. Aizawa put his head to Izuku's chest and felt not even a single beat from his heart. Immediately, he began doing compressions on Midoriya's chest, counting up to 30. He wasn't going to let someone die under his watch, especially not at school. "Gah!" Aizawa yelped as something kicked him in the head, knocking him to the ground. He then felt something attached to his wrist. When he looked up to see his assailant, his eyes widened to see Midoriya standing there and grinning. Was all Aizawa could ask as his eyes darted between the still Midoriya and the grinning Midoriya in front of him. It was Momo's idea. I couldn't have thought of it in a million years. She theorized that she could also create dead things, as otherwise she wouldn't be able to make pepper or wood. So, she tested it, and what do you know, we've got a dead version of myself. Izuku explained cheerfully. The corpse is actually held up with bars of metal inside it so that Momo would still have enough energy left, but it worked like a charm. Aizawa sighed, then chuckled for a moment as he took off his goggles. "So, you took advantage of the fact that I would try and help you if I saw that you'd collapsed? Clever." He could hear the robotic voice announce that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had passed, and a small smile crossed his face. They'd truly gone plus ultra, hadn't they? Reiko held on desperately to the railing as she felt her body try to go towards the black hole behind her. Aoyama was also the same, his glasses having been torn to dust ages ago. No matter what they tried, they just couldn't defeat 13. Her quirk countered both of their quirks annoyingly well, and the cuffs on her didn't affect her much since she didn't really have to move. In other words, they were in trouble. "Mdem Yanagi, may I ask a question whilst the black hole attempts to consume us?" Aoyama yelled, looking over at Reiko, who raised an eyebrow. "I suppose you may, as I cannot come up with an agreeable plan that should rescue us," Reiko replied. "Wonderful, madam. Now, would I be correct in assuming that you and Monsieur Midoriya are dating?" Yanagi nearly lost her grip at that, but she held steadfast. Why would you ever dream of that becoming a possibility?" she yelled, blushing deeply. Aoyama's eyes seemed to flash in glee as he witnessed Reiko squirm in embarrassment. "Oh, truly? But you are both so romantique, aren't you? Are you truly saying you could not bear to kiss him, hug him, or perhaps even have a more NTMT relationship with him?" This was all too much for Reiko, and she put her hands to her face as the embarrassment reached a critical point. "No. Shut up. There is truly nothing between myself and Midoriya. While I cannot say I understood that final statement, I am sure of its inappropriateness," she exclaimed. However, it was at this time that Reiko became aware of the fact that she was now flying towards 13, and she let out a shriek of horror. As 13 saw her flying towards the black holes in her fingers, she quickly capped them to avoid any accidents. Reiko fell to the ground but soon realized that 13 had turned off the black holes, so she quickly grabbed the cuffs and chucked them onto 13's ankles via telekinesis, and the robotic voice announced that they had passed. With a sigh of relief, Reiko stood up and walked over to Aoyama. "I am glad to see that my plan," Reiko punched him. "Aren't you gonna scream about fighting All Might?" Kendo asked as they hid from the man himself. Bakugo just scowled. "No. I'll follow your plan." Bakugo was being odd, that was for sure. He was actively making sure not to swear or get angry, which were two of his defining attributes. What had Best Jeanist done to him during his internship? Whatever it was clearly some form of magic. What mattered now was winning against All Might, not wondering about Bakugo's current state of mind. Kendo's plan was very sophisticated. She would activate One for All at 25% and then head towards the exit with Bakugo. Unfortunately, All Might had countered this plan earlier with a tactic known as punching, which was even more sophisticated than Kendo's original plan of running, meaning she was back to square one. Alright. Let's see. Oh. I've got an idea. Kendo exclaimed. What is it? Bakugo barked. We punch him really hard on his left side. Why? Because the sides are a pretty bad spot to get hit? Bakugo thought about it for a moment before grunting. Fine. We'll try it, but it better work. And so, the duo set off to find All Might. Luckily for them, it wasn't hard to find a large guy wearing blue all over his body who was actively causing collateral damage. Kendo kicked towards him, with Bakugo neck and neck with her. I see you are attempting to attack me again, heroes, he exclaimed, turning to face them. Face pulverizer. Kendo yelled. What? It was too late, however, as All Might went to protect his face by aiming a punch straight forward. Thankfully, the cuffs slowed him down, allowing Kendo to enlarge her fist and move to the side, dealing a devastating blow to his side and sending him flying into a crater. Kendo winced as he spat out a burst of blood. She'd need to get him a gift to say sorry. She lifted her arm up, or at least tried to, as it seemed she'd accidentally gone to maybe 50% and messed up her arm. She didn't break it, but there might have been some fractures. Bakugo, cuff him! Kendo yelled. Bakugo obeyed, launching forward and attaching the H&Avas to All Might as he lay on the ground. Kendo breathed a sigh of relief as she heard the announcement that they had passed, and she was pleased to see All Might was fine when he walked out of the crater he'd been punched into. Well done, young Kendo and Bakugo. You have passed your final exams, he announced, and Kendo smiled, grateful that she'd passed. Bakugo just shook it off and began walking to leave. Now that the exam was over, Kendo could actually wonder why Bakugo was acting differently. Bakugo wasn't sure if it was normal for others to feel as enraged as he did right now. His body felt like it was actively attempting to burst out and attack something, but he couldn't let that happen. He had to keep his anger in like Genis told him to. If he let out his anger, wouldn't that just make him a bully? And he didn't want to be a bully, not anymore. All Might wasn't a bully, and he couldn't be better than All Might if he was a bully. His hands clenched and unclenched, the urge to explode something building as he tried to keep it down. It had taken all his willpower to not lose control during that fight. Something about following Kendo's plans and being the background character irked him. He'd never been a background character, he was always the main character in this story, and he felt like he'd just been made a side character during an extras episode. But he bit his cheek as he reminded himself that nobody was an extra, that nobody was a loser, and that even if you weren't number one, it was acceptable and respectable to be number two. Still, he couldn't help but feel angry at everything. Oh well, he'd passed, and he'd be able to make as many explosions as he wanted at this training camp. He already had everything he needed, so he'd stay away from his classmates' shopping trip. He'd probably just ruin it with his presence anyway. Nobody needed him around to have fun, not that he knew how to have their kind of fun anyway. Bakugo shoved his hand into his pocket, pulling out the silver medallion from the sports festival. He never went anywhere without it, always keeping it as a reminder of his promise to become better. He flipped it over to see the side that just said, 2. A part of him still felt angered at how he lost the sports festival because he had been outsmarted by Midoriya. He wondered how the exam would have gone if he had been partnered with him. Better? Worse? It was hard to tell with all the different variables. Would they have even been able to work together? That was an interesting question. He knew if he were Izuku, he wouldn't want to work with a bully like himself. But who knows? Maybe Izuku would put that aside so they could pass their exam. It hit Bakugo that he barely knew anything about Izuku, his favorite food, his hobbies, nothing. And that made Bakugo feel like he had made a big mistake. He sighed as he put the medallion back in his pocket before entering the observation room again. He could dwell on this later. For now, he'd just focus on getting through the day. Later that day, Kurono sighed contentedly as he buried his face into the nook of Ibra's neck, her hair draping over his head. Despite what he'd originally believed, her thorns weren't really that sharp and were actually pretty comfortable. Behind him, he could feel Mei hugging him as well, but she was fast asleep, too tired from 3 days of no sleep to stay awake. "How were your exams, Ibra?" he asked, a slight smile on his face. "They were challenging, but I passed," she replied, and although he couldn't see her face, he knew she was smiling too. "That's good, Ibra. I'm proud of you, Kurono murmured, burying his head deeper into its resting place. I love you and Mei so much. He heard Ibra chuckle. I love you both as well, even with your eccentricities. Despite their squabbles, Kurono could never say that he disliked any of his girlfriends. Midoriya-kun, may I have a word before you go home? Izuku froze at the sound of Principal Nedzu's voice. What could the principal want? He didn't like the fact that Nedzu seemed aware of Kurono's illegal driving. He would rather get home now that he was finally finished with exams. Despite his fears, Izuku remained behind, locking eyes with Reiko for a moment as she left, knowing she would be waiting for him. What do you need, Principal Nedzu? I haven't done anything illegal, he quickly added, which made Nedzu chuckle. Nonsense, Midoriya. I find your exploits quite amusing. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Not sure if you should be endorsing this as a teacher, but I'm not gonna question it. Nedzu clapped his paws together. It is with great honor that I inform you that due to winning the first-year sports festival, the directors of I-Island have offered you and one other person of your choice a trip to I-Island, all expenses paid. This will include early entrance into I-Expo and access to the reception party. Izuku choked on his breath. I-Island? He had always wanted to go there. He loved hearing stories about how it was a cultural melting pot. But who should I take as my +1? He breathed, realizing he had to make a choice. I was under the impression that you and Yanagi-san were now together? Nedzu asked. For the second time, Izuku choked on his breath. How did Nedzu know that? I mean, you were continuously looking at each other, and something seems to have evolved between the two of you. It now made sense how Nedzu knew. Were they really that unsubtle? But that still left a burning question. What about Kurono? Izuku asked. I can't just pick Reiko without considering my best friend. At this, Nedzu's smile widened. Oh, I assure you, he already has plans that will not allow him to travel to I-Island with you. You have no excuses to not have Yanagi-san tag along. Izuku was silent for a moment before shrugging, seeing no further argument to be made. Splendid. The tickets for the private jet will be in your emails tonight. And before Izuku could question that, Nedzu had scuttled away, leaving him alone. Well, that was interesting, Izuku thought as he grabbed his bag and left, immediately spotting Reiko leaning against the wall opposite the door. Are you prepared to embark? She inquired, making Izuku smile. He'd never get sick of her way of speaking. Yeah, and I have some great news, he replied, walking alongside Reiko as they made their way to the train station. I'm going to I-Island because I won the sports festival, and I get to bring you with me. Truly? Reiko asked, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise as she looked at Izuku. He nodded, and a dreamy look came over her eyes. Amazing! I have always heard such incredible tales of that location. I hear the shopping district is particularly interesting as well. They spent the rest of their walk discussing the many different things about I-Island, unconsciously getting closer together as they walked. Izuku felt like the luckiest person in the world to have Reiko with him. Just as they reached the train station, both of their phones buzzed. They checked to see that they had been invited to the Class 1A group chat. About time they made one, Izuku commented as he clicked on the notification. Class 1A group chat. Tenya Ida created the chat. Tenya Ida invited 19 people to the chat. Tenya Ida, greetings, classmates. I have created this chat as I realized we have no centralized place to discuss topics together. I thought we could band together as a class to purchase any equipment we require for the camp. Denki Kaminari, Amogus. Tenya Ida, Kaminari. Are you having a slide? Itsuka Kendo. I believe he is doing what is known as being an idiot. Tenya Ida, Kendo. That is no way to speak of your classmates. Itsuka Kendo, we were all thinking it. You were thinking it, I know it. Momo Yaoyorozu, could we get back on track with the shopping idea? Izuku took a moment to thank Yaoyorozu for being responsible enough to put an end to the bickering. Tenya Ida, of course, my apologies. Anyway, how many of you would like to band together sometime this weekend at Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall? There was a mostly positive response, with only Todoroki and Bakugu deciding not to go. Izuku looked over at Reiko. Are you going? He asked. Possibly, she replied. Izuku was silent for a moment. I'll go. I have elected to go as well. Izuku stretched his arms as he waited on the bench for the rest of his class to arrive. He had admittedly arrived much earlier than he was supposed to, like an hour early. There were barely any people in the mall right now. He supposed this was what he got for forgetting to change his clock. He checked his list again to see if he had forgotten anything. He needed everything for camping and for Island. He also needed formal wear for the reception party. While he had plenty of clothes that might fit under formal, he wanted something that was definitely formal. What color suit would be best? Maybe black, with a purple or sea green accent. I remember Kurono saying something about purple and green complementing each other, so that'll probably work. Or will it? What does Island consider formal? I know they're mostly American in culture, but it's got so many other influences that if I wore a standard suit, I might stand out too much. Ugh, this is why I hate dressing up. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? Izuku jumped at the voice. Yeah, why? He replied, turning to find the source. He soon found it in the form of a man wearing white sneakers, black slacks, a black button-up with a white tie and gloves. I've never flown on an airplane before, Reiko admitted as their private jet took off from the airport. Izuku chuckled slightly, scratching the back of his head. Yes, same. Should be fun though, right? Reiko smiled back at him. Darling, anything could be enjoyable when you are involved. A moment passed in silence as they both processed her words. Then, Izuku's brain caught up with what she had said. Darling, he squawked, a blush creeping onto his face, which was mirrored by Reiko's as she realized what she had called him. She quickly hid her face behind her hands, and if she screamed in embarrassment, it was drowned out by the plane starting up. I'm sorry, that was completely uncalled for, Izuku. I had simply been fantasizing about referring to you as that. Reiko explained, moving her hands away slightly so she could be understood. Izuku looked at her for a moment, then quickly looked away. I kind of like it, he admitted, sneaking a glance at her. Reiko seemed surprised, but soon a wave of relief washed over her, easing her tension. I'm glad to hear that, darling, she replied, smiling. A few seconds later, they stumbled around as the plane began moving, sharing a spooked look. Do we need to sit down? He questioned. Reiko shrugged. It would be reasonable to assume so. They quickly settled into the surprisingly comfortable chairs and looked down at their seatbelts. How on earth? Reiko muttered as she fiddled with the confusing contraption. Izuku did the same before finally giving up and tossing the seatbelt down. Reiko soon followed suit, and they opted to just hold on tight as the plane began to take flight. How long is it to Island again? Izuku asked, trying to remember the time of arrival. 2 hours, if I remember correctly, Reiko replied, her hands gripping the arms of the chair as the plane lifted off the tarmac, her eyes scrunched up in fear. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you watched horror movies for a living. How are you scared? To his surprise, Reiko opened her eyes to give him a deadpan glare. Oh yes, because I definitely choose to squander my time watching horror movies when I am not frightened by them. Why would anyone watch a horror movie if they are easily scared? Surely, they cannot be attempting to get a thrill from watching foolish teenagers battle a supernatural opponent, could they? Izuku blushed, scratching the back of his head. Oh right, sorry. Reiko sighed, looking out the window. It seems we have stabilized. This is wonderful. She carefully got out of her chair and moved over to Izuku, sitting on his lap, causing him to squeak in surprise. Reiko, what are you doing? He asked, his voice higher than usual. My survival of the liftoff has emboldened me. If I could survive that, then I may truly be invincible. And if that is the case, then I wish to sit in your lap, she explained matter-of-factly, settling herself comfortably. They sat in a comfortable silence, and after a while, it felt natural for Izuku to wrap his arms around her waist and rest his head on her back. He took in her scent, glad to find it was the same non-feminine smell he loved about Reiko. They remained like that for a few more minutes until someone finally broke the silence. I can feel something, Izuku, a voice called out, causing him to jump. I'm sorry, he exclaimed, flustered. Hey, All Might. Kendo asked as they approached the Island airport, how does your hair slick back when you enter your buff mode? All Might paused for a moment, a bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. Here's a question for you, young Kendo. Why do you think Island was created? Don't ignore, sigh. It was made to foster international cooperation in quirk science, I think? Yeah, that was it, a collaboration between several countries, Kendo admitted, shrugging. They stepped off the escalator, and Kendo blinked in awe at Island. Impressive, right? All Might laughed, continuing forward without her. Kendo shook her head and caught up, tightening her domino mask. Anyways, where's the hotel again? I think I have it written in my... All Might. Before Kendo could react, a crowd surrounded All Might, and she found herself being pushed around in the middle of it all. She regretted coming to the island and wished she had stayed home to practice or hang out with Momo. She shook off those thoughts and opted to wait out All Might's autograph signing. After what felt like an eternity, All Might finally managed to escape the crowd, and Kendo breathed a sigh of relief. He led them toward a staircase, where a fountain was blasting water into the air. That took a lot of time, we're nearly late. All Might wheezed, wiping lipstick off his face. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Late for what? The reception isn't until tonight, and the expo is already open. As she spoke, she noticed a sound that resembled bouncing. Young Kendo, I am meeting up with an old friend, that's all. Just so you know, they have no knowledge of One for All Might explained, looking in the direction of the bouncing. Soon, a girl with blonde hair bounced over to them on a pogo stick. Kendo had to admit that if she weren't so infatuated with Momo, this girl might have caught her interest. Uncle Might, the girl exclaimed, hugging All Might, who laughed heartily. It's been so long since I last saw you, young Melissa. You've grown so much, he boomed, his trademark grin becoming more genuine. I'm glad you seem well, Uncle Might. Melissa replied. Kendo's eyes narrowed. This girl couldn't be older than 17, and All Might was, what, 50? How was this girl his old friend? As if reading her thoughts, All Might looked around. Hey, where's Dave? He's in his lab. I think he's finishing some research he's been working on for a couple of years, so I invited you as a surprise to celebrate. Melissa explained. So that's why. What is he researching this time? Last time we met, he was fascinated by sun-based quirks. I think he ended up having to scrap that because there weren't enough people with sun-based quirks to study. But as for what he's doing now, I don't know. Apparently, it's confidential and he won't even tell me. Kendo glanced between the two, realizing she was being completely overlooked. Finally, All Might looked over at her, and so did Melissa. Oh, sorry, young Kendo. I nearly forgot to introduce you. This is Melissa Shield, my good friend's daughter. All Might introduced. Melissa smiled, making Kendo feel a flutter of emotions before she shook the thought off. Hi. It's great to meet you, Kendo-san. Melissa said, extending her hand for a handshake, which Kendo took, feeling a blush creep onto her face. Why yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Itsuka Kendo, first-year hero student at UA. Kendo stated, causing Melissa's eyebrows to rise. Wait, UA? Then you must be Uncle Might's. Yeah, I'm one of his students. We learn ... things. Kendo trailed off, realizing that their class hadn't had All Might as a teacher much. She's going to be a great hero in the future. I'm predicting she'll be in the top 5 a few years after she graduates. All Might exclaimed. Melissa's eyes took on a more analytical gaze as she began walking around Kendo. What type of quirk do you have? She asked. Kendo gulped. It's kinda weird. I can make my fists big, but I can also access some kind of power supply that grants me super strength across my entire body, Kendo explained, hoping Melissa would buy the technical truth. Melissa hummed, and Kendo blushed even harder as she felt Melissa examine the fabric of her costume. There's not a lot of protection here, and what's the purpose of the belts with bags on your thigh? They could easily be moved to your waist belt and you could probably use some support equipment, Melissa analyzed. All Might coughed, catching Melissa's attention. Young Melissa, shouldn't we be heading off to find Dave? Melissa gasped, grabbing her pogo stick and collapsing it into a surprisingly small box. "You're right. Come on, I'll lead the way," she replied, running towards the large central tower. Kendo and All Might followed, and as Kendo ran, she couldn't help but think to herself one thing: being a lesbian is complicated. A man with a scar on his face got off the phone, looking indifferent. "All right, sit tight everyone, we got a couple of hours before our stuff arrives," he stated, to the slight annoyance of all but one. The one who wasn't annoyed was shorter than the rest and wore a hood and mask that covered his entire head. "Understood," he replied simply before sitting down with his back against the railing. Wolfram was impressed by the kid. When he'd been told that the kid would be accompanying him to ensure the contract was executed as directed, he'd been annoyed. But the kid had a good work ethic and never complained. Plus, he spoke German, so he wasn't a hassle. All things considered, Wolfram was sure without a doubt that tonight would go perfectly. "Izuku." Reiko groaned as she held onto his arm in an attempt to drag him back. "The sun burns." "Reiko, darling, love of my life, there are many words that describe you, but vampire is not one of them," Izuku grunted as he pulled Reiko along with him. As soon as they arrived in their hotel room, Reiko attempted to lay under the covers until the reception party, leaving Izuku to drag her out or die trying. "This day would have been magnificent if you had elected to stay with me in our lodgings. We could have cuddled underneath the covers, just as we did only a week or so ago." Izuku realized that did sound rather good, but he quickly shook it off. They could do that tonight after all. "What if we get food?" Izuku suggested. Almost immediately, Reiko stopped pulling on his arm and stepped next to him, leaning her head on his shoulder as she held onto his arm gently. "Deal," she conceded. Izuku sighed. "You're too easy, you know that, right?" he pointed out, to which Reiko shrugged. "Food is food, and generally speaking, I much prefer food over staying in bed," she stated. Izuku chuckled at that. They made their way through the streets, eventually finding themselves at the I-Expo grounds, which were thankfully rather sparse since it wasn't open to the public yet. "Oh, what about that cafe over there?" Izuku suggested, pointing at an outdoor cafe that seemed to be open. Reiko hummed and nodded, and so the two made their way over when suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. "All right, let's play a game with our classmates." Izuku and Reiko froze as they recognized Setsuna Tokage of 1B, along with the other girls of the class, most of whom were nameless to Izuku except Yui Kodai and Ibara Shiozaki. They hadn't noticed Izuku and Reiko yet, mainly because they were all focusing on each other's faces. "Let's just go and," Izuku started before another familiar face showed up. "Well, if IT isn't Class 1A. Nito Monoma exclaimed, catching the attention of the girls of 1B, who were now looking at them. "Come to except 1B is superior by .0, forget it, I don't even know anymore, I've just been going along with this because it felt too late to back out," he admitted, deflating. Good to see you too, Monoma," Izuku replied uncertainly. Monoma grunted and led the two of them to a table, which was located right next to Momo? "Tokoyami? What are you doing here?" "Momo's rich. My parents wanted me to come as a representative of the Yayorozu Corporation," Tokoyami and Momo said respectively. When Momo looked at Tokoyami, he simply shrugged. "What? By all accounts, your response was caused because of my response." Izuku couldn't argue with that. Reiko and Izuku decided to sit with their other friends, and when Monoma asked what they wanted, Izuku ordered something called Mississippi mud cake with Turkish coffee, while Reiko ordered pavlova with Fanta. Apparently, the cafe prided itself on serving dishes from various countries. "Any idea if Kendo's here?" Izuku asked as he waited for his order. "I did invite her first, but she said she was going with someone else. I hope we see her eventually." It might have been Izuku's imagination, but he swore that Momo was pouting. "Oh, I'm sure Kendo will meet up with us at some point," Reiko said, a slight smile on her face. At that moment, something struck Izuku. "Hey, why are so many people from UA here?" he wondered aloud, eyes narrowed. "There's our friend group, plus the girls of 1B, plus Monoma. That's 12 students, more than half from 1B. What's going on?" Momo perked up, ready to answer. "Setsuna is from a wealthy family, and we often talked during parties. It wouldn't surprise me if she bought tickets for her and her friends. As for Monoma, he probably got here by taking up a job. Rich people, am I right? Tokoyami joked, eliciting laughter from the table, even Momo. Izuku enjoyed the moment, knowing that the upcoming summer camp would likely be filled with intense training. He wanted to savor this downtime with his friends. This was going to be a great holiday, he could feel it. Izuku waited nervously inside the foyer of the central tower, anxious for Reiko's arrival. She had said she would take a while, but how long was that? 10 minutes? 30 minutes? An hour? It kept him on edge and he worried she might have ditched him. Thankfully, Kendo had arrived earlier, wearing a nice turquoise dress with a few frills. Not what he'd expect of a tomboy, but it was certainly aesthetically pleasing. She helped calm him down, assuring him that Reiko wouldn't leave him. Are you sure she won't? Izuku asked for the 10th time, practically biting his nails in anticipation. Kendo sighed, shaking her head. Izuku, let me say this bluntly, Reiko is absolutely smitten over you. She's probably even more worried that you're going to abandon her. The door opened, and Izuku's head snapped up, only to fall back in disappointment when he saw it was just Momo, Tokoyami, Setsuna, and Monoma. He felt Kendo's hand tighten its grip, and he smirked, realizing it was likely because of Momo. Yo, Midoriya. Got any more strange insights? Setsuna called out, wearing a sequin dark green dress with a silver necklace. Fir trees can grow in our lungs, Izuku stated calmly. Setsuna coughed, looking shocked. Dude, I meant something fun we could do with our quirks. Now I'm just going to be terrified of fir trees. Izuku's face turned blank, and he buried it in his hands in shame. While he wallowed in despair, Kendo turned to Setsuna. Why'd you only bring Monoma? Well, I was only allowed to bring one other person, and I didn't want to be unfair, so I set up a raffle to randomly pick someone, and Monoma won, Setsuna explained. Don't worry, I won't play up the whole hating your class thing now, Monoma assured them. Are you okay? Where's the real Monoma? Kendo demanded. Honestly, I can't be bothered to do it right now, I just want to enjoy the party, Monoma explained. Kendo blinked in disbelief. Huh. At that moment, Tokoyami wandered over to Izuku, leaning against the wall next to him. He was wearing a dark purple suit, nearly black, with a purple shirt and a black tie adorned with bats. Nice suit, Midoriya, Tokoyami commented, crossing his arms. Thanks, you too. The bats are a nice touch. Izuku replied, eliciting a scowl from Tokoyami. The bats were. Not my idea. Dark shadow tore up my other ties, so I had to use this one. Anyway, where's Yanagi? She said she'd take a while to get ready, Tokoyami hummed. Don't worry, she won't leave you. We emos don't often find friendship easily, so we don't leave friendships easily either. I'd imagine the same applies to romantic partners. Izuku choked on his breath, eyes snapping up to Tokoyami. How do you know we're dating? He whispered. Kendo, Kurono, Yaoyorozu, and I all pushed Yanagi into confessing. We had no doubts you were dating after that study session, Tokoyami replied coolly, shocking Izuku. Had they really thought that he and Reiko were such a good couple that they urged her to confess? Somehow, the thought of having their relationship supported by all their friends really made Izuku happy, easing some of his fears that Reiko would leave him unexpectedly. Thanks, Tokoyami. Izuku replied, a smile on his face as a tear rolled down his cheek. Suddenly, the door opened again, and when Izuku looked up, he felt his jaw drop. In the doorway stood Reiko, and Izuku's mind went blank as he tried to form an opinion on her outfit. Gone were the usual tracksuit breathes and hoodie. Instead, Reiko wore a fancy silver dress that reached her knees, adorned with frills at the cuffs, hem, and neckline. A red rose was placed on her chest, standing out against the silver and gray. Her hair had also been styled differently, swept to the side so both eyes were visible. All in all, she looked appealing. Forgive me for holding you all up, my hair was not cooperating, Reiko stated, bowing her head slightly. Izuku was silent for a moment before Tokoyami elbowed him. He blinked, and a goofy grin lit up his face. No, it's fine. We weren't waiting that long anyways, and the results show that it was time well spent. Izuku spluttered, his eyes unable to move away from Reiko. Reiko looked him up and down, her blush deepening. Your outfit is quite exquisite as well as is everyone else's, she added, glancing around at the others in the foyer. Before anyone else could say anything, the door opened again, revealing a blonde girl who seemed American and was dressed rather extravagantly, though not nearly as beautifully as Reiko. Kendo-san, are these your friends you mentioned? Izuku raised an eyebrow at Kendo, who either didn't notice or ignored him as she chuckled. Yeah. Everyone, this is Melissa Shield, we just met earlier. Melissa, these are my friends. The green-haired guy is Izuku Midoriya, the gray girl is Reiko Yanagi, the bird is Fumikage Tokoyami, the green-haired girl is Setsuna Tokage, the blonde guy is Minoma, and the girl with black hair is Momo Yaoyorozu. Kendo rattled off. Melissa smiled and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Should we enter the party? She suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, but they were all stopped in their tracks as the PA system crackled to life. This is an announcement by the I-Island security system. The announcement began, earning everyone's silence. We have received a report that an explosive device was placed in the I-Expo area. Huh, I didn't know Bakugo was here, Izuku said without hesitation, earning some laughs from his friends. I-Island will now be in high alert mode. Residents and tourists should return to their homes or lodgings. Those that are not close to their place of residence should go to the nearest evacuation center. Anyone still outside 10 minutes from now may be arrested without warning. A sudden mechanical whirring sound startled everyone present, and they turned around to see steel plates lowering to cover the windows of the tower. This seems kind of excessive for a bomb, Setsuna voiced, concern etched in her voice. You're right, it is excessive. From memory, the security system wouldn't switch to high alert just because of a bomb. Actually, there has been a bomb threat before, and the security system only went to medium alert in the area it had been reported in. Of course, there wasn't a bomb in the end, but we didn't know that, so this is very unusual. Melissa replied, putting a hand to her chin. Do phones lose signal when the island enters high security? Minoma asked, frowning at his phone. No, it doesn't. Why? Melissa answered, looking at Minoma. He held up his phone for them to see, which was somewhat useless because they couldn't see what was on it except for a wallpaper featuring Shinso. Weird, because I don't have any signal. Anyone else? Izuku quickly fumbled for his phone and unlocked it, revealing a wallpaper of himself, Kurono, Momo, Kendo, Reiko, and Tokoyami. He checked his signal and saw that, just like Minoma, he had none. The elevator does not seem to be working either, Tokoyami said, repeatedly pressing the button to call an elevator. That maybe we should head to where they're holding the party. It could give us some clues as to what's going on, and that's where All Might is, Kendo suggested. A wave of relief washed over the room. If All Might is here, then this shall certainly be dealt with quite efficiently, Reiko sighed. Kendo turned to Melissa. Can you get us to the party? She asked. Melissa hummed. There should be a way to get close to the party through the emergency stairs, if I remember correctly. All right then, lead the way. And with that, the teenager dream team followed Melissa towards the party. All Might watched helplessly as the villains wandered around the room, keeping watch on everyone. Well, all but one, a shorter person whose face was completely covered by a hood and mask, who was currently preoccupied with a device. All Might looked around carefully for any way out, but he froze as he noticed a flashing light above him. He turned his head and nearly cried out in shock when he saw Midoriya, Yanagi, Kendo, Erozu, Toge, Minoma, Tokoyami, and Melissa all there. What were they doing? Young Midoriya seemed to be trying to sign something. Midoriya pointed at him, then made a talking gesture with his hands, then pointed at himself and put a hand to his ear. What could that mean? Was he saying that he could hear him and that he should talk? All Might figured it was worth a shot and began whispering. Young Midoriya, do you hear me? He looked up at Midoriya for confirmation, who thankfully nodded. Great. Villains have taken over the tower and have control of the security systems, and now everyone on this island is a hostage. All the heroes have been taken hostage as well, including the #1 heroes of Greece and Turkey. The ringleader also took 2 top researchers, including David's shield, with him for some reason. So, listen to me when I say this. Leave immediately, find help. Don't worry about us, we'll be fine. As All Might finished, he was surprised to see a small earpiece with a pink aura fly away to where young Yanagi was, and with a nod from Midoriya, the group left. As he watched them go, All Might could only hope they had taken his warning seriously. So, we're definitely helping fight these villains, right? Izuku asked, looking around the room. Seems so, Tokoyami shrugged. We can't exactly leave right now, Melissa stated. I don't care if All Might said no, I can't call myself a hero if I run away, Monoma said. As illegal as this is, it would be immoral to leave without even attempting to help, Momo admitted. I am terrified, but I shall push onwards to vanquish these foes, Reiko declared. We've got a literal dream team here, so I don't see any reason to run away, Setsuna evaluated. If they captured All Might, then it's our duty to help save everyone here. Kendo exclaimed. Izuku nodded as everyone voiced their opinions and turned to Melissa. So, Melissa, is there anything we can do to stop this? Preferably with as little fighting as possible since we're not meant to be using our quirks to fight villains yet, he asked. The security system. If we can restart it, we should be able to effectively end any influence these villains have on the island. You'd need an army to keep everyone hostage here, so they must be using the security bots. If we disable them, then they'll topple like dominoes, Melissa explained. And how long would it take to get there? Kendo asked. Melissa thought for a moment before replying, 200 floors, I think? The room went silent. I'm going to find the architect of this tower once we're done with this and give him a piece of my mind, Monoma growled. Izuku considered the situation. 200 floors, that was too many. Even the fittest among them would start getting tired eventually, and as they kept going, they'd slow down to the point where it could take a minute just to go up 5 sets of stairs. No, they needed to think outside the box. Hey, everyone? Izuku started, looking around the room to see that he had everyone's attention. What are your opinions on open-air elevators? This brings back memories, Reiko said as they stood tightly together on the ground outside the tower. How so? Izuku replied as he put his hand to the ground. You performed this move during Aizawa-sensei's quirk assessment, remember? Oh yeah, I did. Man, I miss those days. With a tensing of his fingers, everyone yelped as they began rising into the air, although Izuku made some safety walls on the sides so they wouldn't fall off. This feels like a glitch that speedrunners use to bypass 90% of a quest in a video game, Monoma noted as the night air rustled through his hair. I am glad some of us seem to be finding joy in this activity, Tokoyami grumbled, who was currently sandwiched between the wall and Setsuna, who was doing everything in her power to avoid eye contact with him. I thought you liked situations like this? Monoma asked Setsuna, looking over at her. Shut up, she snapped back, which did indeed silence Monoma. So, Midoriya-kun, what is your quirk? Melissa asked as she watched the ground grow further away. It seems to be some kind of material manipulation, seeing as you made a hole in the wall and are now creating a massive pillar. Oh, it's called Overhaul. In the simplest terms, I can break anything apart and then put it back together however I want. I can fix things, break things, build things. I can even make things by breaking 2 things down and then mixing them together. Izuku explained. Melissa hummed. So, theoretically, you could combine 2 people together? She questioned. Izuku blinked. I don't know. I prefer to stay away from messing with other people unless it's to heal them. It's for personal reasons, Izuku muttered, his voice losing its excitement. Melissa hummed. Fair enough, but it could be worth a try someday. Izuku didn't respond for 2 reasons. One was that he genuinely didn't have a response. The other reason was that a large tentacle of metal was aimed straight at them, and Izuku had a second to react, maneuvering the pillar to head towards the tower. Jesus Christ! Kendo yelled as their little group was pushed to one side. Izuku quickly put a hand to the wall of the tower and broke a hole in it, gesturing for everyone to follow him in. They all collapsed into a hallway, breathing heavily. That, Monoma started, lying flat on his back, seems to be the game telling us to go the long way. Izuku was inclined to agree. They all got up as fast as they could and looked around to see that they were in a plain hallway, with the exception of the hole in the wall Izuku had made. "Which way do we go?" Kendo asked Melissa as her head looked from left to right. "Right," Melissa replied, taking off her heels. Everyone followed her to the emergency stairs and sighed as they realized they couldn't skip straight to the top. "Well, on the bright side, we skipped all the way up to floor 130, Momo offered as they ran up the stairs. "Yeah, it's almost like some divine being didn't want us to deal with going up that many stairs and chose to just drop us here," Monoma said. "What?" Izuku asked. "What?" Monoma replied. They came to a halt as they turned the corner leading up to floor 131, and right in front of them was a metal shutter. It only took Izuku a moment to remember his powers, and he quickly destroyed the shutter, letting them through. If it alerted the villains, then so be it. They had probably been alerted ages ago. "Izuku," Reiko whispered as she ran close to him. Izuku purposely slowed down a bit for privacy. "What's wrong?" "The thought just crossed my mind, but do you think this reeks of Kurono?" As Reiko said that, Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Now that he thought about it, this did seem like something Kurono would be involved in, considering the circumstances. But what was the point of joining this terrorist organization? "Nah, he probably would have told me if he was involved," Izuku replied, hoping he was right. Meanwhile, two heroes were bickering nearby. "But I am more white than you. You look gypsy," the #1 hero of Turkey, Automania, declared, grinning at his opponent. "Your mother is a goat. You are weak espion. This is the strong Esperum. This is the Greek god," the #1 hero of Greece, Basil, retorted. "Are you serious? If you had Greek god powers, you would have one." Automania replied, pausing to laugh. "Where's your proof?" "You lose?" Basil questioned, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, one of the villains snapped, stomping over to the two heroes. "I've had enough of your nonsense," he shouted, kicking Basil in the jaw, causing Automania to flop over. "Are you okay, bro?" Automania asked, looking at Basil desperately. Like that could hurt me." "So, a German, huh?" "I'm not scared anymore." Basil laughed, attracting more villains. As the villains began yelling at the two heroes, a shorter villain wearing a hood and mask put away his device and walked into the center of the room. "Sorry about this," he whispered to the nearest hostages. Suddenly, a bunch of silver arrows burst out of his hood, cutting through the villains. They reached for their walkie-talkies, but the short villain was quicker, pulling out a gun and shooting each villain with tranquilizer bullets, knocking them out. All Might's mouth dropped as he realized who that villain was. "Why, young Kurono? What are you doing here?" All Might thought as he watched the teenager carefully bind the villains with rope. "All right, everyone, don't worry, I'm here to help. I was just messing with the cameras so they'd loop a seamless video of the last 10 minutes, Kurono explained, showing the device to the crowd. "Unfortunately, I don't know how to deactivate those bindings without going to the top of the building, so you heroes will have to deal with it." "Oh, and All Might?" All Might raised an eyebrow as Kurono looked at him. "This is going to sound stupid, but don't do anything. I have it under control, and frankly speaking, your power is just a variable I don't want to deal with, capiche?" All Might considered it for a moment before sighing. "Understood. I will not intervene until these bindings deactivate." Kurono nodded and took off for the staircase, leaving All Might with many questions. But one stood above all. Why was Hari Kurono involved in any of this? As Kurono made his way up the stairs, he huffed but refused to slow down. Why were Izuku and the others here? This complicated things more than necessary. The plan had been simple: take out the villains at the reception party, make his way to the top of the tower, and deal with Wolfram before taking the quirk amplification device for himself. Then he'd stage an explosion in the tower room, use some light-reflecting technology to hide the device, and have Kurogiri warp him back to the hideout, claiming it was destroyed after All Might accidentally triggered an explosion. Bada bing bada boom, Netsu has the device and he can go back to his life. So, having such an unpredictable variable in the mix was the very last thing Kurono wanted. He longingly eyed the elevator as he ran into floor 90, but shook his head. Wolfram had said he was disabling the elevator entirely after taking Mr. Shield and the other researcher with him, so the only way up was the stairs. It was a shame, it would have been much easier to take the elevator, but he would make do. Damn it, how'd they already get so far? Kurono muttered, reaching floor. Surely they would have been stopped by something by now, right? Unless. Kurono scowled as he realized they had probably skipped most, if not all, of the steps by using Izuku's quirk, or maybe even one for all. Was bad. Like really bad. He had hoped to overtake them quickly, but now it would be impossible if he just took the stairs. Well, there was his answer, don't take the stairs. Kurono quickly looked around for a vent and soon found one. He sent forth 2 arrows, wrapping them through the vent and back out in a different hole, then proceeded to rip it out of the wall with ease as he retracted his arrows back to his head. I don't know if this is even going to work, Kurono said to himself as he jumped into the vent. But if all roads lead to Rome, then surely all vents lead to the top of the building, right? He hoped he was right because if he failed this mission, it could be the end for Hero Society. Tokizen, do you see anything at the top? Izuku asked as they ran up another set of stairs. Setsuna's face took on an annoyed look. Or, at least, most of her face did, as her other eye was currently not present, having flown out of a hole in the wall and up towards the top of the tower. No, probably because there are steel plates blocking the windows, she replied. Ah, yes, steel plates. They could make reconnaissance difficult. Izuku sighed as he and his squad made it up to floor. Well, at least you tried, he offered. He looked around the room to see what looked like black and red columns, far different from the bland hallways they had been traversing earlier. What's different about this room? Kendo asked Melissa. These are the servers for I-Island. If they were destroyed, then everything the scientists here have worked towards would be all for naught, Melissa explained. If this wasn't a life-or-death situation, I would give you 5 stars as a tour guide, Setsuna snarked. Their attention was stolen, however, as they heard the door opposite them open, and they watched as a legion of machines swooped in like demented Roombas, red lights glowing even in the well-lit room. Do they bite? Monoma asked, pointing at the robots. No, but they can wrap you up in a wire that's pretty much impossible to break, Melissa replied. Tokoyami groaned. We cannot spare the time to battle these foes. Yanagi-san, Yairo-san, Monoma-kun, we should stay back and allow our allies to speed ahead, he declared, throwing his suit jacket to the side. Reiko and Momo nodded in agreement with his plan. Wait, but we can help. Izuku said, determination in his eyes. No, Tokoyami is correct. If we all remain here, we may not reach our goal. Have no fear, darling, we shall be fine, Reiko assured him. Monoma shrugged and tapped Izuku on the cheek. All right, time to show these robots the superiority of 1B, he declared, putting a hand to the ground before freezing. How do I use this? Izuku sighed, turning to leave. Tense your fingers and imagine how you want to manipulate the thing you're touching, he yelled quickly before running off with Kendo, Melissa, and Tokij. Meanwhile, Tokoyami, Momo, Reiko, and Monoma stood their ground. Tokoyami, Monoma, try and fight up close. Reiko, you and I will fight from here, she ordered, already making something from her chest. Tokoyami sprang into action, dark shadow erupting forth from his body while Monoma tapped Tokoyami and copied dark shadow. A shadow, not too dissimilar in shape to Monoma, grew from the boy's chest, rushing forward with gleeful yellow eyes. Both shadows reached the robots at the same time and quickly got to work on tearing them apart. However, they were unprepared when 2 more contingents of robots fell upon them from above, and their eyes widened as they saw the wires shoot forth. Before they could hit them, however, a small white sphere hit the robots, gunking them up as it expanded into foam. The spheres had come from Reiko and Momo, where Momo was mass-producing these items while Reiko telepathically hurled them with precision at their opponents, her hands moving as if she were puppeteering unseen arms. I shall be the first to admit we make quite the brilliant alliance, Reiko stated, flinging another 10 spheres at the robots. Maybe you 1A students aren't so bad after all. Monoma replied with a laugh, his shadow ripping a robot in half. Clearly, these robots do not know of quality over quantity. Have they never heard of Belisarius' reconquest of Carthage? He had only 15,000 men in total, and yet Tokoyami never finished that sentence, as he quickly had to dodge a robot that had evaded Reiko's attacks. Dark Shadow swiftly twisted around and pummeled the robot in a barrage of fists. There are quite a few of them, though, isn't there? Momo mentioned, still making the foam ball. Hopefully they run out of reinforcements before I run out of lipids. Momo jumped slightly when a thud came from the vents, and she and Reiko heard someone grumbling before it disappeared. It was probably nothing. And if it was something, then hopefully Kendo, Izuku, Setsuna, and Melissa could handle it. Where are we now? Setsuna asked as they entered a rooftop of sorts, giving them an appealing view of the island. This is the wind power generator system, Melissa replied, sounding slightly annoyed at being a tour guide. And why are we going this way? The last time we tried the stairs, it didn't end well, remember? Kendo asked, craning her neck to look at the fans. Do you want to climb up another 60 floors? Because I don't. Melissa snapped, clearly frustrated. Izuku shook his head. Where did that idea come from? So, I guess we're heading up to that door up there on the walkway? Setsuna asked, pointing to a door above them. Yeah, it should take us straight to floor 180 if my memory serves right, Melissa confirmed, walking over to the wall. Midoriya, you should be able to take us all up again, right? Izuku nodded and jogged over with Kendo and Setsuna before putting his hand on the ground again. I thought you could float, Tokage? Izuku asked suddenly, recalling how she had floated above them earlier. Setsuna shrugged. I could, but it's honestly easier to take the Midoriya elevator, she admitted. Kendo nodded. Yeah, I could jump up, but why do that when we have a free ride? Izuku sighed and activated his quirk. What progress we are making, he joked as they moved upwards. In the earlier chapters, you would have called me creepy. Now you're content with calling me an elevator. If Setsuna found anything odd about the mention of earlier chapters or the shift in tone, she didn't say anything. Soon, they reached the entrance to floor 180, and they all went to open the door. However, before they did, Kendo put a hand to her head and grunted. All good, Itsuka? Izuku asked, looking back at her. Why yeah, my head just felt like it was exploding for a moment, she replied, her face scrunched up in pain. Izuku shrugged and opened the door. He immediately got shot in the shoulder. Arg! Izuku cried out as he fell back, and Setsuna's disembodied hand slammed the door shut, which was riddled with bullets. He quickly repaired his shoulder, still rubbing it even after it was fixed. He hadn't expected to get shot when he opened the door, but at least it wasn't the head or anyone else. He shuddered to imagine Reiko being shot. They had to hurry up before it was too late. Kendo charged forward, breaking the door off its hinges and slamming into the hallway, bouncing off the walls to evade the bullets. Temple touchdown. Kendo yelled, aiming a punch at a villain's head. He went to block, but didn't notice the leg aimed at him, and he toppled over as they made contact. Kendo flipped over him and went toward the other villain. However, Setsuna got to this one first, delivering a quick punch in the nose and a chop in the neck that brought him down just like his friend. Melissa walked in afterward, followed by the staggering Izuku, whose legs still felt wobbly after being knocked to the ground. This got serious, didn't it? Setsuna breathed, checking the villains' bodies for anything useful and eventually pulling out a keycard. As she did this, Melissa threw something at a camera, disabling it. You just realized? She deadpanned, checking the other body and pulling out a keycard of her own. Stop arguing, we still have 20 floors, Izuku grumbled, walking ahead of the three girls and up the stairs to floor he barely noticed a clanging in the vents, figuring it was just rats or something. Setsuna's body, floating as a maelstrom of pieces, caught up next to him and I rushing ahead to scout. Kendo jumped up next to Izuku, carrying Melissa with her. I can't wait to confront the leader of these villains, Melissa muttered, crossing her arms as she got out of Kendo's grasp to walk on her own. Hopefully my quirk cancels out his in elemental superiority, Izuku said, looking at his right hand and flexing it instinctively. Setsuna was right, this had gotten serious. This wasn't just a fun adventure to stop the bad guy, they could die. And Izuku. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if a friend died because of his carelessness. No more. There would be no more needless deaths after water hose. He could heal anyone, and if someone died while he was on the field, the fault would be his own. And Izuku, no, the Reformation hero, revolutionary, would not fail. Finally, after a couple more steps, they reached floor 200, and they all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They were definitely taking the elevator down once this was all finished. They walked ahead to where the control room should be and were surprised to see David's shield and another scientist with him. Why is Papa here? Melissa wondered, eyes wide. He's probably being forced to get something by the villains, Izuku reasoned. However, this was soon disproven when David and the other scientist began discussing how they had finally gotten something back and that they had arranged the whole thing to retrieve it. Izuku felt his eye twitch. All this effort, all this terror, all for this scientist to retrieve his experiment? Izuku understood the importance of experiments, but this was too far. Before he could voice his opinion, Melissa stepped forward, looking horrified. "Papa," she said, as if she had just discovered something shocking about her father. "And Melissa? Kendo-san? And two others?" David's shield replied in shock, stepping back. "What do you mean, arranged?" she probed, slowly advancing. Don't tell me you were behind this incident to get that device? Is that true, Papa?" David looked petrified, and Izuku couldn't blame him. To have your daughter discover the lengths you went to for selfish reasons would be horrifying. "Yes, it's true," David admitted, looking defeated. David and his assistant began explaining the backstory of their operation, how his work was stolen, how they plotted to retrieve it with fake villains, and how it was all for All Might, whose power was drastically declining. Izuku glanced at Kendo when All Might was mentioned. She seemed ashamed, likely feeling responsible for his decline due to taking one for all. "Wait, you said the villains wouldn't hurt us, right?" Izuku asked, stepping forward. David raised an eyebrow but nodded. "Then why did we get shot at?" David went pale. "What? That wasn't. Sam, are you sure these were?" Suddenly, a mass of metal erupted around the room, pinning Izuku, Setsuna, and Kendo to the wall. They struggled, but the restraints held them tightly. "It was an act," a cool voice stated as a figure in a white coat and strange mask approached. Izuku recognized him as the main antagonist of this arc. "Sam, where's the device?" Before Izuku could question who Sam was, the scientist grabbed a briefcase and handed it to the villain. "Sam? You'd betrayed me?" David asked, shocked. "No, you betrayed me. How could you let them freeze your research? All the honor and fame we would have gotten went down the drain, and I didn't see a cent for my hard work." Izuku's disdain for Sam grew. "Here's your reward," the villain said, and before anyone could react, Sam was shot in the shoulder. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of blood as Sam fell to the floor, clutching his injury. "What? Wolfram, you betrayed me?" Sam cried, looking up at the villain. "Yeesh, all this betrayal is dizzying." "Yeah, I betrayed you," Wolfram shrugged, aiming another bullet at Sam. But David jumped forward to take the bullet instead. "Arun," he croaked to Sam. "Papa!" Melissa screamed, rushing at Wolfram. David yelled at her to stop, but Wolfram struck her in the nose with his pistol, knocking her down. Izuku's eyes narrowed. This was where he drew the line. He strained against his bindings, breaking free and activating his quirk to launch spikes at Wolfram. At the same moment, a silver arrow shot out from the vent, aimed for Wolfram's throat, and a sphere with a pink aura flew into the room, targeting his head. But none of these hit their mark. Just then, a swirling purple vortex opened, and a hand reached out, grabbing Wolfram's head. He didn't have time to scream as his body exploded, not in a spray of blood, but in a burst of yellow substance, with some organs still falling to the ground. Izuku retched at the sight, fully vomiting when intestines landed on his back. "Ugh, that's filthy," a familiar voice growled. Izuku looked up in horror to see Kai Chisaki had emerged from the vortex, grabbing the briefcase. "Apologies for the disturbance, everyone. I hope nobody innocent was injured," he said with a bow before leaving through the portal, leaving everyone too stunned to react. Once he was gone, they regained their senses. After Izuku healed his hand, He helped Setsuna and Kendo out of their metal prison. The vent door burst open, and out jumped what seemed to be another terrorist, but once his mask was removed, it was revealed to be Kurono. "Holy," Kurono whispered, eyes filled with disgust as he looked at the remains of Wolfram's body. All that remained were his legs, soaked in blood. Momo, Monoma, and Tokoyami entered the room but quickly left upon seeing the chaos. Melissa poked at a yellow chunk uncertainly. "It's fat," she informed, sounding surprised. "But that he shouldn't have. There's no scientific reason for him to explode like this. And there seems to be more fat than blood." Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. "Chisaki. It must have been Chisaki's quirk that did this," he reasoned, looking at the spot where Chisaki had disappeared. "That purple portal was Kurogiri, and Chisaki is the only one whose quirk is a mystery to us. From what I can tell, he can heal people and also harm them. Perhaps some kind of fat manipulation. Yeah. He could cover wounds with fat molecules and also cause harm by pulling their fat molecules out of their body in every direction." "That doesn't explain the fat-to-blood ratio," Kurono countered, causing Izuku to hum. "I dunno, but it's the best I've got." "Nice to see you, by the way," Izuku added, looking over at his friend. "Same here," Kurono replied. "Hey, I remember. You were helping Shiozaki with her shopping back at the mall. Why are you here?" Setsuna demanded, glaring at Kurono, who simply shrugged. "A whole lot of reasons, really," was all he could say. Before Setsuna could respond, the roof burst open, revealing All Might in his steaming glory. "It's steam? He must be at his limit." "I am, holy sheet!" All Might yelled, so shocked he turned into his smaller form. Setsuna, Melissa, and the newly returned group of Monoma, Momo, Tokoyami, and Reiko all gasped upon seeing the number 1 hero's weakened form. All Might looked around at what he had stepped into, and Izuku swore he could hear a muttered curse from All Might. Did you, what happened?" he stuttered, his smile wiped off his face. "Kai Chisaki just took a device that can enhance quirks," Izuku said, commending Kendo's ability to summarize the events that had transpired so efficiently. "Hold on a second, who the hell are you?" Monoma asked, stepping forward. All Might straightened himself, looking directly at Monoma. "I am All Might," he stated. "Right, and I'm the Prime Minister of Japan," Monoma snarked, rolling his eyes. "Monoma, he's telling the truth," Kendo said, causing Monoma to snort. Yeah, right." "No, Monoma, he really is All Might," Izuku confirmed. "Can confirm, that is All Might," Kurono added, folding his arms. Monoma's eyes went wide, and he immediately bowed down. "My apologies, sir, I didn't know," Monoma said, maintaining his pose. "It's fine, I understand completely," All Might replied. "Wait, but why are you in such a condition?" Reiko asked, and All Might sighed. "Tell you what, we'll sort this mess out first, and then we'll discuss it over burgers or something, okay?" he offered. Nobody refused, and honestly, Izuku would accept a burger for his struggles. A sigh of relief escaped Chisaki as he washed his hands clean of the filth from his earlier actions. He finally finished washing his hands after what felt like an eternity and went over to his prize. He looked at the quirk amplification device in awe, marveling at the fact that such a small object could create so much chaos if it fell into the wrong hands. He wondered how it would affect his own quirk.no. He couldn't let it corrupt him. Keeping this device would just eat away at his goal from the inside until he eventually lost that guiding light he had been working towards. No, he couldn't let that happen, for the good of mankind. Maybe he should give it to Shigaraki? He was already swimming in darkness. What else would change if he also had this? It's not like Kai wanted it for anything in the first place. He just wanted to keep it from landing in anyone else's hands. Although, in that case, maybe he should just destroy the device? That would solve all of his problems, wouldn't it? Suddenly, something All for One had said rang out in Kai's head. "You know, Kai, if it were not for Tamura, you would have been my preferred successor." Kai didn't care about being All for One's successor. It wasn't the path he was taking. No, his problem was with the successor being Tamura. There was no telling what would happen if he took All for One's place. For all Kai knew, he might be seen as a threat to his power and be put to death, or worse, made into a Nomu. The idea of that happening, Kai didn't like that. Maybe he should keep the quirk amplification device as a safety precaution, just in case Tamura tried to take him out before his work was complete. There was no way he, Kai Chisaki, could be corrupted, right? Of course not. As long as he kept his eyes on the shining beacon that was his goal, he would never succumb to the same darkness that had claimed Shigaraki. Kai walked over to his drawer and placed it in the bottom drawer, covering it with some socks. Hopefully he'd never need to use it, but you never know when an ally will turn on you. Kai was aware that paranoia could be the downfall of a brilliant mind, and he was determined not to let it consume him. He couldn't, let it happen, otherwise the world would forever be lost to darkness. All right, Reiko, truth or dare? Izuku asked, sitting on the desk chair as she sat on her bed. Reiko hummed for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. Truth, she requested. How many hours have you slept this week? Izuku asked. Reiko was silent for a moment, her face devoid of expression. Dare. She replied slowly, eyes narrowed. Go to bed. Izuku deadpanned, resting his chin on his fist. Reiko sighed. I do not find this game enjoyable anymore. I'll sleep with you. I find myself enjoying the predicament this game has set me up for. Chapter 31. Keeping up with the villains. And how is everything going, Kurono-kun? Ridestro asked over the phone, sounding politely interested. Kurono leaned against the phone box, holding the payphone against his ear. Yeah, fine. Went to I-Island during that terrorist attack and got stuck in my hotel room. He lied, waiting for any notable information from his boss. He could faintly hear classical music playing in the background. Such a tragedy. You know, I do wonder what happened to the mastermind of the operation. I think he ended up getting away. That was a lie as well. Kurono knew they had decided to cover it up. After all, it's better to say a villain got away with no casualties than admit another villain came in, eliminated the original villain, and then stole something. Ridestro let out a sigh. It's truly shameful how these heroes failed to stop a small group of terrorists from taking an entire island, especially with 3 top heroes present. Kurono hummed in half-hearted agreement. If the civilians were permitted to use their quirks, it probably could have been avoided. See? That's what I was saying earlier when I heard the news. You truly are a wonderful member of the Kurono-kun, Ridestro said, and Kurono could tell he was smiling just from his tone. Anyways, I suppose I have kept you for far too long now. Will you be coming to Daika City for dinner next week? Kurono had forgotten about that. Apparently, he would be meeting the other leaders of the MLA, whom he still hadn't met. Of course, nothing can keep me from coming. See you there, sir. With that, Kurono hung up the phone, letting out a sigh. It was tiring being a double agent, especially for 2 organizations that were not fond of each other. He was looking forward to dinner tonight with Shiozaki and Mei. He couldn't wait to cuddle with them again. A smile lit up his face at the thought. Their relationship had its ups and downs, but they loved each other in the end. But unfortunately, that would have to wait. He stretched as he left the phone box and went up the stairs of a building before opening a door to a bar. Learn to play, Shigaraki yelled, his metal fingers clearly going overtime. Says the button masher. Spinner retorted, revealing they were most likely playing a fighting game. Good afternoon, Kurono-kun. Glad to see you're all right. Mr. Compress greeted, sitting at the bar and playing with a deck of cards. Kurono smiled at the masked man and waved. Everything going good, Compress? Well, Shigaraki and Chisaki have been informing us of a most spectacular plan. Although, I do not believe you're aware of it yet, are you? Kurono's eyebrows raised in surprise. A plan? He wondered what it was. No, I haven't been told. What is it? We're gonna attack the UA training camp. Kurono jumped in surprise as Shigaraki came out of nowhere, taking a seat at the end of the bar, metal arm tapping the wood. Don't worry, you won't be needed. We've already figured out where the camp is gonna be. Kurono held in a sigh of relief. At least he could tell Nedzu to move the camp, allowing Izuku and his friends to enjoy 1 week without any disruptions. Sounds cool. So, what's the motive? Publicity? All might. We're going to recruit a player, you'll find out who they are soon enough, trust me. Kurono didn't appreciate the grin on Shigaraki's face. However, his grin was soon replaced with a scowl. Ugh, this arm, it's low tier and always breaks, gotta deal with that green brat as well. With that, Shigaraki walked into the kitchen, presumably to get Kurogyri to warp him somewhere. With the main man gone, Kurono turned back to Compress. So, Compress, why did you become a villain? Kurono asked, deciding it was time to enact a plan he and Nezu had been working on for a while now. Flashback. So, Kurono-kun, these are the members of the League of Villains, correct? Nezu asked, showing pictures of Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, Twice, and Mustard. Kurono nodded, looking oddly serious for once. Interesting that, and what were your opinions of them? Kurono cast his mind back to when he first met them. Dabi is a loner, doesn't seem to be a nice person at all. Toga's kind of weird. She really likes blood, but I reckon she's fine as long as she's fed enough of it. Mr. Compress is arguably the sanest of the group, pretty theatrical and loves to talk. Spinner is just a Stain fanboy. Twice is unpredictable, always talking to himself in a contradictory way, but he's a nice guy. And Mustard, you know that edgy teen stereotype. I believe so? Yeah, that's Mustard. Kinda got a temper on him, seems to both be a follower and a leader in my opinion. Nezu hummed at Kurono's assessment and looked at his computer for a moment before discarding the photo of Dabi. Dabi sounds like a lost cause, from both his crimes and the description you just gave. The rest, however. Kurono raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? What are you getting at here? He asked, leaning on the edge of his seat. What if we could convince the other 5 villains to join the heroes? Some of their crimes are bad, but with proper help and good influences, they could easily be rehabilitated. Kurono's eyes widened. Are you saying I should? Yes, Kurono-kun, I'm giving you a mission. Convince these 5 villains to willingly give up villainy, Nezu said. Kurono hesitated for a moment before sighing, stealing his gaze. That I'll do it. He accepted, drawing a grin from Nezu. And I expect you to excel at it. The timer had started. So, you became a villain because you thought society was unfair? Kurono confirmed, to which Compress enthusiastically nodded. It still is, my dear Kurono. He laughed, which drew a genuine smile from Kurono. Hi, you're right there, Compress. Kurono replied, patting the older man on the shoulder. Kurono was startled when he felt a pair of hands land on his shoulders and a weight bouncing up and down, as if the owner of the hands were jumping. Kurono-chan, I didn't know you were here. Toga cheered, repeatedly jumping. Kurono turned to face the energetic girl, who had a grin on her face and a sparkle in her eyes. Good to see you too, Toga, he replied, patting her on the head. Had any blood today? Toga pouted and a dark look crossed her face. No, Tamura wouldn't let me go, said I needed to lay low so the heroes won't arrest me. Not that they could, I've always managed to escape. She muttered, and Kurono genuinely believed she might be upset with Shigaraki if this kept up. Sighing, Kurono pulled a syringe out of his pocket and rolled up his sleeve. Here, you can have some of mine, he said, readying the syringe. I'll put it in the syringe so you, Kurono yelped as he felt fangs sinking into his arm. He looked down and saw Toga had apparently skipped the syringe and gone straight for his arm. He could feel the blood in his arm being drained bit by bit, and it was honestly quite painful. Nevertheless, he let it go on for about 30 more seconds before tapping her head and asking her to stop. Can't have you draining all my blood. He laughed, putting a bandage around the bite wound. Did that solve your? Kurono trailed off as he saw Toga's face. She looked happy. Not her usual manic cheer, but a serene joy that radiated off her entire body. Are you quite all right, young Toga? Compress asked, which seemed to shake Toga out of her trance as she shook her head. I gotta go do something, she muttered before heading off to one of the hallways in the bar. Kurono hummed as he watched her leave. That was an interesting result, one he hadn't honestly expected. But if it was anything to go by, it was that kindness seemed to be an effective way to get these individuals on his side. Hey, Kurono, how's school been? You should be grateful you aren't an adult. And there was twice. Kurono spun around on his chair to greet the spandex-coated man, holding his arms to the side in a way that if he were Italian, he would most likely be saying, "I." "Jean, good to see you. School's been fine, just finished my final exam the other day. Just had to design an alternate costume for a randomly assigned hero. I'll tell you, some of those heroes have no taste whatsoever." Kurono added, and he was being honest. Some of those costumes were really bad. Kurono took a look at his assigned hero. "Bubble Girl," he muttered, taking in her costume. His eyes narrowed as he registered that, yes, she was indeed wearing a CRV top and had unzipped short shorts over leggings. He breathed in. He breathed out. He wondered who would think that was a good costume. With a sigh, he dragged a hand over his face. "Why are the airheads always so cute?" he asked himself quietly. "Sounds interesting. You probably had to charm your teacher to pass." Yikes, that was a slap to the face if he ever felt one, and even though he knew twice didn't really mean that, it still hurt to hear. "Why? So, I was just talking to Compress about it, but why did you become a villain, Jean?" Kurono asked, tilting his head to the side in genuine curiosity. It was going to take a long time to completely wrap them around his finger, but at this rate he reckoned he could do it, as long as nothing went wrong. The door to the apartment creaked open, and two masked people entered. One of them had a mutation quirk, as evidenced by their barely visible turquoise skin and long magenta hair, while the other seemed relatively normal, save for the 5 nearly hidden burn marks on his face, which seemed to have small cracks running across them. The two people stood and gawked at the items on display in the otherwise unassuming apartment. Golden vases and silver floral metalworks decorated the room, complemented by dark mahogany furniture. The only thing that seemed out of place was the black CD bag on the coffee table. Jiren wasn't lying. "This place is a jackpot," the turquoise robber muttered, a grin forming on her face, even if her mask concealed it. "Shut it, Atsukushi, you'll get us caught," the other robber hissed, glaring at her. Atsukushi pouted and pulled out a bag. "Remember, this is a one-time thing. We'll do this job and then we'll leave the country." She hummed as she inspected a diamond orb. "I hear that Greece is nice, but I do enjoy Iranian culture and history," she said, placing the orb in her bag. "Yeah, fair enough. I'd like to visit Italy, maybe Turkey as well," the man replied, shoving whatever he could find into his bag. Atsukushi chuckled from across the room. "Oh, Chitiki, I can't wait to get married," she sighed, and Chitiki blushed as he remembered the night he'd proposed to Atsukushi, his childhood friend and the love of his life. He'd wanted to get married and leave the country, but money was tight. They'd never lived in a good place. It had been Atsukushi who convinced him to rob someone with her, and they'd agreed to only target someone rich, otherwise, they'd never forgive themselves. "That I love you," he whispered, just quiet enough for himself to hear. As he reached the coffee table, he almost skipped past it until he took a second look. Why was there a CD bag? CDs had gone out of vogue long ago. He opened the bag and looked at one of the discs, confusion growing as he recognized none of them. "Hey, Atsukushi, do you recognize what album or song this is?" Chitiki asked, inspecting both sides. Atsukushi walked over, her brows furrowed. She took off her mask, revealing her comely appearance, and inspected the disc further. "I don't. It kinda looks like that stain on it right there." Sure enough, the hero killer could be seen on the otherwise plain disc. Chitiki grabbed another disc and inspected it. "That's big sis Magna," he yelped. Atsukushi's eyes widened as she confirmed that Magna was indeed on the disc. Magna had been a regular part of their lives for years, being their neighbor. She was so nice, so it was surprising when they found out she had attempted to harm many people and had succeeded with a few. But why was she on this disc in some random person's house? The two of them were so transfixed by the discs that they didn't notice the figure standing behind them, clad in tight black clothes with purple accents, long white hair cascading down their back. Looking for something? The voice sent chills down their spines, and they bolted towards the door without looking back. However, they were horrified to see someone blocking their way. Leaving? Without even talking? "Now where are your manners?" the same voice purred. Chitiki and Utsukushi tried to run again, but this time 2 inky tentacles shot out from the figure's back, slamming the pair to the ground. I said, "Where are your manners? Please, at least let Utsukushi go. It's my fault. I wanted to rob this place, not her." Chitiki cried, struggling against the tentacles before coughing as a boot pressed into his back. "Shut up," was all the figure said before removing their foot. They sighed, collapsing into an armchair while still holding the couple down with their tentacles. "Please." Chitiki whimpered again. The person in the chair smirked, resting their chin on their fist. "I believe introductions are in order. My name is Enkiai Yashinbaka, and my quirk is called Quirk Disc. I can use it to remove quirks from people in the form of discs, but I need to build up some of this white slime on my fingers before I do it." Enkiai demonstrated by forming white slime on her fingers, which she liked off in a way that was likely intended to be stuck. "As for my goals, I only want one thing: to become the next all-for-one and rule society as its rightful ruler." "Why are you telling us all this? Who is all-for-one?" Chitiki asked, hyperventilating. Enkiai sighed before reaching out a hand that glowed red. "Chitiki Isuru. Quirk, heartbeat. It allows you to view the heartbeat of whoever you look at. Lame and useless." Without waiting another moment, a red beam shot out of Enkiai's palm, striking Chitiki and ending his life instantly. Utsukushi screamed, quickly silenced by a tentacle wrapping around her mouth. Tears filled her eyes as she was pulled up by her armpits. "Utsukushi Sumi. Quirk. It allows you to spit ink instead of mucus. Not useful, but I'm not gonna kill you. You're much too pretty for me to just kill you without having fun." Utsukushi's tears fell freely as this figure, the one who had taken her true love, stood up from her chair and grabbed her hips. "Now, gimme a kiss, Utsukushi-chan." Chisaki looked at his corkboard one last time. Everything was tying together perfectly. In less than a week, he'd be able to begin his long road to saving humanity. As long as nothing went wrong, that is. But, of course, why would anything go wrong? After all, it's not like any heroes could intervene when there was a kidnapping and villain attack to deal with. Chapter 32, Deja Vu. "Got everything?" the boss asked as Izuku grabbed his duffel bag and sleeping bag. "Pajamas." "Izuku, you might want to grab a flashlight and some supplies," the boss suggested with a smirk. "What, aren't you going to use this time to the fullest with your girlfriend? There's nothing more romantic than the mountains at sunset." Izuku felt his face heat up. "Our Reiko and I aren't dating, we're just good friends," he stammered, avoiding eye contact. "I never mentioned Reiko," the boss replied, causing Izuku to freeze. He quickly grabbed his bags and dashed away. "See you in a week," he called back as he headed to Todoroki's room, hearing the boss's laughter fade behind him. As he opened the door, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. "Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore." Todoroki sang, dressed in a wig, while Eri, in a blue dress with her hair in a braid, joined in. Izuku blinked in confusion. "What was going on in here?" he asked, trying to process the scene. Eri chimed in. "Todoroki has a really nice singing voice. He should be a singer." Izuku chuckled at the thought. If he wasn't going to be a hero, he would definitely be the best singer. "No, Eri-chan would be better," Todoroki countered. "Demonstrate." Izuku grinned. "Now, come on, we gotta go." After saying goodbye to Eri and quickly helping Todoroki change back into his usual self, they headed outside to meet Kurono at the car. "Ready to go?" Kurono asked, opening the trunk for their bags. "As ready as we'll ever be," Izuku sighed, loading his bag in before climbing into the car. Kurono joined them in the driver's seat, and they set off toward UA. "This week is going to be rough," Kurono grumbled. "What, going to miss Todoroki and me?" Izuku teased. "No, I'm talking about Shiozaki, Ochako, Yui, Setsuna, and Pony," Kurono replied, making Izuku choke. "When did that happen?" Izuku exclaimed. "Remember that mall trip where I helped Shiozaki?" Kurono explained. Silence filled the car until Todoroki broke it. "At this rate, you're going to have more girlfriends than the British Empire had colonies." Izuku burst into laughter while Kurono blushed, scowling. "Shut up or I swear I'll crash this car." That quickly silenced them. "You're all on time, wonderful," Aizawa stated, looking as he had at the start of the year, with stubble and dark circles under his eyes. If anyone had been late, they would have been expelled, no questions asked. Izuku noticed 1B arriving with Vlad King leading them. "Hey!" Setsuna yawned as they passed by. "Hey, Tokage!" Izuku replied, noticing Minoma tied up in vines as Shizaki walked by. "Too early to deal with him," Setsuna explained. After Minoma passed, Izuku noticed a shorter guy muttering something as he walked by. "Wow, the girls of 1A. Yairo's chest. Kendo's athletic body. Ashido's skin. Jairu's punk aesthetic." Before Izuku could react, Jairu quickly silenced him with her quirk. "Thanks, Jairu," Izuku said, relieved. "I didn't do it for you, but I appreciate the support," she replied. Ignoring the commotion, they all boarded their buses, each class on a separate one. Soon enough, Izuku found himself sitting next to Reiko. "Do you recall how long this journey will take?" Reiko asked as the bus began to move. "About 3 hours, I think," Izuku replied. Reiko pulled out her laptop and 2 pairs of wireless headphones. "Would you care to join me in watching a film? I assure you it will be enjoyable." Izuku smiled and accepted a pair of headphones. "I would be delighted." As Reiko started the movie, Mina leaned over the seat in front of her. "Are they doing something stupid?" "I think they're doing something stupid." "It's a horror movie, all they do is be stupid," Kaminari pointed out. Bakugo nearly opened his mouth to reply with a snarky comment, something along the lines of, "If that's the case, your entire life has probably been a horror movie," but he remained silent. He had been doing well at this whole, not being in JRK thing and refused to mess it up over something so trivial. Instead, he put in his earphones and listened to some music. He shuffled his playlist, and one of the old openings for the All Might cartoons began playing, All Might's time travel mess-up, if he remembered correctly. As the music filled his mind, he let his eyes wander around the bus, taking note of the small events happening around him. It was something he'd begun doing unconsciously, driven by curiosity and interest. There were some interesting sights on the bus. He first noticed Kendo, who looked flustered, with Yaoyorozu resting her head on her shoulder, seemingly asleep. Then he spotted a classmate he couldn't quite remember the name of, chatting with Invisible Girl, who seemed to be flirting with him. Bakugo had never given much thought to romance, even as others around him discussed it. He turned his attention to Aizawa, who was sleeping, which was expected and rather dull. Looking out the window, he caught sight of the 1B bus overtaking them. He held eye contact with a girl from that bus for a moment before she playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Bakugo looked away, feeling above such antics. He let out a low sigh as the song changed, hoping that this summer camp would go well. "Wow, we're only halfway through, but it's a really good movie," Izuku exclaimed as they got off the bus, with Reiko right behind him. "Indeed, I have enjoyed it since my youth," she replied. As they stepped onto the dirt ground, Izuku noticed there were no toilets or benches. The view of the forest was nice, so he leaned against the fence, where Reiko soon joined him. "Do you know why we've stopped here?" Izuku asked, glancing at her. She returned a deadpan look. "Ah, yes, of course I know the answer. And while you interrogate me, why not go all the way and ask me about the meaning of life?" Izuku sighed, smiling slightly. He loved Reiko's sarcasm. But seriously, why here? Why not a place with toilets or something? Before she could respond, a car pulled up in front of the bus, catching everyone's attention. When the car's occupants stepped out, Izuku felt his heart sink. "We've come to lend a paw and help," said the first one, striking a pose. "Stingingly cute and cat-like," the second one continued, posing extravagantly as well. They both looked at Midoriya, and he sighed. Coming out of nowhere, he muttered, echoing Tiger's line. "Wild, wild pussycats." Mandalay and Pixie Bob exclaimed, leaving Izuku and Aizawa bewildered, along with a classmate who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Izuku, darling, what on earth was that?" Reiko asked, looking at him. "I did my internship with them. You know, the one I nearly got killed at," he explained, causing Reiko's eyes to widen. "I'm sorry, you nearly what?" she hissed, realizing his mistake. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that whole fiasco. I'll tell you later, trust me." A quick glare from Aizawa silenced them, and they refocused on the Pussycats. "These are pro-heroes who will be working with us during the camp, the Pussycats. Greet them, everyone," Aizawa ordered, and everyone complied quickly. Mandalay walked over to the fence and pointed into the forest. "We own this entire forest. You'll be staying at the foot of the mountain, where there's lodging, restrooms, and plenty of room for training," she explained, catching Kendo's attention. "Then why did we stop here? We could have done this whole song and dance at the place, unless..." Kendo trailed off, realization dawning on her. Izuku also realized this and quickly left the fence with Reiko, making a beeline for the bus. "Maybe we should head back to the bus?" Shiro suggested nervously, his smile strained. "Why, we should do that," Kaminari replied, sounding even more nervous. "It's 9:30 in the morning right now, so if you get going now, you should get there in time for lunch, if you're fast enough," Mandalay said. Almost immediately, the entire class began running back to the bus, but they were halted by the appearance of Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob used Earth Tidal Wave. It was super effective. The entire class was swept off the cliffside onto the forest floor below, and Mandalay's voice could be heard from above them, explaining that they were permitted to use their quirks and that they wouldn't get lunch if they arrived after 12. Nobody noticed that 2 students were missing. "All right, let's go over the plan one last time," Shigaraki rasped, looking around the warehouse at his League of Villains, a smile creeping up under his hand mask. "The Vanguard Action Squad will be heading to the location of the camp, and will be led by Dabi. Raise your hand if you are in the Vanguard Action Squad." 6 hands rose in the air, including Dabi's. "Good, and then there's the Varangian Guard, who will be heading to the Shai Hasaikai compound under the leadership of Kai Chisaki. Raise your hand if you're a member of this group." This time, only a single hand rose, as Kai was busy going over the plans for his operation one last time. Shigaraki grinned at this and turned to Dabi. "Then I leave the rest to you. Player, bring the targets back alive, but if you happen to eliminate someone else, don't sweat it." With that, Shigaraki left his fellow villains to their own devices. 2 days until Operation V begins. 2 days until the League of Villains shows what it's capable of. 2 days until Yue's spirit is finally crushed. Smash! Itsuka roared as her enlarged fist collided with the jaw of the Earth Beast, making it collapse into dust. She landed on the ground with a roll before quickly springing back up to aim a kick at another beast, but Bakuga beat her to it, delivering a well-placed explosion that caused it to disintegrate. Kendo grabbed a branch and swung off of it, kicking another beast in the face before Ida knocked it off balance with a rocket-powered kick at its legs, and Momo finished the job with an explosion aimed at its chest, bringing the beast to an end as it became nothing more than a pile of earth. Kendo took a deep breath as she landed on the ground, quickly wiping off any dirt that had accumulated on her. She looked around, raising her eyebrow. "Where's Izuku and Reiko?" she asked, looking over at Momo. "They're right behind us, aren't they?" Momo replied, looking back only for her eyes to widen. "What's the hold-up?" Bakugu snarled, landing beside them. "We can't see Izuku or Reiko. Do you know where they are?" Momo asked. "Huh? What do you mean you can't see them? They should be." "Well, they're not here." Kendo snapped, surprising even herself. "So what do we do?" Bakugu took a breath, pinching his nose. "We need to tell Aizawa-sensei, we can't search an entire forest." Momo surmised. "Well, we better speed this up because he sure isn't at the cliff still." Bakugu turned to leave but looked back for a moment. "New plan, make sure you tell the others to ignore the earth beasts and just go as fast as you can to camp." Before either Momo or Kendo could object, Bakugu blasted above the trees and away. Momo sighed, looking at Kendo. "He has a point, I suppose. Can you carry me?" Kendo blushed at the suggestion but did as Momo asked, carrying her bridal style. Momo made a megaphone and put it to her mouth. "Class 1A. We have a new objective. Get to the camp as fast as possible. Ignore all earth beasts unless they are blocking your way. If possible, catch a ride with a faster classmate. We were already trying that. Kaminari yelled as he electrocuted an earth beast. Well, do it even harder. Kendo retorted, leaping past Kaminari before his response could be heard. Okay, where could they be? Momo muttered as Kendo focused on the task at hand. I know I saw them with us at the bus, but everything after getting knocked off the cliff features not a single appearance from either of them. Perhaps they got knocked a different way? Maybe they got flung further and we haven't spotted them because of that. Maybe they were kidnapped, Kendo blurted out. Why would they be kidnapped? And how? And by who? Momo asked, sounding utterly confused. Well, think about it. We're in a forest by ourselves, and when we were knocked off the cliff, there was a decent time frame to nab them. If I had to guess, I'd say the League of Villains from the USJ, seeing as they have the warping guy and the motive to capture at least Izuku, and maybe Reiko so that Izuku would listen to them. Kendo pointed out logically, and Momo had to admit that she had a point. Faster. We need to go faster, Momo declared. Right behind you, Kendo replied. Finally, after an excruciating 30 minutes of non-stop leaping, they arrived at the camp, with Bakugo and Ida shortly behind them. Wow, congratulations. Although, you were supposed to arrive with the rest of your class. Pixie Bob said, raising an eyebrow. You didn't just rush here ahead of them, did you? This was a team-building exercise, not. It's urgent. Izuku and Reiko are missing. Kendo yelled, putting Momo down carefully. No, they're not, Aizawa stated calmly as he appeared, scratching at his stubble. Kendo looked at him incredulously, anger starting to take over. What do you mean by, no they're not? They were nowhere to be seen in the forest. Kendo shouted, waving her arms around. I know for a fact they're not missing, Aizawa replied. Bullshit. Bakugo retorted, causing Aizawa to raise an eyebrow. Behind you, Aizawa said, and when Bakugo, Kendo, Momo, and Ida turned around, they came face to face with Izuku and Reiko. Izuku, Reiko! Kendo exclaimed, glomping the two in a hug. Where were you? How are you already here? Momo asked, also joining the hug. Izuku chuckled. Well, it's a long story, he started. Pixie Bob wiped her paws after ensuring the kids had been knocked off the edge, proud of her work. That is, until Midoriya and a girl with silvery hair popped out of the ground on a pillar, showing they had missed the earth wave. When Aizawa saw this, he sighed. On one hand, I'm annoyed you managed to avoid that. On the other hand, you actually managed to avoid that, and even I'm not cold-hearted enough to deny you a reward for it, so you can get a ride to the camp on the bus, he stated. Actually, maybe not that long a story, Izuku amended, scratching the back of his head. At that point, Tsuyu, Todoroki, Shiro, and Tokoyami appeared, three of them swinging off separate branches while Todoroki slid in on his ice. Why the tough? Did we need to change plans? Shiro wheezed as he fell to the ground, trying to take in as much air as possible. Well, we thought something had happened to Izuku and Reiko, Kendo explained, hands on her hips. However, it seems they were just able to avoid getting knocked off the cliff and came back that way, Momo finished, causing Izuku and Reiko to fluster in embarrassment. Apologies, Reiko said, making eye contact with her shoes. Why yeah, we didn't really think about how you'd react if you realized we weren't there, Izuku continued, having a staring contest with a tree he was losing. We were perhaps a bit too euphoric to realize it, Yanagi added. Honestly, I don't blame you. I would have done the same if I were you, Tsuyu stated, sitting on the ground. Even then, it is totally inexcusable to leave your classmates. Ida yelled, chopping his arms. Izuku simply looked at the strict teen and uttered, serial killer. It is excusable to leave your classmates just this once. Ida amended, to the great confusion of all but Izuku, Ida, and Kendo. Well, you better rest up, Aizawa sighed, rolling his head. Once your classmates get here, we'll do lunch. And then what? Shiro asked uncertainly. Aizawa grinned as he pushed the hair out of his eyes. Training. Never before had Izuku thought a single word could bring him such terror. All right, class, welcome to the support course camp, Power Loader stated, standing at the front of the classroom. I'm not really a fan of dragging things on, so I'll assign you your first task. In 30 minutes, I want you to make something. Doesn't matter what, just do it, okay? Oh, and you can work in groups if you want. With that, the class began splitting up, some going solo and some pairing up. Mei and Kurono, on the other hand, just looked at each other. Flamethrower, they said at the exact same time. Medieval flamethrower, Kurono continued, leaning in closer. Medieval flamethrower that works on water. Mei added, also leaning closer. Are you saying we should rediscover the chemical equation for Greek fire? Kurono asked, leaning closer yet again. Mei grinned. You bet. And this time, she leaned back. Just kidding, she leaned forward. Kurono grinned and ruffled Mei's head. This is why you're one of my girlfriends. And with that, they got to work. Holy moly, this food is divine. Kaminari cheered before he began wolfing down the fluffy white rice. Momo almost matched his speed, and Izuku assumed she was probably making sure to eat as much food as she could in preparation for tomorrow. Izuku and Yanagi, on the other hand, were eating relatively slowly, most likely because they'd had an easy time getting to the camp. Kaminari-kun, language. Ida shouted, chopping his hand through the air, with Tsuyu barely avoiding having her rice flung across the room. Sorry Ida, you're absolutely right. A more appropriate phrasing would have been, good heavens, this cuisine is absolutely divine, wouldn't it? Kaminari replied sarcastically, causing Ida to be torn between scolding Kaminari for his dismissal of the issue as a joke or letting him go for technically fixing his bad language. Izuku moved his gaze from this conversation over to Reiko, who was currently eating rice. However, she still had a bit stuck on her cheek. Oh, you got some food on your cheek, Izuku mentioned, leaning his chin on his hand. Reiko looked over at him, her one visible eyebrow slightly raised. She pointed a finger to her right cheek. Is its location here? She asked. No, other cheek, Izuku corrected, gesturing towards her left cheek. Reiko rubbed her left cheek for a moment before looking at Izuku again. Did I remove it now? No, you didn't. How did you even? Izuku sighed before leaning over and wiping it off her cheek himself, which elicited a smile from the girl and a slight blush. Whipped, Kendo deadpanned, causing Izuku to WHP around and flick Kendo in the forehead. Silence, hypocrite, Izuku demanded, to Kendo's confusion. Hypocrite? How am I a? You think I didn't see you and Momo sitting together on the bus? You seemed pretty excited to have her head on your shoulder. Izuku grinned as Kendo blushed. Decisive Midoriya victory, he thought. His eyes drifted away from his friends and landed on a young boy who couldn't be any older than 6. Had he always been there? Hey, Pixie Bob? Izuku asked as the heroine passed behind him. Who's the kid? Pixie Bob suddenly wore a sad expression and let out a melancholic sigh. You remember Water Hose, right? Izuku's fists tightened under the table, but he nodded. Yeah, that's their son, Koda. Poor kid doesn't have anywhere else to go. Izuku hummed at that information before he suddenly set his bowl of rice on the table and approached Koda. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, from UA's Hero Course. Nice to meet you, he greeted, bending down slightly and offering his hand for a shake. However, what he didn't expect was for Koda to aim his fist back and punch Izuku. Izuku had not considered needing to be on guard around a small child and had closed his eyes. Midoriya, are you okay? Tokoyami asked, rushing to his side. What a barbarous child that was. Kid's got spunk, Bakugo commented quietly. Koda, you shouldn't punch people. Mandalay scolded. However, Koda simply glared back. I'm not gonna be chummy with some wannabe heroes, he growled before walking off again. Just overhaul your injury. That should fix it. Kendo yelled. That'll hurt even more. Izuku yelled back. Tokoyami sighed at the chaos around him. What a mad banquet of darkness, he muttered. And then they made us jump into the lake. Do you know how much it is to run through a bubei-trapped forest while soaking wet? Tsuburaba from 1B whined, splashing around in the water as he explained how 1B had gotten to the camp. We had to fight earth beasts, but then we thought that Midoriya and Yanagi had gone missing, so we rushed to camp to tell Aizawa and the pussycats, Ajiru explained. And it turned out that they just managed to avoid getting caught in the earth wave and got a ride back on the bus. Kaminari added, who was currently behind Audrey. Speaking of Izuku, he was relaxing at the edge of the hot spring with Tokoyami, letting the heat soak into his body as he listened to the conversations around him. After being told about the hot springs, 1B and 1A decided to go at the same time, wanting to talk with their sister class without being rivals. So, it seems the king of 1A does not even participate in the training camp. Instead, he simply hides and gets taken there with his queen. Monoma exclaimed as he passed by on an inflatable pool toy, thankfully keeping his towel in place. Izuku blushed at the idea of Yanagi being his queen but kept his composure. It's called being smart, Monoma, something you're not familiar with, Izuku retorted, getting a nod from Tokoyami, who pulled out a whiteboard and put a point under Izuku's name. Oh really? If All Might was in Australia and wanted to go to Japan, how many jumps would it take? Monoma asked. Izuku thought about it for a second before shrugging. Depends on where he's starting from in Australia? Izuku replied, and Monoma raised his arms in exasperation. That's what I said. Honestly, ectoplasm should have never let All Might be his substitute for the day. I don't think the man is very good at teaching. I forget how much we actually get along, Izuku muttered. Monoma opened his mouth to retaliate, but his attention shifted over Izuku's shoulder, where a certain student stood looking up at the wall. Behind this wall, there lies a land of hopes and dreams. Mineta said, almost trance-like, over a dozen girls, from Kodai of 1B to Yanagi of 1A. At the mention of both one of Kurono's girlfriends and Izuku's girlfriend, Izuku scrambled out of the pool, eyes filled with anger. Try it and you'll regret it. Izuku yelled, anger flaring in his eyes. Mineta looked at Izuku, then back to the wall. A moment of contemplation passed before, with astonishing speed, he grabbed one of his ball and began climbing the wall. You can't stop me! Mineta yelled as he ascended. However, he was mistaken, as many people could easily stop him, including Kojiro Bando, Shirhai Kurwaro, Nito Monoma, Izuku Midoriya, Hanta Siro, Fumikage Tokoyami, and Katsuki Bakugu. All of these students acted simultaneously. Kurwaro traveled up the wall through the darkness in the cracks and held Mineta's leg in place. Tokoyami and Siro pulled Mineta back towards the pool with dark shadow and tape, just in time for Bando's glue attack to wrap around Mineta, encasing him in a hilariously ironic sticky substance. Monoma and Bakugu then launched Mineta towards Izuku, who finished him off with a well-timed move. Now that's what I call pinball. Everyone looked up to see Setsuna's floating head, who had been watching the entire thing from above. What are you doing up there? Kaibara asked, looking up from the pool. Well, what are you doing down there? Setsuna shot back, and Tokoyami dutifully pulled out another whiteboard from nowhere and put a score under Setsuna's name. Suddenly, Setsuna's head was engulfed in a pink glow, and they could hear her say, CRP, before she was pulled back down by some ethereal force. Izuku looked down at Mineta and then back at the rest of the boys. Draw on his face? Draw on his face. Looks like Izuku's really protective of you, Yanagi, Jiru stated as she took her jack out of the wall. Yanagi simply sunk under the water, a muttered, shut up, rising from her. Why do we have to wake up so early? Mina groaned, stifling a yawn behind her hand. Izuku had to hold back a chuckle as he noticed that, for perhaps the first time ever, Reiko looked more awake than most people in their class. Because you all need the most amount of time possible to improve your quirks, Aizawa replied before looking at Bakugu. Bakugu, get in the chalk circle and throw this ball, just like at the start of the year. I'd ask Midoriya, but we don't have that much time to waste with your quirk shenanigans. He threw Bakugu a baseball, and without another word, the explosive teen stepped into the outline circle and let loose his quirk, flinging the baseball into the distance. Aizawa pulled out the measuring device and showed it to the class, and everyone was shocked to see that Bakugu's score went down by 2 meters. Bakugu himself looked surprisingly passive, though his left eye twitched and his hands curled into tight ball. You've been improving your skills in other areas such as rescue and combat, but you've seen very limited improvement when it comes to your quirks. We intend to rectify this over the next week, Aizawa explained, a grin lighting up his face. but not exactly the kind of grin that inspired any nice emotions. Welcome to the summer training camp. Try not to die, won't you? Huh, these brats sure didn't get a royal treatment, did they? Dabi noted as they watched over the training camp from the cliff. That just makes them easier to challenge. Toga cheered, throwing a knife up and catching it perfectly. Challenge all you want, young Toga. Just remember there is to be no harm to the targets. Mr. Compress said, looking through a pair of binoculars. Good Lord, are they electrocuting that kid? He added, sounding genuinely horrified. Spinner snatched the binoculars from Compress and looked down at the camp. Hoies, what kind of place is this? Spinner questioned, sounding equally horrified. And that pink one has steam coming from her hands on that cliff. Who were they again? Mina Ishido, her quirk is acid, Dabi supplied. So wait, is she making acid or something? This is intense. Give me that, I want to see. This place is boring, let's go home. Twice asked, grabbing the binoculars before he got an answer. Dan, that kid making tape looks like he's struggling. Looks relaxing. Mustard didn't even ask for the binoculars before he grabbed them and refocused them on other parts of the camp. That blonde guy is just slapping people and then somehow sprouting a new quirk that he's doing it rougher to some people than others, he noted. Oh, and Shigaraki's least favorite broccoli is fighting dirt dogs, but it's kinda sad because he's only using one spike at a time and he keeps getting bowled over. Here, muscular you look. Mustard handed the binoculars off to the massive cloaked figure, who held them up to his eyes with a single hand, simply letting out a scoff of annoyance. Most of them aren't even gonna tickle, he muttered, chucking the binoculars back to Dabi. A massive explosion rocked the earth around them, and Mustard and Spinner had to regain their balance. Should we just, watch this? Mr. Compress suggested. Sounds good to me, Dabi replied, looking through the binoculars. Huh, I thought that big multi-armed guy was doing nothing, but I just saw some rubbish hit something midair. I think he's playing hide and seek with the invisible girl, Dabi announced. Wait, so some kids are literally getting electrocuted, and she gets to just stand around? Toga asked. Pretty much, Dabi whistled, handing the binoculars over to Compress as he lit a cigarette with his quirk. That girl with the creation quirk seems to have gotten off pretty well, seeing as she's just making matryoshka dolls while eating chocolate. Compress said, wrinkling his nose under his mask as the smoke from Dabi's cigarette filled the air. And that silver-haired girl next to her is just using her quirk to fly them around, probably in an attempt to reach a new weight limit. Oh, can I look? Please, please, please? Toga begged, getting right up in Compress' face. He quickly handed her the binoculars, to Toga's delight as she began looking at the camp and its inhabitants. Oh, that looks fun, she exclaimed as she watched the training go on. That insect boy is trying to cut up that cute vine girl, but she keeps making more vines to block him. She'd be so pretty coated in her own blood. That's enough of that, Mustard muttered, snatching the binoculars away from Toga, which annoyed her. She began running at Mustard, frantically trying to retake the binoculars, but Mustard simply used his leg to keep her out of arm's reach as he looked through the binoculars, leaving him to balance on one leg. Oh, that kid with a speech bubble for a face and the weird golem-looking thing are just shouting random stuff. Wonder what their quirks are. Another explosion rocked the ground beneath them, causing Mustard to fall off his 1 foot onto the ground, throwing the binoculars in the air, which allowed Toga to reclaim them. Yay, I win, she cheered, earning a groan from Dabi. We're gonna be here a while, aren't we? He asked. Yes we are, Compress replied reluctantly. I can't believe we had to cook dinner after all of that. Away zoomed as everyone finally sat down to eat. My hands are dead. Welding nonstop for 6 hours isn't easy. Shut up, I need to savor every grain of rice, and I can't do that with you whining, Kamakiri growled, stuffing himself with rice and curry. I'm all shroomed out, I can't wait to sleep. Komori muttered tiredly. At least you get to sleep. I've got to go to night classes. Monoma cried. I'm gonna die before this camp ends. Well, maybe you shouldn't have been knocked out by that tree branch while fighting 13, Kaibara deadpanned, catching a glare from Monoma. I didn't lose, I just won in the other direction, Monoma grumbled, crossing his arms. Meanwhile, Kendo from 1A watched from the other end of the eating area, mildly interested in the social dynamics of 1B. Oi, it's Suka, Izuku said, catching Kendo's attention. Reiko and I are gonna go on a walk, so if Aizawa asks where we are, just tell him that. Kendo raised an eyebrow. Why not tell him? She asked. Well, it's Suka. If you must know, if we don't tell him, he can't technically say we aren't allowed to go on a walk. Kendo opened her mouth to retort but then closed it, realizing Izuku had a good point. With a nod and a smile, Izuku walked off with Reiko, each carrying their own bowl of curry to enjoy elsewhere. Kendo watched them leave and noticed Koda walking away on his own. Tokoyami also noticed this and suddenly got up from the table. Where are you going? Momo asked as Tokoyami grabbed a separate bowl of curry. I wish to talk with Koda. There's a darkness in his soul that I feel a connection with, Tokoyami replied before walking after Koda. Eventually he found him on a cliffside, which offered an impressive view of the forest. Koda sat on the ledge, glaring at Tokoyami as he approached. I brought curry, Tokoyami stated, holding up the bowl. Koda's eyes darted to the bowl before he looked away. I don't care, I'm not hungry. Now leave me alone, he snapped, though his stomach growled in protest. Tokoyami sighed as he sat next to Koda at a respectful distance, placing the bowl beside him. What has you so troubled? I'm willing to hear you out, he offered while eating some of his curry. Koda was silent for a moment, seemingly ignoring Tokoyami's question. Why should I tell some wannabe hero? He asked, annoyance in his voice. Tokoyami shrugged. I figured you might prefer an opinion from someone younger. Adults often don't take a kid's concerns seriously. After a moment of silence, Koda spoke up. My parents were heroes. Were? Tokoyami prodded, looking over at him. They were killed to be a villain. I didn't have anywhere to go but with Auntie Shino. Tokoyami paused, a sad look in his eyes, but he remained silent, letting Koda continue. But everyone kept saying it was a good way to go, and they died an honorable death. What's so good about dying to a villain? They just left me alone. I don't understand how you can all want to run away from your families to help strangers. Tokoyami hummed, realizing Koda had been bottling this up for a while. I imagine that strains your relationship with your guardians? Auntie Shino's nice, but I'm scared she's going to leave me too. Where do I go then? Koda whispered, looking down. The silence stretched, and Tokoyami set his bowl of curry aside. My parents died when I was young, he said casually, surprising Koda. Were they heroes? Koda asked and Tokoyami chuckled. The opposite, they were villains, he replied, looking off to the side. They weren't evil though. They turned to villainy because they had no other choice. My father was a mutant with bird-like anatomy, and my mother could control shadows. Nobody wanted to hire them. When they had me, they had to commit crimes just to put food on the table, but they always made sure to rob bad people. How did they die? Koda asked and Tokoyami sighed. They had an unfortunate encounter with a hero named Lady Nagant, who killed them in self-defense. At the funeral, everyone said my parents deserved it, that they should have given me up if they couldn't afford me. It broke my heart. Just before that, my quirk had awakened. Dark Shadow popped out at his mention, and Tokoyami absent-mindedly scratched the Shadow Beast's head. Nobody wanted the mutant kid with a strange quirk and villainous parents. I spent a year in an orphanage, consumed by my hatred of society for letting this happen. I wanted heroes to just drop dead, even All Might. But now you want to be a hero? Koda asked, confused. Tokoyami chuckled and rooted around in his pocket before pulling out a photo and handing it to Koda. It had two people in it, a younger Tokoyami, who looked surprised and tired, and a woman with long dark hair, dressed in a brown leather aviator jacket with a fur collar, black breaths, and boots, notably sporting black wings. That lady is the person who adopted me when I was 6, Tokoyami said, pointing at her. What's her name? Koda asked. Medfelen Svardavinger. That doesn't sound very Japanese, Koda commented. Well, that's because she isn't Japanese, she's Norwegian. She spent most of her life traveling with her father for his job, and when she turned 18, she chose to settle in Japan and become a teacher because she liked kids and wanted to help people in her own way. Tokoyami explained, a smile growing on his face as he recalled his mother's story. But even then, she felt like she could do more. After a lot of thinking, she decided to adopt a child to help them grow into something great. Why'd she pick you? I asked her that same question when she was driving me home for the first time. Tokoyami chuckled. I asked, Svartavinger, why did you choose the son of two villains? Even after all these years, I remember what she said. She said, Fumikid-chan, I didn't want to adopt the perfect child. I wanted to adopt the child who needed a family. The child who would grow bitter and angry at the world if nobody showed him compassion. If nobody showed kindness, then the whole world would be an awful place. Remember that, won't you? And I did. She's my inspiration to be a hero, although I'll admit I'm not very skilled at showing compassion. The two were silent for a minute, watching the sky fade from orange and pink to darkness. Why'd you tell me that? Koda asked suddenly, causing Tokoyami to sigh and look at him. Just know that what you're going through, you are not alone. I understand why you're angry. Any kid would be if they heard people praising their parents' death. But anger is not a good long-term method of letting out your grief. Talk with Mandalay. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to help you through these times. Tokoyami stood up, taking his empty bowl with him. Anyways, sorry for barging in and spilling out my life story without permission. I'll leave you be now. Without another word, Tokoyami turned and left Koda on his own. Once he was gone, Koda hesitantly grabbed the bowl of curry he'd left behind. He lifted some of it to his mouth with the chopsticks and chewed for a bit before swallowing, a small smile creeping up on his face. It was nice. What do you think Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are doing? Jur asked as another shout emanated from the cave. I dunno. Fighting or something? Mina offered, earning a shrug from Jiru. I guess that makes sense, she replied. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Tokoyami declared, Uno, as he placed down his penultimate card. Dark Shadow grinned as he placed his next card. Pick up 4, he smirked. Meanwhile, in the forest, Reiko explained, and that constellation is dubbed the Polaris constellation and is quite significant. Wow, Reiko, I never expected you to be so good at astronomy. Izuku said, causing Reiko to blush. It is one of my more enjoyed pastimes, I must admit, she replied. Well, do tell me more, Reiko, Izuku smiled, tightening his grip around Reiko's hand, which she returned. Izuku was grateful to have a girlfriend. Chapter 34, Ring of Fire. Izuku felt overwhelmed as everything seemed to spiral out of control. First, there was a sleeping gas in the air, forcing him to painfully deconstruct and reconstruct himself every 30 seconds to avoid falling victim to it. Then there was the ring of fire surrounding the forest, inching closer every second. He couldn't find Ragdoll, leaving him uncertain about what to do. If I were Tokoyami, I think I would qualify this as the Mad Banquet of Darkness, Izuku joked. Darling, now is not the time for jokes, Reiko scolded, and Izuku had to admit she was right. Okay, if we can't find Ragdoll, should we try heading back? He suggested. Reiko shrugged. In our current predicament, it would indeed be wise to turn back. Spending an extended amount of time in these conditions could have unknown effects, as sleeping gas generally should not cause your respiratory system to begin burning up. How do you even know that? Wikipedia rabbit holes at 3 a.m. Perhaps once we are in a safer location, I could educate you about the Airfort latrine disaster of 1184. Actually, no, I'm not going down this rabbit hole right now. Let's get back to where we started. They might not know what's going on, and I trust the people up ahead to take care of themselves. Reiko nodded, and they turned back and ran the way they had come. After a couple of minutes, they broke into what could be considered an utter disaster. Pixie Bob was unresponsive on the ground, blood gushing from her head. In the background, he could see Mandalay and Tiger fighting a lizard with a massive sword and a girl with a massive magnet. Reiko, can you bring Pixie Bob's body over? Izuku asked. Of course. It may be difficult, but I have been working out lately and am hopeful that your hypothesis about my physical strength being linked to my quirk is true, Reiko replied. She aimed her arms, and Pixie Bob was engulfed in an ethereal pink glow, levitating over to them. She landed with a thud next to Izuku, and Reiko rubbed her arms. "'Twas a slight burden, but less so than before," Reiko stated as Izuku placed a hand on Pixie Bob's head, repairing it and awakening her. "Kitten? What's going on?" Pixie Bob slurred, rubbing her head. "Good question," Izuku replied. "But to answer your question the best I can, I think we're under attack." Pixie Bob shot up at that, her eyes widening as she saw the fight raging in front of her between her comrades and the villains. "I remember now. I suddenly got dragged in a direction, and the next thing I knew, I was knocked out," she exclaimed, her gaze stealing. "No time to think about that now, though. I need to help my teammates." As she said it, an earth beast materialized next to Pixie Bob, and before either villain could react, the beast pinned the magnet girl under one paw but was quickly defeated by a swift swing from the lizard sword. "Damn it, when did she wake up?" he growled, raising his blade. However, he was completely unprepared for Kendo, who kicked into his sword and broke it. Tiger then wrapped around the lizard until he ran out of breath and passed out. "Mandalay, Tiger! The camp's under attack!" Izuku yelled out. "Indeed, Ragdoll was nowhere to be seen," Reiko continued. "I can confirm. I came back to find a pussycat or a teacher," Kendo admitted, ensuring the magnet villain was knocked out. "I got a good view from above. The whole place is under attack. The fire is blue, and the fog is pink. We can say there are at least 4 villains, 2 of which are already dealt with." Mandalay hummed at this but suddenly paused. "Has anyone seen Tokoemi-kun or Koda?" Panic reached her eyes as she received no answers. "Sheet, Tokoemi-kun said he was going to find Koda, but he should have gotten back by now." "Which way did he go?" "I could find him," Kendo asked. "That way," Mandalay replied, pointing back towards the cliffs. Kendo prepared to jump away, but Izuku stopped her. "Wait," he called out, making her pause. He looked back at Reiko, who nodded, already knowing what he was going to do. "Take me with you. Your hair is so cute." Toga cooed as she tried to stab Shiozaki again. "Those thorns would make it so much easier to cover someone in blood, and isn't that just so cute?" Shiozaki grimaced at that, helping Kodai avoid a knife. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend," she replied coldly, attempting to WP Toga. So do I," Yui added, throwing a pebble at Toga before it suddenly grew into a boulder, forcing Toga to dodge to the side and avoid a vine trap. "I'm sure your boyfriends wouldn't mind sharing with me." Toga replied. "We have the same boyfriend," Shiozaki countered. "Polly," Yui confirmed. "Well, that just makes it easier." Toga cheered, throwing a knife at Yui before trying to slash Shiozaki's face, only for it to be blocked by her vines. Knowing Kurono, he probably would be fine having a psychotic vampire as a girlfriend, Shiozaki conceded. "Oh, absolutely," Yui replied. Hearing Kurono's name surprised Toga so much that she tripped, but she quickly flipped back onto her feet. "Why, you mean Hari Kurono? The Kurono with the clock hair?" she questioned, pointing a knife accusingly. "Oh, for goodness sake, he's been trying to get with you too, hasn't he?" Shiozaki yelled, brows furrowed. I'm going to just go take that I have to think about some things. Goodbye." And before Shiozaki or Yui could react, Toga fled, leaving only discarded knives as evidence she'd been there. The two of them were bewildered for a moment but were broken out of it by the appearance of Yaoyorozu Momo, who handed them a pair of gas masks. "Here, take these, they'll protect you from the sleeping gas," she explained as Awaze caught up with her. "Thanks," Shiozaki replied, taking the masks and handing one to Yui. "I'd recommend heading to the buildings, where Aizawa-sensei and Ken-sensei are. Awaze and I will keep looking for others," Momo said before she ran off, Awaze right after her. Shiozaki shared a look with Yui, and they both nodded. There would be a long talk with Kurono after this about knowing when and who to trust. "Yo, Chisaki, where are we going?" Twice asked as Kai typed on his laptop. "I could have been having the time of my life with the Vanguard squad. Instead, I got stuck with you," Apologies, just finalizing these coordinates, Kai replied, eyes dashing across the screen before finally stopping. And they're done. Kurogiri, we're ready. As soon as he was mentioned, the misty bartender appeared, his usual wear discarded for the night. Of course, Kai. Where shall you be heading? Kurogiri asked, looking at the coordinates Kai provided before nodding. Very well. I shall prepare a warp gate. Sure enough, a purple gate opened up, and Kai stood up. Babaigawara, come with me, he said as he stepped through the portal, Twice following right after him. Twice was surprised to find himself in a traditional Japanese room decorated for a child, with toys and educational posters around. On the bed in the corner was a girl wearing pink unicorn pajamas, with long bluish-white hair and a horn on her forehead. I need you to measure her and create a double, Kai explained. Why? Twice asked, surprisingly calm. Kai looked at him with a disgruntled expression. Because I said so. Create a double. He repeated. Twice sighed and got to work measuring the child, taking in every single measurement before he nodded and held an arm out over the bed, creating a 1:1 replica of the child. Kai observed his work and nodded. Excellent work. Now, grab the original child, no questions asked. Twice felt a twinge of discomfort but obliged, picking the child up from her bed and leaving the double behind. Thank you. Now, let's take her back to the lab. They returned through the warp gate into the strange lab they had started in, purple lights emanating from above. I see your endeavor was successful, Kai, Kurogiri said as he closed the warp gate. Babaigawara, you can place the girl in that chair over there. He gestured towards a chair under a bright white light with straps on the armrests. Heida, what are you doing with this girl? Twice asked, growing suspicious. If it's something wrong, I'll... Kai stepped closer, eyes wide. Put the girl in the chair. Twice cowered for a moment before nodding and doing as he was asked, placing the girl in the chair and securing her arms. Kai nodded and grabbed a bottle of wine from a hidden hatch, along with 2 glasses. He poured a cup for each of them and handed one to Twice. To a job well done. Twice shakily nodded, pretending he had heard. But how could he have heard? All he could think about was whether he had done the right thing. He was a villain, not a monster, and this felt wrong. Maybe it was time to reconsider this whole villain business. Meanwhile, Tokoyami gasped for breath as he fell to the ground, knowing he had broken a couple of bones from the impact, even with dark shadow cushioning him. Ah, is that it? Come on, bird brain. The madman known as Muscular yelled, launching at him. Dark shadow darted out from Tokoyami's chest, engulfing the villain for a moment. However, it was only a moment, and Muscular soon broke through. Thankfully, it gave Tokoyami enough time to dodge, rolling onto his feet. But he couldn't hold his right arm up, leaving him with only his legs, his left arm, and dark shadow. He was going to die. It wasn't even a question, it was a fact. He simply couldn't keep up with Muscular, and he was going to pay for it. Koda, run. Tokoyami yelled, realizing too late that Koda hadn't moved an inch. Muscular's fist connected with the side of Tokoyami's jaw, sending him flying back into the cliff. A crack sounded as he dropped to the ground, feeling nothing but pain before he passed out. Muscular watched him for a moment before groaning. God damn it. Nobody here can fight for shit. He yelled, kicking a boulder in frustration. Before he could finish, he suddenly flew back as he was kicked in the face, crashing into the cliff as Tokoyami had done. I know you. You're Muscular. Midoriya shouted, getting off of Kendo's back. Holy shit, Tokoyami. What happened? He rushed over to his friend's side and paled at the sight of the damage. Izuku got to work, repairing Tokoyami's body and fixing what he could. He decided to put him in a medically induced coma for the time being and lifted his body so it was leaning against the cliff wall. Ugh, a little help. Kendo called out, catching Izuku's attention. Fighting Muscular was tougher than she had expected. Even going up to 40% in her fists, she wasn't leaving scratches. Got it. Izuku called back, putting his hand to the ground and shooting spikes at Muscular's torso. However, the spikes broke against the hard-packed muscle, causing the villain to laugh. You won the sports festival? Even you, SEK, he yelled, swatting Kendo away like she was nothing. Izuku frowned but continued, working harmoniously with Kendo to take down this monster. Kendo kept trying to hit his head, but to no avail. She even tried a 100% punch, which seemed to affect Muscular, but not significantly. Izuku had ditched the spikes and was going for a full frontal assault, swiping his hands at Muscular in an attempt to put him into a medically induced coma as well, but he saw no success so far. "Can you do us a favor and stop moving?" Izuku growled, aiming a hand at Muscular's forearm. "Nah, y'all are way more fun than Bird Brain over there." Muscular laughed, nonchalantly punching Kendo away, the only thing saving her being one for all, which provided a convenient defense boost. "Izuku, I hate to say it, but I think all we can do is stall him until help arrives," Kendo said as she hopped over to him. "That didn't turn out too well for Tokoyami," Izuku replied coldly, causing Kendo to gulp. "Well, guess we'll have to go plus ultra and all that," she muttered, prompting a snort from Izuku. Anger and frustration swirled within Bakugo as he struggled to contain his displeasure at the situation. This bizarre villain wouldn't give up, and he was surprisingly skilled for someone so erratic. Bakugo had to admit that the only reason he wasn't in worse shape was probably thanks to Todoroki, who was rapidly alternating between fire and ice to block and counterattack. The pink gas in the air was also concerning. "Bakugo, can you get any closer to him?" Todoroki asked as he slid by on an ice path. "If I could have, I would have," Bakugo snapped back, stretching his hands as the overuse of his quirk began to take its toll. Every time they broke one of the villain's metal teeth, another shot out almost immediately. Suddenly, cold metal slashed into his arm, and he dodged to the side to avoid the worst of it. He grimaced as he saw blood pouring from the gash in his arm. "Son of I," he muttered, jumping back to tear off a piece of his shirt to use as a bandage. As he did, his second-place medallion from the sports festival fell from his pocket and into the air, only to be pierced by one of the villain's teeth. "Echa? What's this?" the villain wondered as the tooth retracted, taking the medallion with it. You keep a second-place medal? And I thought I was weird. I'll take care of this for you. You can pay me back with your flesh." Bakuga's eyes widened as the metal was shredded by the villain's teeth, cutting it into multiple pieces. He tried to hold himself together, clenching his fists and repeating, "Stay calm," in his head. It was futile. All the months of pent-up rage had reached a critical point, and there was only one way it was coming out now. With a scream that echoed through the forest, Katsuki Bakugo exploded. "Bakugo!" Izuku muttered as a massive explosion illuminated the night sky. The heat felt even from the cliff where he and Kendo were fighting Muscular. Later, "Izuku!" Kendo yelled, attempting a feint on Muscular, which he easily shrugged off. "All right, I'm getting sick of this," he sighed before leaping forward and pummeling Izuku, sending him flying into the air with broken ribs that he repaired mid-flight. Kendo jumped after him to grab him, and they used the time in the air to plan. "We're in trouble," Izuku bluntly stated. "I noticed. We need to run," Kendo replied, looking down at the cliff. "We grab Koda, and then we just book it away." Izuku's eyebrows furrowed as a bold idea formed in his mind. "Do you remember the sports festival?" he asked, confusing Kendo. "Stupid question. Of course you do. Anyway, remember how I combined that glue with a microwave to make a glue bomb? Or was it a glitter bomb? I can't remember." "What does this have to do with what's happening?" Kendo asked, narrowing her eyes. "We don't exactly have glue or a microwave on hand." Izuku smirked. "Oh, that wouldn't stop Muscular. But what if that worked on people?" Kendo stiffened as they began to descend. What are you saying?" she asked, ensuring she landed correctly. "Kendo, if we combined our bodies into one, we could use both our quirks at the same time, and the increased mass would allow full diffuse at 100%. Kendo finished, her eyes widening in disbelief. "It could also kill us, but as things are going now," Izuku said as they landed on the ground, "I don't think it really matters." Kendo quickly grabbed Izuku, and they dodged to the left, avoiding Muscular's attack. "Let's do it. It's our only hope," she conceded. However, before Izuku could initiate the process, Muscular rebounded, kicking Izuku to the ground and aiming a punch at Kendo. Izuku gasped as he felt the weight of Muscular crush him, while Kendo cried out as she struggled against the villain's strength. Izuku tried to move his arms, but the pain was overwhelming. This was it, they were going to lose. He watched helplessly as Muscular's fist descended, pushing Kendo down further. "I'm sorry," Izuku thought as his life flashed before his eyes. "Kurono, Reiko, Yamamo, Tokoyami, Bus, Hironaka, Eri. I'm sorry I couldn't become a hero. I'm sorry I won't be able to see any of you again." Izuku closed his eyes as Muscular's fist finished its descent. But then the weight was lessened. "Stop it!" Koda screamed, out of sight of Izuku. The weight became even lighter as Muscular turned to look at Koda. "What was that wimpy water gun?" "Gimme a minute, kid, then I'll..." Izuku didn't waste a second. With the weight not as heavy, he managed to connect a finger to Kendo, disassembling her body at the same time as he disassembled himself. His final will, as his mind popped out of existence for a moment, was to combine his and Kendo's bodies. A wave of energy beamed off of them, pushing Muscular away. Izuku felt his body merge with his friend's, 2 arms becoming 4, messy green hair becoming long and messy green hair with orange highlights, green eyes turning into a sea green. He felt electricity spark to life as 100% of one for all raced through his body. The energy faded, and standing before Muscular was the combined version of Izuku and Itsuka, looking like a horrific Frankenstein's monster. "This is the end for you, Muscular," Izuku Midoriya roared, prepared to bring an end to Muscular's reign. "Ho ho, so you think you can beat me now that you've joined together?" Muscular laughed, arms outstretched. "You couldn't even dent me working together. What makes you think anything will be different now?" He got his answer when Izuku practically teleported in front of Muscular and kicked him into the air, following right behind him. "Oh, I'm quite certain I can beat you, Muscular," Izuku retorted, delivering a 100% roundhouse kick to their opponent's neck and sending him flying even further. "You see, Itsuka's quirk is a strange one. It's a strength enhancer, but if she uses too much of it, she can break her limbs. However, if you gave that quirk to someone with, say, twice the body mass of Itsuka, then they'd be able to use the full power of her quirk." They punctuated this statement by enlarging their fists and slamming them into Muscular's sides, causing him to cough up blood. "So, sure, maybe you can tank 1 or 2 100% hits, but can you tank an entire barrage of them? Let's find out, shall we?" A kick to the groin sent Muscular flying into the air, and waiting above him was Izuku, who grabbed Muscular's arms and used Overhaul, instantly fusing the arms together. "But first, I'll fuse your arms together, just so you can understand what it feels like to be powerless in a fight compared to your opponent." For the first time in Muscular's life, he felt fear. "Let's try some name ideas for super moves," Izuku suggested, pulling a leg back. "Kyoto kick." A kick was delivered to Muscular's abdomen. "Wakayama whirlwind." A flick forwards and backwards from Izuku's hands sent Muscular flying like a bullet while keeping Izuku in place before they flew after him again. "Dyson deck." A massive fist crashed into Muscular's face, sending teeth flying. "Yua uppercut." An uppercut smashed into Muscular's jaw, flinging him upwards. Finally, Izuku grabbed the barely conscious Muscular by the shoulders and began spinning midair. "Tokyo throwdown." With a roar, Izuku threw Muscular down into the forest with enough force to create a crater, landing soon after and letting out a sigh of relief upon seeing Muscular's unconscious body. "Ugh, gimme a break." Izuku groaned, stretching their arms. Their eyes widened as they remembered what they had left on the cliffside, and they quickly bounded back up to the cliff, relieved to see Koda and Tokoyami were still there. "Koda-kun, are you okay?" Izuku asked, approaching the child carefully. "I feel like I should be asking you that." Koda cried out, making Izuku step back. "Is the other one all right? Will they come back?" Tears welled up in his eyes, and all Izuku could do was shrug. "I dunno, and I'm kinda scared to find out," Izuku admitted, moving over to Tokoyami with a sad look in their eyes. "That I should have helped him," Koda muttered, catching Izuku's attention. They picked up the still unconscious Tokoyami and walked over to Koda. Koda-kun, I know this sounds unhelpful, but it's not your fault. There really wasn't anything you could have done to help him. Koda scowled, wiping the tears from his eyes. So what? He snapped, glaring at Izuku. So what if I wouldn't have been able to help? He saved me. He treated me like his equal, not some stupid kid. So, even if I couldn't help, why should that mean I can't try? Izuku kept eye contact with the defiant Koda and eventually sighed, closing their eyes in defeat. Sorry, Izuku acquiesced, sorrow in their eyes as they opened them again. I'm not the best with kids. It's a miracle I didn't screw up with Eri at home. Their eyes suddenly widened, and their head raised. Oh, but my little brothers love me. I just make sure they don't hurt themselves while not being strict, and I sometimes get them snacks from the shops. I'm basically their favorite person in the world. Koda looked increasingly confused, and Izuku seemed to change control again as they shook their head. I think our minds aren't exactly synchronized, but the fact she can partially take control suggests she isn't gone yet. This is giving me a headache. Koda groaned. An explosion in the distance erupted, reminding Izuku that there was an attack happening right now. CRP, gotta go. Izuku muttered, looking over to the forest. Koda, sorry, but you'll have to climb onto my back and hold on tight, got it? Koda nodded, and Izuku knelt down to allow him to climb on. After ensuring Koda was secure, Izuku dashed ahead, straight back to where Mandalay and the other pussycats, minus Ragdoll, had been, relieved to see they were there and securing the villains that had been taken down earlier. I have returned, Izuku announced, channeling their inner all-might. With young Koda and young Tokoyami. Izuku winced as he heard screams all around. Who are you? Sato yelled, sounding terrified. And why do you look like Itsuka Kendo and Izuku Midoriya? Izuku let out an "oh," as they realized they probably weren't very recognizable in this state while in the dark. This is going to sound weird, but we fused together to defeat a villain called Muscular, and now I can use both her quirk and his quirk, Izuku explained, causing silence. That is, until Pony Tsunotori spoke up in English. What? Just because I can't see you doesn't mean I can't feel you, Mustard drawled, shooting at the approaching figure, only to scowl as they remained standing. It must be one of those hardening types, either Rocky or Tin Man. On the bright side, it was likely he'd broken whatever gadget the guy was using that allowed him to get so close without being knocked out. Fight me like a man, Mustard shouted, dodging a punch from a gleaming steel fist. You're about as useful as Austria-Hungary in World War I, he commented as his opponent struggled to get up. In other words, you're a liability. Mustard sighed as he felt movement behind him and lazily dodged a ranged attack, rocks with a ghostly pink glow shooting past him. He narrowed his eyes as his assailant remained hidden in the fog. He could sense their movement, but when they were still, no clue. Well, at that point, you may as well be using a crumlauf, Mustard sarcastically stated, kicking the metal man back down as he attempted to attack from behind. Jesus, you heroes really don't learn, do you? He moved his head slightly to avoid more rocks. I see, you must have the ability to feel movement via your quirk, a muffled voice said, and Mustard scowled. This was bad. The more an enemy was exposed to something, the more likely they would learn how to counter it. Did you consider I might have thermal goggles? Mustard suggested. If you did, you would have shot me already. In frustration, Mustard shot in the general direction of the voice, but all he heard was the splintering of wood, a clear indicator he'd missed. Coward! Show yourself, he demanded, shooting towards where he thought the person was. Says the one using a firearm, his opponent replied coldly, attempting to hit him with more rocks, which he dodged. Hey, this isn't just a firearm. This is an antique Walther P-38, passed down through generations since my father immigrated from Germany in the 20th century. I get it now. I was only assuming you were an enjoyer of Nazi Germany, but now I see you're most likely of Nazi descent as well. What a sad bloodline you come from. Mustard's eyes widened, and he stopped producing gas for a moment. In that moment, he made eye contact with his opponent, a girl with silver chin-length hair who looked like she needed more sleep. Found you. He smirked, aiming his gun at her chest and pulling the trigger, only for an explosion to crack through the night, causing him to miss. F-, he yelled, but that was the least of his issues. Just before Tetsu could strike Mustard from behind, the furious figure of Katsuki Bakugo kicked into Mustard with the force of a speeding train, sending him flying into a nearby tree with a sickening crack. Reiko and Tetsu barely had time to process what had happened before Bakugo launched off again, screaming and unleashing explosions that easily rivaled his biggest ones. Now, I'm kinda dumb, so what I'm about to say might be wrong, but I think he's a little angry, Tetsu said, looking down at the scorched earth where Mustard had just been. To be fair, I cannot see a more reasonable deduction from what we have just witnessed, Reiko replied. Meanwhile, from atop the trees, a masked man in a large yellow coat frowned, flicking a marble into the air before it landed back in his hand. Well, this target just became a lot more of a challenge to capture. Can't even have a single week without a villain attack. Izawa muttered as he sprinted down the track, ignoring the smell of smoke filling his nose. Honestly, he swore everything went to chaos as soon as he looked away from his students for a moment. Looks away at USJ? Problem child delimbed a villain. Looks away during internships? Problem child and company are fighting a serial killer. Looks away while his students are supposed to be relaxing? Villain invasion. The fact that 2 out of 3 of those messes had Izuku Midoriya involved as a key player was probably an omen about his bad luck. Suddenly, something was flung from the sky and landed on the track, making Izawa stop in his tracks. He carefully approached it, bewildered to see the villain Moonfish, wearing a burnt outfit with badly burned skin. But since he was breathing, it was safe to assume he hadn't died. What? Izawa whispered. Either this guy had gotten into the flames and flung himself into the air in desperation, or explosions ripped throughout the night, illuminating the sky even though their source was unseen. Well, that solves the mystery of the minute, I guess. He said, cutting off a part of his capture scarf and wrapping it around the unconscious villain. It was mostly a formality. Izawa doubted the villain could get very far even if he woke up. Aizawa-sensei. Izawa looked up, grabbing at his capture scarf, relieved to see Yosetsu aways from 1B. Aways, status report, Izawa barked, running ahead but slow enough for Aways to keep up. Okay, the camp's under attack, and Yayarosa-san and I were handing out masks, and then she just disappeared. 1 second she was right beside me, then I looked away for a few seconds and when I looked back she was gone. Izawa groaned. Perfect. A villain attack and a missing student. What next? Aizawa-sensei. Izawa blinked as someone with 4 arms and green and orange hair appeared in front of him. Problem child, what the hell? Izawa asked, dragging a hand down his face. Long story short, I fused with Itsuka, and now I can use both our quirks. I'm the DM in T1, but sometimes she can take over for a bit, Izuka explained quickly, causing Izawa to sigh. You know what? Go and tell Mandalay that you all have permission to fight. That way, any blame for anything that goes wrong goes to me. After that, help everyone escape the forest, and refrain from purposely getting in a massive explosion cut him off, and he felt himself age a decade. Go get Bakugo while you can. Izuka nodded. Understood, sir. I'll be back soon. Without another word, Izuka moved so fast they basically teleported. Aizawa turned to Aways, who looked utterly confused. As for you, Aizawa began, startling Aways, head back the way I came. You should find Monoma and the other students with night classes. Aways seemed reluctant to leave his classmates, but after a few seconds, he sighed and ran past Aizawa. With a sigh, Aizawa ran down the track. He wouldn't let another hero die too soon. Not like Oboro. Dabi frowned as he received no reply from Mustard, Moonfish, Magna, Spinner, or Muscular. He didn't particularly care for any of them. He was more worried about how they might have underestimated these students. All they had left to fight were himself, Toga, Compress, and a Nomu. He doubted Toga could win against multiple opponents, given her tactics. At least he could probably rely on the Nomu and maybe Compress, since the Nomu was strong and Compress only needed a single touch to win a fight. Dabi put a hand to his earpiece and turned it on again. Compress, you there? There was a moment of silence before his earpiece crackled to life. Salutations, Dabi. I'm still alive for the time being, although Mustard wasn't doing so well, Compress replied. They're students, how are they beating you? Dabi growled. Well, one of the targets is causing mass chaos, and another one appeared that's super fast and has 4 arms. All things considered, they outpower us by a massive margin. Dabi hummed at that. This was bad. He had to make a choice, continue the mission and risk losing it all, or cut his losses and get out, probably angering Shigaraki and Chisaki, but keeping enough people to strike again. What about the other target? Dabi asked. Oh, I've captured her already. A half job done was better than none. He sucked his earpiece to address everyone. Everyone, return to the rendezvous point. If you're not here in 3 minutes, you'll be left behind. Dabi then sucked to Kurogiri's channel. Kurogiri will be ready to leave in 3 minutes. Without waiting for a response, Dabi shut off his earpiece and decided to view his handiwork. Burning down forests on mountains, an accidental callback to his origins. He couldn't wait to take his revenge. Dabi quickly flared up as an iceberg approached him, melting it down into water and steam. He smirked as he saw Shoto had appeared. You know, flinging ice at people is very rude. Dabi jeered, holding his arms out with a grin. Were you trying to kill me? Of course not, I never meant to kill, only to maim or seriously injure, Shoto replied, and Dabi couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I won't be holding back. He replied, throwing a ball of blue flame at the teen, who dodged to the side. That didn't stop him from getting burned, if the harsh red mark on his arm said anything. Listen, I'll give you 2 options, Dabi said, twirling azure flames around his arms. You can leave right now and I'll spare you. Alternatively, you can stay here and suffer a cruel and needless death. The choice is yours. Shoto didn't hesitate to send another iceberg forward, which Dabi dodged and melted, a scowl forming on his face. He'd honestly been hoping Shoto would have just run away, because melting down full icebergs sure wasn't doing Dabi's skin any favors. If his nose hadn't been burnt beyond recognition, he probably could have smelled his burning flesh right now. Wow, you look cute, a familiar voice shouted. You'd look even cuter with your guts falling out. Shoto barely dodged a slash from Toga, turning on his flames to ward off the psycho killer. Dabi, I don't mean to alarm you, but I just saw your Nomu skip the stairway to heaven. Dabi's eyes narrowed at Compress' report. They were running out of time, and fast. Hurry up. You have 1 minute to get here. Dabi screamed into his earpiece, fury etched in his voice. That Nomu was his last chance at any successful progression in this mission, and without it, he was just a 3-man team with a psycho girl and a magician. Kurogiri, get here now. As soon as he shouted it, the man of mist appeared, cool as ever. We're already leaving? Toga asked as she threw a knife at Shoto. Look at the conditions. It's 3 of us against every single other person here. Dabi snarled, launching a hurricane of flames at Shoto, who blocked it with a well-timed glacier and a dodge. Dabi, we need to go now. Compress shouted, stumbling out of the woods in a smoking and tattered jacket. I have the Yayarosa girl, Ragdoll, and Mustard. Of course we need to go, didn't you? A massive explosion filled with hatred and rage could be heard from not far behind Compress, and Dabi faltered. On second thought, you're right, let's go. Kurogiri. Without another word, Kurogiri opened a portal back to the hideout, and everyone practically jumped through it. Just as it closed, a tsunami of black smoke that smelled of burnt caramel rushed in, reminding them how close they'd come to certain death. All things considered. Compress groaned, lying on his back as he tore off both his face mask and black ski mask, revealing brown tousled hair and a tired, roguish face. I have had far better performances than that. You know, I think that's the first thing we can agree on, Dabi replied. I need to relax and then have a holiday in Kyoto, Toga sighed. And although neither Dabi nor Compress said it, they both were in complete agreement with Toga. What a mess. Vlad King groaned as they finished counting off the students present. 12 were passed out, 1 had critical injuries, 3 had minor injuries, 2 were fused together, and 1 was kidnapped. At least we got most of the villains, Tiger pointed out, nodding over to the cuffed villains. Spinner, Magna, Muscular, Moonfish, and Anomu. According to a despondent Katsuki Bakugu and a mostly fine but slightly burnt Shoto Todoroki, 3 villains had escaped, including a severely burnt man, a girl with blonde pigtails, and a masked guy. Only one villain's location was unknown, the one who had been creating the gas but had been beaten by Yanagi, Tetsu, and Bakugu. The media won't care. They only care about what went wrong, because scandals sell better than anything else, Aizawa added. Aizawa-sensei? The group of heroes turned to look at Izuku, who looked kind of nervous. I'm going to try defusing. Are you sure? It'd be better to wait until we're at a hospital, wouldn't it? Pixie Bob asked, eliciting a shrug from Izuku. What could they do? We're literally fused permanently unless I use my quirk. Aizawa sighed as he realized everyone was looking to him for directions, and he quickly made his mind up. You have a point, problem child. Do as you must. With bated breath and shaking hands, Izuku placed his hands on their body, squeezing their eyes shut as they desperately imagined the end result of Izuku and Itsuka as separate beings. They flexed their fingers and let their quirk do the rest. With a flash of deep red and a sound of tearing fabric, a second layer where Izuka had been stood the bodies of Izuku Midoriya and Itsuka Kendo, patting themselves over before letting out a breath of relief. Izuku, you're an idiot, Kendo stated, causing Izuku to splutter. But my idea worked, he replied. Just because you were right doesn't mean you're not an idiot, she retorted, and Izuku genuinely had no comeback for that. Oi, problem child, not now, Aizawa interjected. We need you to heal Tokoyami and the other injured students. Izuku looked at the others, a slight frown on his face. Yeah, it's about that. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but Izuku continued. I can heal the minor injuries no problem, but at the moment I've healed Tokoyami the best I can. What do you mean, Midoriya? Vlad King demanded. I can rearrange atoms, I can fuse things together, I can even heal things, but I cannot create new stuff out of nothing. There was tense silence, broken only when tires could be heard approaching, and soon enough a squadron of police cars and ambulances appeared. I'll go heal the others, Izuku said before walking off, while Kendo simply walked away, not in any particular direction. Yanagi watched this with furrowed eyebrows, frustrated that 2 of her friends were clearly troubled by the events that had transpired, but not knowing how to help them. It didn't help that Momo had been kidnapped, and Tokoyami had been severely injured. How pathetic of her. All her friends had risked their lives today, and they'd all helped their fellow classmates. Izuku had said that Koda was only alive because of Tokoyami, and other students had spoken of how Momo had passed out gas masks to others. And then there was Reiko Yanagi, who had faced a villain and narrowly escaped danger, thanks to Baku. She questioned her worth, wondering if she was a burden to her friends. Did she deserve to be at UA? Did she deserve to be with Izuku? As she struggled with these thoughts, she felt useless compared to her classmates, Izuku, Kendo, Tokoyami, Momo, Todoroki, each of whom had accomplished something heroic. She felt inadequate, even in simple tasks like cooking. If she had perished that night, would anyone have truly mourned her loss? Would Izuku find someone better? Was she holding him back? Reiko stumbled to the ground, rubbing her forehead as if trying to ease her troubled mind. Meanwhile, Bakugu sat despondently against a fence, contemplating his own turmoil. He had gone too far in his confrontation with the villain Moonfish, causing serious harm. Despite his efforts to control his anger, he felt more rage than ever. Was this his fate, to be a bitter person consumed by anger? He had always believed he was destined to be number 1, but Izuku's arrival had shattered that belief, forcing him to reconsider everything. Who was Katsuki Bakugu? Was he a villain or a hero? As these questions swirled in his mind, he squeezed the back of his head, hoping to find clarity. But one question persisted. Who would he become? Poor Tokoyami. Kendo muttered, looking down sadly at his injured beak. The doctors had assessed the situation and confirmed that Izuku had done all he could for Tokoyami at that moment. They could get a prosthetic beak, but high-quality ones were custom-made and expensive. Izuku realized that creating beaks for those with bird mutations was likely more complex than he had thought. He'll be fine, Izuku replied confidently, staring at the vacant space where Tokoyami's beak should have been. Reiko opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, closing it again. Izuku, you can't just cover this up with blind optimism, Kendo countered, glancing at him. This is irreversible damage. Not even Overhaul can fix it. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a woman with long, messy black hair in a disheveled suit that accommodated her ruffled black wings. She looked foreign, likely European. Fumikage, she cried out, rushing to Tokoyami's bedside, her hands gripping the steel frame as she gazed at his face. Oh, Fumikage. My poor boy. She then began speaking in an unfamiliar language, which Izuku couldn't understand. Are you Tokoyami's mother? Kendo asked cautiously, extending a hand. The woman paused, realizing they were there. Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't notice you, she stammered, tears in her eyes. Yes, I am Fumikage's mother, Medfalin Svardavinger. It's Norwegian. She scratched her head nervously. I suppose you must be some of his friends he talks about? Was it Midoriya, Kendo, Yanagi, Yaoyorozu, and Kurono? The three students exchanged glances upon hearing Momo's name. That's us. I'm Izuku Midoriya, the girl with orange hair is Itsuka Kendo, and the girl with silver hair is my girlfriend, Reiko Yanagi, Izuku introduced, gesturing to his friends. I wish Yaoyorozu and Kurono were here to meet you as well, but the former's been kidnapped and the latter is. Where did you say Kurono was? Kendo asked, looking at Izuku. Oh, I don't know. He saw my text about what happened but didn't reply, Izuku answered with a shrug. Well, from the bottom of my heart. Medfalin said, bowing deeply, thank you for being my son's friend. You have no idea how much joy you bring to his life. Izuku blushed slightly at the comment, while Kendo smiled. Reiko, on the other hand, looked down at the ground, seemingly uncomfortable with the praise. Thank you, Mrs. Tokoyami, that I don't think I could pronounce your last name, sorry. Izuku apologized, earning a quiet chuckle from the woman. It's quite all right, Midoriya-kun, she replied, before turning back to look at her son. I'll make sure that person who hurt Fumikage pays for what they did. The other occupants of the room did a double take at the drastic change in tone. If it is of any consolation, when I caught a glimpse of the scoundrel who brutalized Tokoyami, it seemed that Kendo and Izuku had already pummeled him pretty badly. I'm not quite sure if the missing eye was there originally or happened during the battle, however. Reiko piped up, which caused Medfalin to perk up. And look over at Izuku and Kendo. Is that true? She whispered, eyes wide. Izuku and Kendo awkwardly looked at each other before nodding. Medfalin's mouth turned into a grin, and she unexpectedly hugged the two students. I can't overstate how thankful I am for you too. You saved my boy, and you dealt with that person who tried to hurt him. If you ever need anything, you can count on me. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Tokoyami, but it's really not necessary. Kendo reassured her, but Medfalin looked at Kendo with a serious expression. Don't be ridiculous, darling. I owe you more than you could ever know, and I will pay this debt back someday, I assure you. Izuku glanced over at Reiko, surprised to see that she looked off. He wasn't sure how to describe it, but it wasn't how Reiko normally looked. If he had to describe it, he'd say it was guilty. You good, Reiko? He asked, startling the girl. She replied. However, before they could continue the discussion, the door slammed open again, catching everyone's attention. A guy wearing a UA uniform entered the room, though it was missing the emblem, and his metallic hair shaped like arrows clung as he walked. Sorry I'm late, I had to deal with something. Anyway, what's the damage? Kurono asked as he entered, looking over at the bed. I can see it from here. That doesn't look too good. He walked forward to get a closer look at Tokoyami, a melancholic sigh escaping his mouth as he viewed the damaged top half of the bird boy's beak. Oh, are you the Kurono that Midoriya-kun mentioned? Medfalin asked, causing Kurono to look up. That'd be me. And I suppose you're Tokoyami's mother? Medfalin nodded, and Kurono returned to examining Tokoyami. Any news on what's to be done with his beak? Kurono asked. Well, the doctor said they could get a prosthetic beak, but they're really expensive, Kendo explained. Something about how each one is unique and they aren't covered by health insurance. Kurono paused, scratching his chin. Ida may be able to help there, he replied, and the room fell silent. How? Reiko asked, breaking the silence, and Kurono tensed up. Well, do you remember back at the sports festival when I got a bunch of cash from betting on Izuku while making him sound like not that big a deal to other people? He asked. Vaguely. Kendo replied. Wait, what? You were betting on me? Izuku asked, but Kurono ignored this. Yeah, well, I ended up investing that money in stocks, the most notable being Yaoyorozu Finance. By sheer luck, Momo got a lot of attention during her internship with Fat Gum when she saved a runaway bus from crashing into a building. This significantly boosted Yaoyorozu Finance's stocks, and by the time I sold my stocks, they'd quadrupled in value, not to mention my other investments. Hero work can affect the stock market that much? Medfiland wondered aloud. Yeah, it's why you see a bunch of rich families encouraging their kids to be heroes, Kurono explained. Anyways, with that money, plus some lessons from Nedzu, I went back to investing and, well, I'm kind of rich now. To demonstrate, Kurono pulled out his phone, swiping until he found the app he needed and showing it to the group. They all looked at the stats, their eyes widening in shock. 48 million yen? They all exclaimed in unison. I know, right? Turns out I have a knack for this kind of thing. Kurono replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, Izuku remembered when he'd visited Kurono and briefly seen the computer screen with the stocks displayed. He wondered how much Kurono had back then. Forgive me if I am mistaken, but it appears to me that, Reiko began, but Kurono cut her off. Yes, I am willing to pay for Tokoyami's prosthetic. I don't want any repayment or anything. I'm doing this because Tokoyami's my friend, not for gratitude or a favor. Kurono thought for a moment before adding, if you really do want to pay me back for whatever reason, just get me, like, chocolate or something, okay? He smiled good-naturedly, and at that moment, Medfiland began crying. Fumikage chose such caring friends, she sobbed, as they all tried to comfort her. Why you aren't just his friends anymore, you're part of the family. As Medfiland cried that out, everyone else soon succumbed to tears of joy, that is. All except for one. As Medfiland, Izuku, Itsuka, and Kurono hugged and cried, Reiko Yanagi felt unworthy to be there, burdened by the thought that she hadn't helped Tokoyami or his mother. She doubted Medfiland truly considered her part of their family. After all, she wasn't brave, kind, or self-sacrificing. She was just Reiko Yanagi, feeling inadequate. So, that's it? Toshinori Yagi asked. We don't even have a lead on their base of operations? Toshinori, please, it's not easy to find a group of villains with a warper. Yaoyorozu could be anywhere from Tokyo to Vienna, Tsukachi replied, focused on the documents in front of him. If you want to help, look through these files with me. What even are they? Toshinori asked, sitting down and glancing at one of the papers. Possible locations for their base. Why are there so many? Because there are numerous places that would be suitable for a league of villains to meet. The conversation faded as the two sorted through the papers, occasionally discussing potential locations. Each viable option was set aside, while the rest were discarded. After about 10 minutes, Toshinori spoke up. This is all my fault, he blurted, surprising Tsukachi. How so? The detective inquired, raising an eyebrow. I should have been at the camp with the students, Toshinori said, frustration evident in his voice. If I had been there, I could have prevented this. Tsukachi sighed, setting down the paper he was holding. Have I ever told you that this is your greatest flaw? He asked, noticing Toshinori's confusion. You believe you should be everywhere at once, and if something goes wrong when you're not there, it's your fault. That's not a flaw. I'm the symbol of peace, Tsukachi. It's my job to... No. Toshinori paused, looking at Tsukachi. It is not your job to protect all of Japan. That's an unrealistic burden you've placed on yourself. Almighty or not, you are just a man, not some kind of god. The two men fell silent for a moment before Toshinori sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Then explain why everything goes wrong when I'm not around, he said, frustration bubbling over. Yusei. Hosu. The training camp. All these issues arose when I wasn't there. But when I am around, nothing. I'm a natural deterrent. Without me, villains think they can. Tamura Shigaraki attacked thee believing you would be there. Tsukachi shouted, standing up and glaring at Toshinori. You're overanalyzing situations beyond your control and convincing yourself they're all your fault. Tsukachi collapsed back into his chair, rubbing his face in frustration. Honestly, Toshinori, when will you stop? When one for all no longer flows through you? When you're on your last legs? When will All Might die and Toshinori Yagi return? The silence was heavy as both men stared at each other. Before the tension could escalate, the door swung open, revealing Officer Sansa, Principal Nedzu, and Hari Kurono. Good evening, gentlemen. I hope we aren't interrupting anything important. Nedzu chirped, perching on Kurono's shoulders. No, you're not interrupting, Toshinori sighed, leaning back in his chair. We were just trying to narrow down possible locations for the League, and we had a disagreement. Mild is putting it lightly. I could hear you from the reception room, Sansa grumbled, causing Toshinori and Tsukachi to feel slightly embarrassed. So, you're looking for the League of Villains hideout? Kurono asked, checking his phone as a notification came through. His eyes widened. We better hurry. I need to get to the hospital after this. No problem, Kurono-kun. Just give them the location and you can go. Nedzu replied, sipping a cup of tea that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Kurono approached the desk where Toshinori and Tsukachi were seated and firmly placed a laptop on it. Do you need to slam it? Tsukachi asked. I've been in a slamming mood today, Kurono replied, shrugging as he typed in a password that seemed to go on forever. Tsukachi lost count around 27. But Kurono unlocked the laptop in just 20 seconds, revealing a collage of pictures featuring Izuku, Kendo, Mei, Shiozaki, and Sokudai Suru. Oops, ignore that, Kurono said, quickly pulling up a map of Yokohama with a red marker on a specific location. And if we enhance, he said, zooming in on the marker until it focused on a building. Lords of Vengeance Bar? Tsukachi asked, puzzled. Otherwise abbreviated as LOV, Kurono replied, and it dawned on Toshinori and Tsukachi what they were looking at. The League of Villains hideout is. Toshinori trailed off. A bar? Tsukachi finished. Yeah, they make some great chips, Kurono commented, causing the two men to look at him. Young Kurono, do you regularly visit a bar filled with villains? Toshinori asked. Well, I am a double agent, so I kinda have to, Kurono replied. Although I was a Yakuza before Yue, so is it really that surprising? Toshinori looked over to Nedzu, who simply grinned. Youth these days, the rat chirped. This is not normal, Nedzu. Toshinori argued. Is anything normal nowadays? Nedzu countered. Toshinori opened his mouth to respond but found he couldn't. I suppose we should set up a strike force? Tsukachi suggested. That would be best, Nedzu replied, his cheeky attitude replaced with seriousness. Kurono-kun, thank you for your help, but you are no longer required. You're free to go see your friends in the hospital. With a bow, Kurono speed-walked away, checking his phone as he went. Toshinori sighed once the boy was gone. Maybe he failed to protect his students earlier, but he'd be dead if he failed to save them. That was all you could get? Shigaraki rasped as he looked at the three conscious members of the Vanguard Action Squad, Mustard having been unceremoniously dumped on the couch. Crafting table and a catgirl? Not to mention the losses. Oi, we didn't exactly expect the eldritch horrors that were out there, Dabi growled, flames flickering between his fingers. Shigaraki turned to Toga instead. Toga, how much blood? He asked. Nada, she replied. Shigaraki slammed his hands on the bar, making sure he kept one finger off on his real hand. How had this attack failed so badly? Damn it, your stats suggested you'd be good for the job, but clearly their stats were somehow better. They were meant to be inexperienced, he yelled, making the rest of the league, minus Kurogyari, take a step back. Shigaraki, where's Chisaki? Compress asked, clearly trying to cool down the situation. With Ponytail in his lab, Shigaraki answered, the question not enough to derail him from his original thought process. So, what the hell happened anyway? You said there were eldritch horrors, didn't you? Well, first of all, the guy you wanted, the one with boom hands, he kinda got angry while fighting Moonfish. Dobby started, waving his hands around as he spoke. Yeah. Every once in a while, you just randomly hear a massive boom. Toga continued. Indeed, I watched that boy take out Mustard in a single shot. Compress confirmed. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, and he began tapping his fingers on the bar, trying to keep himself from immediately losing his temper. So, that's it? Boom guy made you panic? Shigaraki snarked. Never said we were finished, Dobby retorted. We haven't even gotten to that green-haired kid and his orange-haired girlfriend. I think their names were Izuku Midoriya and Itsuka Kendo. No, I think the Midoriya brat's girlfriend is the silver-haired girl we saw him with during our dining experience that one night. Compress corrected. Whatever. Anyway, they somehow fused together, and their quirks combined turned them into an absolute horror, Dobby continued. Yeah. I saw them take down Muscular midair. He didn't even stand a chance. Toga added. Shigaraki was at his limit. Once again, that green-haired brat had ruined his plans. His metal hand balled into a fist, mechanical sounds of tension showing just how tight the fist was. Meanwhile, his other hand let the last finger fall onto the bar, but before it could do any real damage, it was warped into the air by one of Kurogyari's warp gates. Tamura Shigaraki, do not use your quirk on my bar, Kurogyari coldly stated, revealing the only thing he would never let Tamura do. Shigaraki looked up at the mist man with frustration in his red eyes, but before he could respond, the speakers at the TV crackled to life. Tamura, a voice stated, capturing everyone's attention, I know you are angry about your failures tonight, but if you only look at where it went wrong, you will never evolve. One mistake today can lead to 1,000 successes tomorrow, but only if you study the mistake and know exactly what went wrong. But sensei, this wasn't any mistake I made. Shigaraki whined, slamming his metal fist on the bar. Those brats used unfair advantages. And there you are, Tamura, you have found the root of the problem here, sensei replied, confusing everyone in the room. Katsuki Bakugu, Izuku Midoriya, and Itsuka Kendo. They are the 3 reasons you have failed tonight. Yeah, and if they weren't there, then we would have wiped their team, Shigaraki grumbled. Well done, Tamura. You truly are a magnificent learner. Sensei congratulated, a grin audible even through the audio. So, what is the lesson of the night? Shigaraki thought for a moment, his mechanical fingers tapping along the wooden bar. I should take away the brats that are cheating? He tried. Exactly, Tamura. If you want a better chance at success, remove as many unnecessary obstacles as possible before going in. If you had taken out Itsuka Kendo or Izuku Midoriya before the attack started, then victory would have been yours. Sensei concluded. Now, I must go see what marvelous things Kai has been working on. I look forward to your next move, Tamura. And with that, the speakers turned off, and the room fell silent. I wonder what Chisaki is working on. Toga said. Momo groggily opened her eyes, feeling tired beyond belief. What had happened that made her so exhausted? But now she remembered. Her eyes snapped open as she recalled the events. The gas, the fire, and that masked man who had made her black out until, well now. And now where was she? The place was pretty dark, except for some purple lights that illuminated vats filled with liquid. Were there human bodies in them? Her breathing hastened as she tried to use her quirk to create something, anything, that could help her escape. However, when she focused, she felt a sudden cutoff, and her quirk just didn't work. It was then that she noticed she was cuffed to a chair, and the cuffs were strange, clunky, with visible wiring as if hastily. What is going on? Momo muttered, voicing the confusion that had been swirling in her mind. Quirks suppressing cuffs, a cold voice replied, and a figure emerged from the shadows. What? Momo questioned, her confusion deepening. Those cuffs are Quirk suppressing cuffs, an invention I just finished creating. It only took me about 5 hours, the man explained, stepping into the purple light. The left side of his face came into view, revealing short hair and thin eyes, their color altered by the lighting. But that's an outdated idea. They found out it was impossible. Momo argued, subtly trying to wriggle her hands free. Well, they were incorrect, he said, continuing his slow approach. With the power of quirks, I cracked the formula. Right now, they only work on emitters, but with more testing, they'll be useful on other types of quirks as well. And that's not even starting on my other ideas. He passed by another light, and Momo could see a mask on his lower face. He looked familiar, but how? What do you want with me? Momo demanded, which elicited a chuckle from him. Momo, you are in no position to ask questions, he pointed out, and she scowled, realizing he was right. Don't call me Momo, only close friends call me that, she snapped. As I said, not in a position to make demands, he repeated. And before you think I'll do anything harmful, I assure you that I will not. You are innocent, Momo, and I do not like harming the innocent. He was closer now, standing in the shadows between the vats and the light above her chair. Then why kidnap me? What do you want? Let me guess, a ransom from my family? You think I care about money? He whispered, his voice cutting through the silence. This is about more than money. Everything I do is for the betterment of society. He exploded, making Momo freeze. This society is broken. And nobody but Sensei seems to understand it the way I do. He seemed to realize he was yelling and cleared his throat. And, hopefully, you will understand after this as well. The man finally came into full view, and Momo paled at the sight of the beaked mask, the white lab coat, and the short brown hair with golden eyes. Kai Chisaki, she said, and he responded by reaching for his mask. Oh, please, that name is so old-fashioned, he replied, slowly removing the mask to reveal a strikingly familiar face. It looked like hers. No, it couldn't be. Call me Kai Yaoyorozu, he finished, a thin smile on his face. Momo screamed. Ugh, do you have to scream? Kai deadpanned, stepping away from her and putting his mask back on. You try to have fun once, and everyone hates it. Forgive me for screaming over the fact I have a long-lost elder brother who is also a villain, she shot back. Kai looked at her and scratched his chin. Yeah, okay, fair enough. He shrugged, surprising Momo. For a villain, he was surprisingly polite. So, why did you go to all this trouble to kidnap me? To make me switch sides? Kill me? She kept a defiant look in her eyes despite shaking with fear. Kill you? Good Lord, Momo. Don't. Very well. But you seriously think I would hurt an innocent person? What about Aizawa-sensei? That was Shigaraki, not me. Momo scowled, realizing Kai had a point. She couldn't recall an instance where he had gone out of his way to harm anyone. All right, then why did you kidnap me? She asked. Kai hummed for a moment. Because I could, I suppose. Wanted to see you, check on how you've been. Momo looked on in disbelief as he continued, speaking of which, my god, little sister, he paused to gauge her reaction to the nickname, your hero costume is a disgrace. You're just showing off too much. I get it, your quirk requires your skin to be uncovered, but just use a sports bra or something. He's a surprisingly caring older brother, Momo noted, but still, there was one question she desperately wanted to ask. How did you even get here? She asked, making Kai pause. What series of events led to you becoming a villain? The man looked at her for a few seconds before sighing, dragging a nearby chair over to collapse into it. I suppose I need to get this off my chest. Let's start from the beginning of this history of the recent past. Kai was 4 when he realized that quirks weren't always a good thing. It had been a regular day at the daycare for him. He was reading silently in the corner, the book in his hands far thicker and wordier than anything a kid his age should be reading. Most kids would rather play with their friends or finger paint, but Kai was different. He was destined for greatness, being the heir to the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. Of course, being 4, he didn't understand any of this. He never thought about how unusual it was for a kid his age to be reading a book on quirk science when even middle schoolers didn't read books like that. He believed everyone just had their own interests, and his just happened to be rarer for his age group. "Kai-chan, would you like to hold Mr. Fluffless?" That was his teacher, a sweet lady named Gamahito-sensei. She tried to get Kai out of his little bubble by doing things like this. While he usually didn't like her doing this, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to hold the class rabbit, Mr. Fluffless. With a quick nod, Gamahito-sensei smiled and picked up the rabbit from its cage, handing him to Kai, who gently held him. Mr. Fluffless had a strange aura around him that allowed Kai to relax and think. He wondered about everything quirk-related. "I wonder if Mr. Fluffless has a quirk?" Kai mused as he looked down at the snow-white rabbit. "Does he make a calming aura? I wonder if having a quirk would affect the inside of an organism's body." He looked up at Gamahito-sensei, a puzzled look on his face. "Do quirks change how our insides look?" Gamahito-sensei hummed. "Sometimes they do if the person in question has a mutant quirk. I once knew a lady who..." Her voice trailed off, a look of horror replacing her smile as she glanced at Kai's hands, where Mr. Fluffless was. Confused, Kai looked down at his hands and screamed as he saw the lifeless body of Mr. Fluffless. He dropped the rabbit and fell backward, scrambling away in panic. He was hyperventilating, staring at his hands, which were covered in something red. Gamahito-sensei was too shocked to react, her eyes wide with fear. That was the day Kai began to be homeschooled. At 12, Kai realized that heroes weren't always exactly heroic. 8 years had passed since he began homeschooling, and he enjoyed it immensely. He bulldozed through everything assigned to him, often teaching himself because his tutors couldn't keep up. Most days, he spent his time experimenting in his laboratory, studying the composition of different quirks. He discovered there was so much more to quirks than just the basics. Stockpiler quirks, mental quirks, mutated quirks, meta-quirks, the list went on. One day, he needed to buy an interesting book in-store, which was annoying but manageable. As he walked, an entire building exploded in the distance. People began screaming and running away. Someone bumped into Kai, causing his mysophobia to flare up. Nevertheless, he pushed onward but stopped when he noticed a hero flying in the sky, looking at the building before landing on a nearby roof. Intrigued, Kai decided to watch. The hero seemed to be waiting for someone or something. His answer came in the form of a media van speeding toward the building to set up cameras. As soon as the hero saw this, he smiled and flew toward the building. Kai watched as they pretended to have arrived as soon as possible, moving individual pieces of rubble off the pile only when people were looking. As soon as they stopped, the hero slowed down, even checking his phone at one point. And Kai? He was disgusted. Was this how hero society ran? Not based on saving for the sake of saving, or being selfless, but instead based on greed and selfishness? Was this what he was going to have to just grow used to? Kai didn't know how to think about that. What he could think about, however, was how quirks had done so much harm compared to good. The old world never dealt with mass-scale destruction like this as a regular thing. Sure, it happened, but that was only every few years, not multiple times per year. And then there was how science had seemed to slow down as hero society was born, with more focus on quirks than important innovations in science. Once they seemed to know how quirks worked, they didn't move on to the next big thing. They just worked on making quirks stronger and more efficient. Kai had read about it, sure, but to see the flaws of hero society this clearly? It really showed just how in need the system was of an overhaul. Kai ended up getting his book, but its contents paled in comparison to the injustice he had witnessed that day. At 16, he realized he wasn't alone in his ideas. He stood by his display at the Tokyo National Science Convention, explaining his theories and discoveries on quirks to anyone who would listen. He was undoubtedly the youngest there, with his two neighbors being men in their 60s, but he had the most controversial stall. His display didn't talk about the benefits of quirks or their future possibilities. It focused on the disadvantages and consequences, topics that nobody else would touch. As a result, he wasn't getting much attention. He almost considered packing up and leaving. If they wouldn't appreciate him, then why should he stay? Just as he was moving to take down his display, someone appeared. "My, Such an interesting theory. Most people nowadays don't often consider the negatives of quirks. Kai turned to see a short old man with a large bushy mustache and strange goggles. It's something of an interest for me. I can personally relate to those disadvantages some quirks contain, Kai replied, keeping a neutral tone as he waited to see what the man would say next. Would he tear his theories down? Brand him as a fool? The short man pulled out a business card and handed it to Kai. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, huh? Kai read, flipping over the card to see the logo of Jaka Hospital. A pretty big deal, aren't you? Glad to see even the young ones recognize me. Although how old are you? Perhaps early 20s? 16, sir. 16. And to think you're already up here with big shots such as Kohei Horikoshima and Hiroiko Araki. Your work clearly shows a brilliant mind, even greater than my own, I'd say. Garaki added, scratching his chin. You mentioned your quirk as having disadvantages. What is your quirk? Kai hesitated for a moment, awkwardly fiddling with the hem of his medical gloves. Fat manipulation. I can manipulate the fat cells of anything I touch, which naturally makes anyone anxious to even touch me. He felt sour as he realized he'd said too much, his hands balling into fists. Really? Dr. Garaki said, intrigued. Can you control it? Yes, the gloves are just a precaution that was forced upon me. Dr. Garaki hummed at that, seeming genuinely interested. It truly sounds like you've experienced a life of hardship. Kai Yayorozu, Kai supplied. Well, I do have other stalls to view, so I shall leave you to it. I have a feeling we shall meet again someday, Yarozugan. And with that, the old man left, and Kai watched him go, a foreboding feeling settling in his chest. At 18, Kai lost everything he'd ever known. His eyes were blank as he walked down the street, carrying a duffel bag while his mind replayed the events of the day. Kai, what on earth have you done? Kai stumbled into his laboratory, still half asleep and in the same clothes from the night before. Father, it's 6 a.m., what's? Kai's eyes widened as his father slapped him across the face, grabbing his collar and bringing him up to meet his father's furious gaze. There is a dead body in my house. Kai's face paled as his father's words sank in. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never hurt an innocent person. It goes against all my values. His father dragged him into the lab, revealing the dead body on an operating table. Then explain that. Did the body just appear? Kai felt his anxiety spike as his father's anger intensified. I don't know. Please, father, this truly wasn't me. All Kai received in response was his father throwing him to the ground, disgust etched on his face. How long do you intend to abuse my patience? You dishonor this family with your raving theories and radical beliefs. I tolerated this, hoping you would mature. But now? Get out. Kai blinked in shock. Huh. His father yanked him up. Get out of my house. The man screamed, speed walking past Kai, who had to run to catch up. Father, please. I didn't dash. No. I've had enough. You've done this for too long, Kai, and I intend to put an end to the shame of my family. His father snapped, entering Kai's room. No longer will you embarrass me at gatherings, where I am constantly asked why my son wears gloves in summer, and I am forced to explain your quirk. Kai watched in disbelief as his father grabbed some of his clothes, using his quirk to create a duffel bag. You will no longer carry my name. From today onwards, you will be known by your mother's maiden name, Chisaki, he spat, dumping clothes into the bag before moving to the desk. As far as this family is concerned, you no longer exist. Your very memory shall be demed. His father tore Kai's laptop off the desk, breaking it apart with his quirk. Kai's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face. How many years of research had just been lost? Darling? What's happening? His mother asked, wandering into the room with a tired 5-year-old Momo. Not right now, sweetie. Take Momo to the hall, and I'll explain later, his father replied. Kai watched as his mother sighed, accepting the situation, and led his little sister away. There, his father said, throwing the duffel bag at Kai. He then pulled out some yen and shoved it into Kai's chest. I'll leave you with that. I'm not so heartless that I would send you out with nothing. Father, please. Kai begged, looking into the man's cold eyes. All he saw was anger. Kai sighed, that if that is the case, then I shall leave. Perhaps we will meet again someday. With that he left, knowing he would never be seen as a Yaoyorozu again. As he walked, rain began to fall. He found cover at an underpass, throwing his duffel bag to the ground and sitting on it, chin in his hands. Why had that body been there? He hadn't put it there. He would never harm an innocent person. Perhaps his father had planted it to justify kicking him out. Tears began to leak from his eyes. Now that he was gone, he realized how much he loved his family. His mother, his little sister, even his father. They had all been wonderful in their own way, and he'd probably never see them again. He'd never hear his mother play the piano, never watch his sister grow up, never debate with his father over trivial topics that ended with ice cream. Overwhelmed, he began sobbing, not caring if anyone saw him. He had lost everything dear to him, his family and his research. From what he could tell, there was no point in living anymore. Young man, are you all right? Kai looked up to see a massive man in a suit, with white hair and red eyes. It's all right. Thank you for asking, sir, Kai replied, looking down at his feet. The man knelt down to Kai's level. I don't believe that for a second. Please, at the very least, allow me to get you out of this horrible weather. Kai considered it for a moment. Either he was murdered or he got shelter, and that seemed like a win-win situation. All right, fine. He grunted, picking up his duffel bag. When he looked up, his eyes widened at the sight of a swirling purple vortex. Follow me, young man. The tall man walked through the vortex. Kai hesitated but followed him in. If he died, he died. He blinked when he appeared in a bar, where a being made of purple gas was manning the bar, and a 10-year-old boy was playing games on a handheld device. Tamura, the man said, getting the child's attention. Kai hoped those hands were just hyper-realistic. Please treat our guest well while I handle something real quick. I shall return soon. With that, the man left into a hallway, leaving Kai with two strangers. What is your name, sir? Kai Yao Chisaki. Kai Chisaki, he corrected, remembering he was no longer of noble stock. The mist man nodded and turned to shelves filled with alcohol. Would you like a drink, Mr. Chisaki? Triple malt scotch, please, Kai requested, sitting at the bar. He glanced at the kid, who paid him no attention. What's with the kid? The mist man turned around, holding an expensive-looking bottle and pouring it into a shot glass before sliding it over to him. That is Tamura Shigaraki, something of an adopted son to my employer. If you are worried about his presence at a bar, he does not drink any alcoholic beverages, the man explained. Kai still wanted to know why the kid had hands all over his body, but he decided to just drink instead. A small smile crept onto his face as the amber liquid went down his throat. It was absolutely perfect. The man returned, a slight smile on his face. Apologies for my sudden absence, I had to make an urgent phone call. He sat in one of the booths along the wall. Sit over here, young man. Let us have a conversation, as I am quite interested in your story. Kai shrugged and got off the stool, leaving his empty shot glass on the bar as he slid into the seat across from the man. Let us begin with introductions. I am Toru Shigaraki, but please, call me Sensei, he introduced. Kai raised an eyebrow at the strange request but went along with it. I am Kai Chisaki, a pleasure to meet you, Sensei, he replied, bowing slightly in the booth. No need to bow, Chisaki-kun, Shigaraki said. At that moment, Kai felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if nothing really mattered anymore. Was this man's quirk? Almost certainly not. Most quirks didn't affect the user's appearance unless necessary, and he saw no reason why a relaxation quirk would cause a man to be so large. Either way, he felt ready to talk. So, what happened to get you here? Kai spilled everything before he knew what he was saying, recounting his entire relevant life story. 30 minutes later, he finally finished, and Shigaraki hadn't interrupted him once. A fascinating yet saddening tale, Chisaki-kun. Shigaraki lamented, that smile still on his face. Do you have anywhere to go from here? No, not really, Kai sighed. Shigaraki hummed, putting a hand to his chin. You said you were skilled at science, correct? Yeah. Well, I believe I may have a solution to your predicament, if you would be willing to help. And that is pretty much the basic outline of my story. Kai sighed in the present day as he leaned back in his chair. I will admit, finding out that the doctor was a villain and that my savior was the greatest villain in history was a shock, but at that point, it was far too late to quit. Momo had listened intently the entire time, and now she finally spoke up. But it's not too late, she replied. You can still become a good person, brother. With rehabilitation, you could become an amazing doctor or pursue another profession. Kai glared at Momo, stepping out of his chair. No, it is too late for me, he growled. Do you really think the Hero Commission would let me go after rehabilitation? Of course not. Not to mention that father would most likely pay innumerable bribes to get me the longest sentence possible. And anyways, my research here is... Kai suddenly stopped, choking on something. Momo watched as he tore off his mask, revealing a gray goop coming out of his mouth. What the hell? He managed to choke out. Momo went to ask what was happening, but she felt something slimy climbing its way up her throat. Soon, she found herself spewing out a gray liquid just like Kai, which engulfed them both before suddenly shrinking and disappearing, leaving the places they had stood empty. Momo was relieved when she was able to breathe clearly again. She coughed a few times before opening her eyes, and to her confusion, she found she was in some kind of crater. A wave of terror hit her as she caught sight of a massive man in a suit with a mask on. Ignoring the mask, he fit how she imagined Sensei. Sensei, what was that? Kai coughed, stumbling over to the man. Momo noticed that there were other people around them as well, including Kurogyari and Tamura Shigaraki, although the former wasn't moving. Kai, how went your discussion with young Yaoyorozu? Sensei asked. When his eyes flicked over to Momo, she felt a chill run down her spine. Very well, but that's not the point. What is going on? Why did you bring us here? Kai asked. Because, Kai, it appears my time as the leader of the League of Villains has reached an end, and I would like to teleport you along with the rest of the League as Kurogyari is currently unconscious, Sensei explained. Kai's eyes narrowed, and he moved his hand to cover his mouth. Understood, he replied, although it was muffled. Shigaraki seemed to be walking over to Sensei, but at that moment, the hulking man used some kind of telekinesis quirk on Shigaraki, Kai, and Momo to push them away. Just in time, as barely a moment later, All Might arrived, smashing a fist straight into Sensei's outstretched palm. All for one, the number one hero roared, pushing his fist as far as he could. Just like a cockroach, aren't you? Do me a favor and die this time. You failed to kill me at your peak. What makes you think you can get any further in your state right now? Sensei asked. Momo watched with wide eyes as Sensei pushed All Might back like he was simply an inconvenience. You've gotten slower as well. It's only 5 kilometers from the bar to here, and yet it still took you 30 seconds. The wind cleared, and Momo saw All Might crouched on the ground, any semblance of a smile long gone. That's rich coming from you, Mr. Industrial-grade mask. All Might quipped, though Momo sensed the weakness in his tone. Suddenly, she noticed that the other villains were distracted, and the quirk-canceling cuffs hadn't gone with her during the teleportation. Quickly, she fashioned a staff from her arm. What the? Momo flinched as she heard a crack when she hit Kai on the temple, and he immediately crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Unfortunately, that was all the other villains needed to regroup and start ganging up on her. From what she could tell, there were 5 villains currently awake. Shigaraki, the masked man who had captured her, a guy with scars across his face, a girl with blonde hair and tired eyes, and a guy in a full-body spandex suit. Momo felt uneasy that she only recognized 2 of the 5 enemies and their quirks. Come on, gimme some of your blood, the blonde shouted, making the first move. She managed to get in a small cut before Momo fended her off with the staff, but the blonde seemed pleased nonetheless, liking the small amount of blood off her knife. As Shigaraki and Twice jumped into the fight, Toga stood back, leaving only Mustard, Kai, and Kurogyari with her, though they were unconscious. Toga pondered, why didn't it taste as good? She contemplated her knife, recalling that the blood she had tasted from Kurono was different. Did the simple act of consent really improve the quality of blood that much? Was it related to stress? She remembered hearing that stressed cows don't taste very good, so perhaps it was the same with humans. Toga was becoming painfully aware that all the kids from UA she had seen could easily be friends of Kurono. The Vine girl had even been one of his girlfriends, and Toga felt uneasy about hurting someone close to him. Considering Shigaraki's disdain for UA, the chances they would target UA in the future were high. Did she really belong in the League of Villains? Shigaraki and Dabi found her annoying, and she suspected Mustard had troubling views. Kurogiri seemed indifferent, while Kai disliked everyone. Magna and Spinner had been nice, but they were captured. The only ones she felt she got along with were Mr. Compress and Twice. With the League's situation deteriorating, losing members and their hideout, Toga felt it might be time to leave. Without another thought, she stepped into the shadows and disappeared into the night. "Call me crazy, but I think something went wrong," Kendo muttered as their group exited the Kuranomobile, earning an eye roll from Monoma. "Oh, do speak more words of wisdom," he snarked, slamming the car door and receiving a glare from Kurono. "What next? You're gonna tell us that was the Quirk boogeyman our parents warned us about?" "Actually, it probably was him," Kurono replied, scratching his chin as he ignored Monoma's shocked expression. To be honest, Izuku had grabbed Monoma as an afterthought, not expecting him to be needed. This whole plan had been a last-minute decision. Kurono claimed to know the League of Villains hideout, and before they knew it he, Kendo, Reiko, and Monoma were in the Kuranomobile heading to save their friend. The plan was simple: find Momo, get her away from the villains, and then go get something to eat. In hindsight, it wasn't the best plan. "It seems we have been forced to go by foot for the remainder of our journey," Reiko noted bitterly. "Well, we better get going then," Izuku replied, starting to sprint before suddenly being pulled back by an invisible force. Looking back, he saw Monoma using Yanagi's quirk. "Hold it, Midoriya, we can't go in there looking like wet loss," Monoma said, which confused Izuku. "Why not?" he asked. Monoma glared at him before sighing. "If we're caught at the scene of this fight looking like this, they'll know it was us. We don't have licenses, so if we get caught, that's a big black mark on our records and possibly even expulsion." Izuku wanted to slap himself for being careless. "So, where do we get a change of clothes?" Kendo asked. "There's a clothes store right over there," Kurono pointed out, gesturing at the conveniently placed shop. "I'll pay, because I seriously doubt you could afford a full set of clothes that would hide your identity." They all nodded and hurried to the store to create their secret identities. Once they finished, they walked out as completely different people. "Snazzy outfit, Monoma," Izuku complimented as he put on his black puffer jacket, which was open to reveal a flaming skull design on his t-shirt. He tried to flatten his hair into a reasonable style before jamming a cap on top to hide most of it. "I always had a flair for style." Monoma laughed, wearing a long black woolen coat over a dark gray vest and white formal shirt with a simple black tie, topped with a flat cap that made him look like he'd stepped out of early 20th century Britain. "You look like an old guy, Monoma," Kendo muttered, dressed in a red dress that ended at her knees, her bare legs covered by black boots. She wore sunglasses and a wig of straight black hair to hide her orange hair. "Fashion is fashion, let him live a little, Itsuka," Kurono shrugged, having opted for a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a beanie. Izuku thought it was kind of odd that the rich guy had the simplest outfit, but he kept that to himself. "We shall have to move with haste, we have wasted enough time here," Reiko interrupted, straightening her business suit. Izuku looked away, a blush creeping onto his face as he noted her polished appearance. She wore glasses and styled her hair into a tight bun, revealing her other eye. "Why, yeah, we have," Izuku replied, and without further discussion, the group proceeded toward the site of the explosion. As they got closer, they struggled to walk due to the high-pressure winds barreling through the alleys. "What is going on there?" Monoma yelled, trying to shield himself from the wind. "No idea, but it's probably serious," Kurono replied. The only one unaffected was Kendo, who used one for all to strengthen her legs. Izuku was behind Reiko and reached out to grab her as she was pushed back. This wind's too strong. We won't make it if it keeps up, he exclaimed, barely managing to touch the nearby wall. Suddenly, the wall in front of them slammed forward, stopping the winds. Kurono and Monoma fell to the ground, surprised by the sudden calm. A warning would have been appreciated, Kurono grumbled. Hey, at least the wind stopped, Monoma said, getting back up while Kurono shot an arrow into the stone, pulling himself up once he retracted it. Hey, Kurono, how easily do your arrows stick into stone? Kendo asked. Pretty easily? Kurono replied, curious about her line of questioning. If I don't put much effort into pulling it away, it lodges in pretty tight. Why? Kendo's face lit up with a devious smile. I got an idea for how we can get past the wind. Kurono felt uneasy about that. This is by far the dumbest idea I have ever seen, Monoma muttered. In fairness to Kendo, her plan has shown quite respectable results, Reiko replied, standing just behind Monoma. Yeah, sure, just hurry up. Just because my hair is metallic doesn't mean it doesn't hurt when people grab onto it, Kurono gritted out, though Izuku, who was at the back of the line, agreed with Reiko that Kendo's idea of using Kurono's hair to pull themselves forward was a good, if strange, plan. Finally, they reached the scene, and what they saw was chaos. All Might was fighting a formidable opponent, who Izuku and Kendo suspected was all for one, and he seemed to be losing. Meanwhile, Momo was battling most of the League of Villains, though they noticed that Kai Chisaki, Mustard, and Kurogiri were knocked out, and Toga was suspiciously absent. All right, what now? Izuku yelled to his friends. I dunno, I never thought this far ahead. Kurono replied. Yeah, I was more focused on the journey than the destination, Kendo added. In hindsight, this was quite an awful plan we hatched, Reiko continued. Monoma looked at the three people who had just spoken with an expression of disbelief. Why did I agree to this idea? He muttered. Because we asked. Politely, and Todoroki was busy talking with someone who looked like his sister, so we just took you instead. Izuku suggested. Monoma opened his mouth to retort, but Kendo slapped a hand over his mouth. Shut up, she hissed. We have to save Momo, then you can argue all you want, okay? Monoma and Izuku felt embarrassed as they realized they'd been arguing while Momo was fighting for her life, and they nodded in agreement. Kurono looked over the wall, eyes narrowed in annoyance. Okay, I've got two ideas, he said as he came back down. Either we go straight in and rely on our disguises to keep ourselves from being identified, or we try to remove Yamamo from behind the scenes. To Izuku's surprise, everyone turned to look at him. What? He asked. Well, we just assumed you were kind of the de facto leader after Kurono, Kendo shrugged. Indeed, that was also my assumption, Reiko confirmed. You're just the only one I like in this group, Monoma added. Izuku scratched his chin thoughtfully. If we go in guns blazing, we'll almost certainly get caught. We've all been on TV before, and our quirks are easy to identify, so I don't like Plan A. He muttered more to himself than the others. But the question is how we do it anonymously. He thought for a moment before suddenly having an idea. Hey, Kendo, how do you feel about fusing with another person again? Meanwhile, Momo was getting tired. Her left arm was already burnt, and she'd swapped her pole for a rapier, which was lighter and easier to use with one hand. Her only saving grace was that her brother and the person with the gas mask were knocked out, and the blonde girl had disappeared. However, she was still dealing with a guy who could create fire hotter than Todoroki's, Shigaraki, a man in spandex using a razor-sharp measuring tape to fight, and the marble guy, who was both throwing objects at her and trying to swipe at her. I swear I'll cut off your fingers. Momo snapped at Shigaraki as she barely moved her rapier in time to stop him from decaying it. She scowled as the blade crumbled to dust and tried to create a new one. The problem was she hadn't eaten since dinner at the camp and had already used a lot of her energy to make gas masks earlier. Guess I'll have to settle for a knife. Momo thought, pulling out a knife and rolling away from another tornado of fire. She yelped as something whipped her leg, causing her to stumble to the ground in pain. I got her. It was such a bad shot, came the voice of the spandex villain as she struggled to stand. A valiant effort, but you never stood a chance, darling, the marble villain exclaimed, shoving a boot into her back. Now, if you will, return to the marble. Suddenly, an ethereal pink glow pulled compress away, and Momo found herself able to look up and see the chaos happening around her. The villains were being flung around, colliding with the ground and each other. The fire villain attempted to use his fire, but it was redirected onto the spandex villain, who tore off his mask before it could burn him, revealing a blonde man with a scar on his forehead. "Why Yanagi?" Momo whispered, as that was the only possible explanation. She then saw two walls appear next to her, going high into the air. Obviously, Midoriya was there as well. She felt herself lift into the air and fly away from where she had been, straight over to a group of familiar people. That's shockingly easy," Monoma remarked. "Well, I won't be one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's get going." Izuku replied, and the group agreed, soon finding themselves running through the back alleys, with Momo being carried by someone else. "Are you all right, Momo?" a familiar yet unfamiliar voice asked. When Momo looked, she saw it was her carrier, who looked like a strange, four-armed combination of Yanagi and Kendo. "Who are you?" Momo asked. "It's Yanagi and Kendo," Kurono explained, running alongside them, which earned a raised eyebrow from Momo. How does that work?" "Izuku's quirk is impressive," was the response. As the group continued fleeing the battle, they were unaware that a certain villain had been watching them from the corner of his eye, a villain with access to a quirk that allowed him to see the families of people he looked at. "Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this tonight." All for one thought to himself as he watched Nito Monoma flee with the others. Bakugo watched with bated breath as All Might delivered the final blow to the villain with a scream of "United States of Smash," creating a small tornado to go with it. He waited for the dust to clear and let out a breath of relief as All Might lifted his fist, managing to buff up one last time as he stood in triumph, the supervillain unmoving at his feet. That there was no way this wouldn't become one of the most famous battles in history. Everything from All Might being temporarily beaten to Yaoyorozu's sudden rescue, if the pink glow said anything, to All Might coming back and defeating the villain with one final super move. "So I guess All Might's going to have to retire now," Todoroki stated, which made Bakugo remember that Todoroki was in the room with him, watching the TV as well. He'd come in after talking with his sister about something, and Bakugo hadn't bothered to ask why he was there or to tell him to leave. "Ain't that your father?" Bakugo asked, pointing at the flaming man just in view on the TV. He watched in mild surprise as Todoroki's hands balled into fists in his lap, and he glanced away from the TV. "That it would seem that way," Todoroki replied dismissively, and Bakugo could already tell the conversation was over. Todoroki's words echoed in his mind, All Might's going to have to retire now. There wasn't really any proof that he would be retiring, but it wasn't ridiculous to come to that conclusion. Even if All Might didn't retire, he wouldn't emit his aura of invincibility anymore. Every villain now knew that beneath the surface, All Might was practically on the brink of collapse if his body was anything to judge by. The point was, All Might's sheer presence would no longer stop crime. This may as well equate to the dawn of a new era. Who knew what would change now that All Might wasn't around anymore? No other hero inspired fear in villains like All Might. Endeavor didn't even come close. Bakugo would go as far as to compare it to the collapse of a major power in history, as outdated as that reference was. Across the world, All Might had been the face of heroics. Heroes such as Star and Stripe even admitted they were inspired by him. Now that he was gone, the world would change entirely. The face of justice and peace had crumbled, and no one could easily replace it. Sure, maybe Star and Stripe could, but even she didn't come close to All Might's legacy. Bakugo had never considered a world without All Might, and neither had many others probably. The man was everywhere. His face could be found on TV screens and coffee cups, so it was reasonable to think it would stay that way forever. "Oi, Todoroki." Bakugo started, turning to look at him. "What do you think's gonna happen when All Might retires?" Todoroki was silent for a second. "Nothing good, that's for sure," he answered. Bakugo was inclined to agree. "Shouldn't we be going to the police station? Or the hospital?" Momo asked as they sat at the table. Yeah, in a minute." Have you ever tried a bacio alla cacciatora? Absolutely divine, Monoma replied, putting down his menu. So, what, are you Italian? Kurono asked. Good lord no. They just have better food than where I'm from, Monoma explained. Ah, so I shall assume your ancestry is British? Reiko questioned. Nope. Russian? Izuku tried. What do Russians even eat? Monoma asked back. I dunno, snow? Izuku replied, all I know about Russia is that their #1 military tactic is to hope the enemy is arrogant enough to invade in winter. Turkish? Kendo suggested. They haven't been in Europe since the wars of the Second Serbian Empire, Monoma corrected. Okay, let's think about this, Momo interrupted, all concerns of going to the police gone. You're probably not Spanish or Portuguese, definitely not French, probably not German that I dunno, Yugoslavia? Honestly, I'm surprised they've lasted since the 2060s. Monoma muttered, but also you're wrong. Ugh, I give up. Izuku yelled, where the hell are you from? Monoma grew a smirk of pride. My great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was Dutch. Izuku was silent. Reiko was silent. Kendo was silent. Momo was silent. Kurono was silent. This is even worse than Americans having their entire personality revolve around having great-grandparents from Ireland, Kendo muttered. All might. Izuku yelled as he barreled into the hospital room, Kendo right behind him along with Kurono. I just saw what happened on TV. I would have come sooner, but we just rescued Momo and we, kinda went to an Italian restaurant for dinner? Did you know Monoma-kun's Dutch? Or, well, technically Belgian, even though Belgium didn't exist at the time of Dash. Izuku, priorities, Kurono stated, causing Izuku to blush in embarrassment. The skeletal man in the hospital bed tried to chuckle, but a glob of blood came up instead. You good, All Might? Kendo asked, walking over to the bed. You, probably have to retire now, huh? All Might sighed at the reminder. Yes, it would seem so. And it won't be a comfortable retirement either, seeing as I'm still missing half of my organs, and there's not exactly anybody who can heal me. Izuku's eyes widened at this, and he slapped himself in the face. I'm an idiot, he screamed, to Kendo in All Might's bewilderment. Meanwhile, Kurono didn't even skip a beat as he replied, and you only realize this now? Kendo couldn't keep herself from snorting at Kurono's remark. Why, young Midoriya, why are you saying this? All Might asked. I could have healed you all the way back on Dagoba Beach. Izuku explained, head held in frustration. I could have bought you more time. All Might wouldn't have died today, but some other day. Everything that happened here is all my fault. If I'd healed you back then, you might have been at USJ earlier and arrested Shigaraki and Kurogiri. If I'd healed you back then. My boy, it's all right. All Might coughed, ejecting even more blood out of his mouth. He wiped his mouth before continuing, young Midoriya, it really shouldn't have taken me this long to realize it, but the world needed to come to terms with the fact I would no longer be able to say, I am here, and it's far better they realize this sooner rather than later. Fair enough, Kurono agreed, shrugging. Villains are definitely gonna get bolder now that the symbol of peace is retired. I know for a fact the Hasaikai is gonna have a field day while the heroes are distracted. He muttered that last part, but everyone still heard it. Izuku thought about it for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement as well. All right, fair enough, he muttered before gaining resolve in his eyes. But I can heal you now. You shouldn't have to live your retirement in discomfort. No, I won't allow it. You are going to be healed and you are gonna like it. Kendo and Kurono watched in amusement as Izuku continued insisting on healing All Might. All right, fine. All Might yelled, shutting Izuku up. Shouldn't be too difficult to do the operation now. We're at Central Hospital. How did you guys even know I was here? Good question, Kendo replied, and All Might decided to just drop the topic. Anyways, Central Hospital keeps plenty of artificial organs. The stomach is going to have to be a real one, as they haven't found a way to make an artificial stomach. May probably has one in her room somewhere. Kurono muttered. But my respiratory system should be easily repaired with artificial lungs. Are you able to use your quirk to put prosthetics in someone? All Might asked, looking at Izuku. I mean, if I practiced, then sure? Izuku replied with a shrug. But I wouldn't bet on it right now. Real organs should be fine though. All Might smiled at that news. Very well. I'll organize the organs, and I'll call you when we have a stomach donor, he exclaimed, earning a smile from Izuku. Momo had never seen her father driving a car before. Usually, it was one of their chauffeurs at the wheel, but this time her father had decided to pick her up on his own. She would have appreciated this in any other event, but after what she had heard from Kai, she couldn't even look at her father in the same way. Because of him, people have died, she reminded herself. That man at iExpo, Wolfram, hadn't been a good man, but that didn't warrant his death. If her family hadn't let Kai go that deep, then maybe he would still be around, not as a villain, but as a dependable older brother that she could go to for advice. Would you like to get something to eat? Her father asked, forcing her out of her thoughts. You know, father-daughter bonding time? I could maybe take the week off and we could do something? Don't fathers go fishing with their kids? Momo almost threw away everything she had been thinking when he said that. After all, she'd never wanted anything more than to spend time with her father. But no, she couldn't let this go. It was either now or never. I already ate with my friends at an Italian place, she replied, keeping her back abnormally straight. She felt a pang of guilt when she saw her father deflate a bit, like she had let him down. But she steeled her resolve again. Come on, Yamamoto. You can do this. Just imagine you're at Suka, she thought to herself before letting out a sigh. Kai Chisaki told me that he's my older brother. The car suddenly swerved as her father choked on his breath, essentially confirming the statement. He fixed the car and turned it onto autopilot. What? He breathed, face flustered. Kai Chisaki said his real identity was Kai Yaoyorozu, Momo repeated calmly, although on the inside she was screaming at herself to stop. Her father was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the wheel. He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he'd just seen a ghost. He was lying. You cannot trust a villain to tell the truth, her father replied, although Momo saw through the facade of confidence to see panic on his face. Father, do not lie to me, Momo said, eyes narrowing. After all, what else could the extra layer of paint on those paintings be hiding? I have no idea what you... The stories line up. Momo interrupted. Up to when I was 5, you can clearly see an extra layer of paint next to me, and it just so happens that Kai left when he was 18, right around when I was 5. The patriarch of the Yaoyorozu family was silent for a moment. He has that warping villain as well. He could have easily warped into the house? We have guards watching the cameras at all hours of the night, and there's no way Kai could have found those paintings and taken notice of the extra layer of paint without being caught by a guard. Not to mention that it doesn't explain the silence. Momo was instantly silenced by the man's shout, mainly due to the shock of it. She didn't know him very well, but she knew he never yelled, not even once. So, to hear him suddenly yell at her was terrifying. He is a villain. He is untrustworthy. He is putting half-baked ideas in your head. Will you believe every villain you meet when you're older? And oh, not if they... Then why trust this villain? Momo found her mouth dry and shook her head. Her father simply looked back at the road and retook control of the vehicle. When they got home, Momo didn't share a word with her mother. She ran up to her room and jumped under the covers of her bed, crying herself to sleep. Where are we? Shigaraki asked as he looked out the window, taking note of the unfamiliar surroundings. His eyes were drawn to a massive building among the European-style architecture. From his experience with video games, it resembled a temple, with white brick pillars and blue domes. I think that we're in Constantinople, Mustard replied, having finally woken up. Shigaraki searched his mind for any information on Constantinople, but found nothing. Where exactly is Constantinople? He asked. Dobby sighed in the background. It's the capital of Greece, you dumbass. It was Turkish for over 500 years until the Greeks retook it in the Serbian Wars, which explains the massive mosque in a Christian-majority nation. You know a lot about history for a vagabond, Shigaraki commented, scratching his cheek. He looked back to see Dabi shrugging. I had a rigorous education, Dabi said before returning to his motorcycle magazine. Shigaraki observed their new base of operations. It was cozy, but nothing like the bar in Yokohama. Kurogyri! Shigaraki yelled out. He's still knocked out, along with Kai. No, he's just ignoring you. Twice yelled from the kitchen, to Shigaraki's annoyance. Shigaraki fell back into a chair, trying to remember the events of the night. They had been trying to kill Yaoyorozu, then they started getting flung around, and the last thing he remembered was being hit by a stray piece of debris. It seemed that while he was out, Kurogyri had teleported them somewhere else, and Mustard had woken up. Where's the vampire brat? He rasped, looking at Dabi and Mustard for answers. Dabi shrugged, not looking up from his magazine. Sorry, Dabi knows more than me, Mustard said. Shigaraki took a deep breath, his fists clenching tightly. He could hear his metal knuckles creaking from the strain, but he ignored it. Muscular. Moonfish. Magna. Spinner. Toga. Considering they were in a foreign city, it was reasonable to assume Sensei was arrested or worse. Anger filled him as he realized they had lost half of the League of Villains, including their benefactor. The only ones left were the Doctor and Kurogyri, and apart from that, they were in trouble. So, that leaves me, Kurogyri, Dabi twice, Mustard and Kai. Shigaraki muttered, not counting the Doctor, who was more of a sponsor. There's also Compress. He's just out shopping for groceries because he's the only adult here who won't risk being recognized, Dabi added, and Shigaraki included the masked man in his thoughts. So what's the plan, boss? Mustard asked, taking off his mask as he sat down in a worn-out armchair. Shigaraki thought for a moment, scratching his head. We get ourselves sorted, he concluded. Start working on our next moves. And what exactly are our next moves? Dabi drawled, putting down the magazine. That I don't know yet. Dabi scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. He grabbed a jacket from the nightstand next to the sofa and put it on, along with a surgical mask. Well, while you figure that out, I'm going for a walk. Be seeing you. With that, Dabi walked out of the apartment. Shigaraki watched him go, scratching his neck in frustration. It'll work out, he muttered. It always works out. Reiko let out a melancholy sigh as she opened her apartment door, having just finished a call with her mother, who wanted to visit but couldn't afford to cancel her business trip. A humorless chuckle escaped her lips. Not even her own mother wanted to spend time with her. Izuku, Kurono, and Reiko had gone to see All Might, and they'd asked her and Minoma to stay with Momo until she could be picked up. As soon as that was done, Minoma had left without a word. Reiko grimaced as her stomach growled. Stop being a pig, Reiko. You just ate an hour ago, she scolded herself as she closed the door behind her. But once the door was shut, she found herself frozen, unsure of what to do. Usually, she'd read creepypasta on her computer, but she wasn't in the mood for that right now. Perhaps I should watch television. Reiko muttered, using her quirk to pull the remote over and turn the TV on, sitting on the armchair with her legs hanging off the side. However, she soon regretted her decision to watch TV. No matter what channel she picked, it was talking about All Might, except for one channel discussing a historical figure named Admiral E. She quickly turned the TV off and sighed, feeling a pang of hunger and deflation. If her body really was that hungry, she figured she may as well get something to eat. She got off the chair and walked over to the kitchen, where she opened the freezer to pull out a pork chop. Maybe she could try and recreate the katsudon she made with Izuku? Yeah, that could be fun. And so, she soon got to work, pulling out the other ingredients and setting them up before going to cut the pork. She positioned the knife and began cutting through the meat. She'd even gotten over her fear of cutting. Never mind. Reiko shook her finger wildly as the pain of the small cut took over her thoughts, and she quickly began to SCK on it in an attempt to reduce the pain, which surprisingly worked. After the pain had subsided, she had a sudden realization. That felt quite strange now that I think of it. She noted, looking at the bleeding cut. It was small, barely longer than her pinky fingernail, but it had distracted her from all the negative thoughts she'd been having. She shook her head. What was she thinking? It was never a good idea to harm yourself. Why would she ever do such a thing? She used her quirk to pull the box of band-aids from atop the fridge and applied it to her cut before proceeding with her cooking. Still, even as she prepared the recipe, she couldn't shake the odd feeling from her mind. Endeavor sighed as he sat in his desk chair in his office, thinking about the events of last night. All Might had fought that villain at Kamino with the multiple quirks, and sure he'd won, but it was pretty clear he was going to retire. After all, how could anyone continue a career in heroics after being revealed in such a state? If All Might was retiring, that naturally meant that the title of number one was now Enji's. It frustrated him deeply. He'd always wanted to be number one, but he wanted to earn it. He wasn't number one by might, he was number one by technicality. And that hadn't even been the only thing on his mind lately either. Not after that encounter with his work intern Kyosuke Himura. A few weeks ago. I quit. Endeavor blinked as he processed what Himura had said, looking up at the second year's cold face. Did I mishear you, boy? It sounded like you said you were quitting. Endeavor replied. In response, Himura laid a piece of paper on the desk, which clearly stated the boy's intention to resign. Endeavor looked between the paper and his intern, or he supposed, ex-intern, a look of confusion on his face. What's going on here? I had you pinned as the type to never quit, even if it gets tough. Endeavor mentioned. Himura's gaze narrowed, and Endeavor shivered from the coldness the boy was practically emanating. I do not want to work with someone who abuses children, Endeavor. He stated, which made Endeavor scowl as his face lit up with flames. Abuse? I know of no such. That's not true. Endeavor's eyes widened as the usually calm boy exploded into anger, his eyes blazing with rage. You know, I found Shoto, and you know what I found out? I found out he ran away because you were a lunatic who hurt your child and called it training. And that's not even counting my own research. What happened to Toya Todoroki, huh? Endeavor's mouth hung open at the mention of his long-dead eldest son. Yeah, I did my own research after Shoto told me his side of the story. And when I found out that Toya Todoroki burned himself to death on a mountainside, it wasn't difficult for me to connect it to you. Either you abused the kid so much he just killed himself, or maybe you ignored him and he tried to train his quirk to get your approval, who knows? Himura. Oh, and don't get me started on that. Kyosuke yelled, now physically releasing his Arctic Mist quirk and lowering the temperature of the room by a couple of degrees. Care to explain why my Auntie Ray is in the hospital for mental issues and hasn't been out for, about 10 years? Kyosuke stopped berating Endeavor and simply turned around to leave. Number 2 hero, what a joke. You don't even deserve to be the number 2 millionth hero. The teen slammed the door open and walked through, taking care to slam it shut behind him. Endeavor sighed as he remembered the interaction again. It had been weighing on his mind for a while now, and he was starting to realize that Himura had been right. He'd read up on child abuse, and what he'd simply considered intense training had turned out to be physical abuse. Endeavor was a child abuser. That thought made him sick to his stomach. He hadn't known his father long, as the man had died when he was 14, but he remembered the man always saying that the two things you could never excuse in this world were abusers and those who hurt children. And now he thought about it, was he also guilty of something else? It didn't fit under what he considered conventional abuse, but Ray had been clear that she didn't want any more kids after Fuyumi, so by forcing her to have Shoto, Endeavor wanted to vomit. He'd become the very thing his father hated, and the last thing he wanted was to disappoint his father, the man who'd inspired him to go into heroics. He hung his head and stared into the oak wood of his desk. Did he know? He didn't deserve to be the number 1 hero right now, that was a fact. The face of heroics in Japan couldn't be someone who abused others. But, well, he didn't have a choice in becoming number 1. You couldn't just turn it down. But he could change. He knew it wouldn't change anything, and he knew that his children would probably never forgive him, or Ray, and he was okay with that. If they chose to forgive him, then he would appreciate it, but if they didn't, then that was fine too. He wasn't looking for forgiveness. He was looking to atone for his sins, to become worthy of the title of number 1. But where would he start? Really, there was only one option he could think of, and as much as it pained him to ask his rival for help, he really didn't have a choice. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts before finding All Might's. He opened his text to see a very one-sided conversation from 5 years ago and began typing a message. All Might, I hate to say this, but I am in need of your... Endeavor deleted it. It sounded too formal. All Might, I need your help. Endeavor deleted that as well, unsure how to continue. Eventually, he settled on a simple message that said just enough. I need your help. Extra Kyosuke huffed as he grabbed his belongings from the spare room at Endeavor's agency. He wanted to leave as quickly as possible to figure out a new hero to work for. Maybe Manuel? He was a boring hero, sure, but he knew his stuff, and their powers were at least partially compatible. Oh hey kid. Whatcha doing? Kyosuke froze at the voice of Burnin, and turned around to see the young woman looking at him with mild curiosity, a change from her usual energetic demeanor. I quit, he explained lamely, continuing to pack his things. Burnin's eyebrows raised in surprise, and Kyosuke turned his gaze back to the box he was packing. So, you won't be doing patrols with me anymore? She asked, sounding oddly nervous. Well no, since I won't be working here, Kyosuke replied, confused by her question. He looked back and saw Burnin's face, which seemed almost heartbroken. Come on. You didn't enjoy our patrols that much, did you? He picked up the box and walked through the door, past Burnin. It's been nice, Kamiji-sen. I hope we can work together again someday. Burnin watched as Kyosuke walked away, her heart heavy. She knew it was wrong for a 25-year-old to have feelings for a 17-year-old, but she had hoped that if she waited, maybe she could ask him out once he was hired at the agency. Remembering his last words, a small, melancholic smile appeared on her face. Why yeah, I'd like that, she muttered to herself before heading to the training room to let out her frustrations. So, All Might, I see you finally got surgery, Aizawa noted as the self-driving car, thank goodness Nedzu let them borrow it from the school, drove down the highway toward their first stop. All Might looked up from his files, his healthier appearance giving him a more aged but still good-looking look. Yes. Young Midoriya managed to convince me to do something about my condition. All Might explained, looking to the side sheepishly as he remembered how Midoriya had practically forced him to get healed. He was very glad he had followed Midoriya's advice, as for once he didn't feel like he was in constant pain. Aizawa sighed and leaned his head back. Of course it was problem child to convince you, he muttered before looking out the window. Oh, we've arrived. They pulled up in front of an average home with a flourishing garden outside. Aizawa got out along with All Might, who was now wearing a suit that actually fit him. Aizawa scratched his chin uncomfortably as they walked up to the door. If there was anything he hated, it was social interaction and having to be formal. He knocked on the door, his knuckles rapping against it 3 times before he stood back. He waited awkwardly next to All Might for a few seconds before the door opened, revealing a woman with long, messy black hair, wearing a Gothic-style outfit, with black wings visible behind her. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, Aizawa guessed, but she didn't look bad. She was definitely a foreigner, which Aizawa knew thanks to her name, Medfalend Svardavinger. Oh, you're Fumicage's teachers, right? She asked, sounding cold, which Aizawa didn't blame her for. After all, she almost certainly blamed them for the fiasco that was the summer training camp. Correct. We need to talk to you about a recent development in UA's curriculum. May we come in? All Might asked. Medfalend looked at All Might, her eyes narrowing before she sighed and stood aside to let them in. As Aizawa entered, took note of the distinctly European interior. There were some European-style paintings depicting historical scenes. He would admit that Europeans knew how to make good art. Sometimes he even listened to Beethoven when he felt like having some music playing. The lounge room is this way, Medfalend stated, walking past them into a side room, which Aizawa and All Might followed her into. They sat on the 2 armchairs opposite the sofa, which Medfalend sat in herself. All right, what do you want? She asked, and Aizawa immediately got to business. UA is being transformed into a boarding school. It's been in the works for a while, but Nedza decided to put it into action after the recent events. He explained, nudging All Might. While general education, support, and business are not required to use the dorms, the hero course must agree to using them, or face being moved to a different course, or even expelled. He continued, crossing a lanky leg over the other. I wish it wasn't necessary, but Netsu has decided it's best to keep the hero course close to pro heroes at all times after previous events. Medphalin's eyes narrowed, and her coldness seemed to expand throughout the room. Oh yes, because it's gone so well when they've been within eyeshot of pro heroes. She said sharply. My son needs a prosthetic beak now, did you know that? We could only afford it because one of Fumicage's friends was kind enough to help. Why should I send him back to that school when he's already been hurt? The room fell silent for a moment, and Aizawa sighed. I understand where you're coming from, Svardavinger-san, I truly do. Believe me when I say I know what it's like to see someone you care for get hurt when they should be safe. Or worse. Aizawa replied, memories flickering in his mind. But if you were to take Tokoyami out of UA, would he want that? I spoke with him earlier when you weren't present, and he very clearly stated that he didn't regret what he did. He locked eyes with her for a few tense moments before she sighed, and Aizawa felt uncomfortable as she began to cry. He hadn't excelled in empathy during his training. I hate it. I hate coming home and worrying that something happened, and Fumicage won't be waiting for me. She sobbed, covering her face with her hands. It's as if just being in UA has painted a target on my boy's back. He doesn't even have a provisional license. What will happen when he becomes a fully fledged pro hero? Aizawa opened his mouth to respond, but All Might spoke first. Svardavingers, look at me, he requested, and Medphalin slowly moved her hands away to look at the retired hero. I want to apologize. As the former symbol of peace, I should have been able to protect your son and his classmates, but I couldn't. It's made me realize that we cannot rely on one person to be the pillar of heroics. Instead, that burden must be shared among heroes. Believe me when I say that your son, his classmates, and his sister class, they are the ones who will carry this burden. I wish to continue teaching these students. I want to teach them how to succeed where I have failed. I want to prevent them from making the same mistakes I have made. I know I have done nothing to earn your trust. Time and again, I have failed to save my students, and this time it led to one being kidnapped and another, your son, being hurt, along with however many were mentally impacted. But please put your faith in me. No, let us help young Tokoyami and his friends become the heroes we know they can be. Aizawa had to admit he disliked the blonde oaf, but that speech was surprisingly good for someone who didn't know how to teach at the start of the year. Medphalin looked at All Might, tears still in her eyes. Finally, she seemed to accept what was being said and sighed. All right, but you have one chance. She warned, holding a finger up to punctuate her statement. If Fumicage gets attacked by villains during a school activity one more time, that's it, okay? All Might nodded, and Aizawa did as well. I hope that doesn't count work studies? All Might asked. It was as if the past few minutes hadn't even happened, and Medphalin burst out into laughter, her wings ruffling slightly with amusement. Yeah, all right, that was my bad for not specifying that. She admitted, a small smile on her face. Aizawa sighed mentally, 1 down, 19 more to go. He was just glad he didn't have to do 1B as well. That task had been delegated to Vlad King and Nedzu. They soon sorted out the paperwork and were on their way to the next house. All right, so that's the Tokoyamis, Bakugas, and Jairus, which means next is Dado. This should be easy. Aizawa muttered as he looked at his tablet, and All Might froze as he read who was next, the Todorokis. Memories of a previous conversation with Endeavor ran through his mind. He still couldn't believe his colleague had done such awful things. But he would give the man credit for asking for help. Not many could drop their pride like that. If he were being honest, young Bakugu could learn a thing or two from that. Soon enough, the car pulled up at the house, and if he were being entirely honest, he really didn't want to go in there. Say, Hizain, how about you go and meet Endeavor alone? He suggested, earning a raised eyebrow from Aizawa. I mean, Endeavor is well known for not liking me. If I went in there, I could make him decide not to let young Todoroki go to you. Aizawa sighed at that before nodding and getting out of the car. However, before he closed the door, he looked back at All Might. Just so you know, you can go into the next place by yourself to pay me back for this. Before he could reply, All Might watched as Aizawa slammed the door and walked to the gates of the Todoroki house, where he waited a few seconds before the gates opened and Aizawa walked in. He let out a breath of relief as the underground hero entered the house. Hopefully, he'd get everything done smoothly. There was something about this house that Aizawa didn't like. To be fair, he didn't like many houses, they were often too cluttered, but there was something about Endeavor's house that felt. Maybe it was the absolute silence emanating through the house? Aizawa had realized over the course of his life that a place was rarely 100% silent, but he couldn't even hear a washing machine, or birds, or anyone talking or playing a video game. It was just silent. The next thing that made him uneasy was how Todoroki seemed oddly different. He didn't have the same aura that he usually did. Instead of the cold, emotionless demeanor, all Aizawa could sense was an icy resentment, even if the boy's expression was unchanged. Endeavor, now that Aizawa was thinking about it, also felt a bit off, although maybe that was due to him not being in costume and lacking his usual fiery appearance. No, that was only part of the reason everything felt wrong. Aizawa wasn't the best at detecting complex emotions, but he was familiar with the feelings radiating from Endeavor, guilt, confusion, and a hint of determination, still burning despite everything trying to extinguish it. Either way, he should probably start the discussion. So, Endeavor, as I'm sure you are aware. Just cut to the chase, Eraser, Endeavor interrupted. Most people would be annoyed at being interrupted, but Aizawa was glad to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Nedzu is turning UA into a boarding school, and to continue attending the UA Hero course, Shoto needs your permission to move into the dorms, Aizawa explained, crossing a leg over the other. Endeavor nodded and grabbed a pen from the table between the couches they were sitting on. Very well. Although if there are any more situations like the training camp, I will move Shoto to Shiketsu. UA is the better school, but at least they don't get constantly attacked. Shoto looked like he wanted to say something, but he remained silent. With a quick signature, the form was signed, and Aizawa was free to go. As he stood up to leave, however, he looked back at Endeavor and his son. He wanted to ask if everything was fine, but he shrugged it off. The number 2 hero could handle it if there was an issue. I'll be seeing you in class, Shoto. With that, Aizawa left the house. Welp, your turn, All Might, Aizawa said as the car pulled up outside the next house. All Might wondered which family could possibly need such tall walls and a big gate. Perhaps it was young Shoji's family? He is quite tall. But even then, he doubted one of his family members was so large it warranted such a gate. The other thing that surprised him were the security cameras. The only student he could assume this belonged to was young Yaoyorozu. But hadn't he seen that she was in a different prefecture when he glanced at the list? Aizawa looked out the window, and All Might swore that the man's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before an unsettling smile appeared on his face. Oh, this'll be fun, he muttered to himself. Are you going to tell me which student this is, or am I going to have to find out myself? All Might asked flatly. Aizawa's smile didn't fade as he looked at the retired hero. I think you already know the answer. All Might sighed and closed the door with a firm slam as he left. Of all the times for Aizawa to start playing a logical ruse on him. Well, whatever. He'd march right on up to that gate. What was the worst that could happen? Sheet. Izuku looked up from his laptop with an annoyed glare. He just wanted to explore further applications of his quirk. Why did he have to deal with random commotion? He stepped out of his laboratory to find chaos in the compound. Guys, come on. He's already announced his retirement. We could easily beat. Oh my god. Eraserhead is in the car behind him. All Might is a ruse, I repeat, All Might is a ruse. The real danger is Eraserhead. The panic escalated, and Izuku finally put 2 and 2 together. Don't All Might and Nedzu remember I live with Yakuza? How did they think this was a good idea? He muttered to himself, hitting his head against the wall. What's going on? Kurono blurted out as he ran out of the kitchen, Eri close behind him. Izuku looked back at his friend and then down at Eri. I'd send Eri to her room. You know, swearing and all, he explained. Kurono nodded and turned to the young girl. Hey, Eri, can you please go to your room? Just for a minute or two. Kurono asked. We can play with you once we're done in here. Izuku suggested, determined not to let Eri be bored. Eri lit up at that and nodded enthusiastically. Okay, I'll see you soon, Izuku. They watched her hurry off to her room. She didn't even mention me. Kurono lamented, causing Izuku to snort. After he got over his amusement, he turned to the mass of Yakuza, who were in the middle of panicking. Everyone, calm down. Izuku yelled, which did little to calm them, but he continued, I think All Might and Eraserhead are here because they're my teachers. If they were going to arrest you guys, they would have brought backup. This time, they listened and breathed a sigh of relief at the logical explanation, with many returning to their previous activities, although those who had been about to flee received some disapproving looks. Of course it's the brat's teachers, Nemoto groaned, before the boss and Irinaka hit him at the same time, forcing a whimper of pain from him. He's probably been waiting out there for a while now wondering what's going on, Irinaka commented, stroking his chin. Maybe someone should let him in? That someone ended up being Kurono, who used his quirk to expertly press the button to open the gate. I wonder what they want to talk about? The boss wondered aloud. Soon enough, there was a knock on the door, which Izuku answered to find All Might standing there in a suit that fit him well for once. Izuku was glad to see that his healing of All Might had worked. He looked like a worn-out 50-year-old instead of a living skeleton. I am here, All Might exclaimed, to discuss. Holy see, young Midoriya, this is where you live? All Might, that you do remember I live with the Yakuza, right? Izuku deadpanned. All Might's mouth opened into a comical "oh," and he slapped himself in the face. Everything makes so much sense now, he murmured to himself. The boss stood up and walked over to the door, just behind Izuku. So, I am aware you are Izuku's teacher, correct? The old man asked, keeping a stiff tone and narrowing his eyes slightly. He didn't give All Might a chance to answer before he continued, well, come on in, but make it quick. We aren't exactly your biggest fans. All Might awkwardly made his way into the building, the door shutting behind him. Izuku could practically feel the nervous air emanating from the retired hero as he sat down in one of the kitchen chairs while the boss remained standing. To make a long story short, UA is implementing a dorm system, and if young Midoriya wishes to continue studying there in the hero course, he is required to move into the dorms. All Might summarized efficiently. The boss hummed at that, crossing his arms. And what about Kurono? He asked, gesturing towards the arrow-haired teen, who simply waved. The dorms are optional for all other courses. Netsu has decided that the hero course will be required to move in so as to be within reach of the teachers in case another situation occurs. The boss hesitated before opening his mouth, but Irinaka suddenly launched into an angry tirade at All Might. Oh, because that's worked just so well. Irinaka screamed, really, what an absolutely brilliant idea. After all, if keeping the students near the heroes didn't work the last few times, surely it will work this time. He stood up, putting his face right in front of All Might's. Mark my words, he growled, his eyes blazing with rage. If you put your students in one basket, it'll make it a lot easier for that group of criminals to take them all at once. That's enough, Irinaka, the boss ordered, and Irinaka gave All Might a final glare before stepping back. The boss sighed. Irinaka has a point, but I really doubt Izuku or Kurono would forgive me if I said no to this arrangement. He glanced over at the boys, who nodded in agreement. So, can I take that as your consent? All Might asked, receiving a nod from the boss. All Might smiled and produced a piece of paper and a pen. Then simply sign here and I'll be on my way. The boss stepped forward to take the pen but was interrupted by Nemoto scoffing. Honestly, boss, you shouldn't be so quick to agree to this, he reasoned, a surprisingly neutral look on his face. Nemoto, do me a favor and be quiet, I know what I want to do. That quickly silenced Nemoto, and a few moments later, the boss' signature was on the paper. All Might stood up. Well, I'll be seeing young Midoriya and Kurono at school. Thank you for your time. With that, he left, making his way back to the car. He opened the car door and got back in, finding himself next to Aizawa. Have fun? Aizawa asked. Not really, All Might replied. Aizawa sighed as he knocked on the door. This was, what, the 13th family now? At least the Aoyama family had been quick to accept, if a bit too eager at that. Seriously, they didn't even seem to be listening to what he had been saying. They just signed and let him go. Oh well, at least it was easy. The door opened with a click, revealing the face of Reiko Yanagi. However, Aizawa noticed she looked quite disheveled, as if she'd just gotten out of bed. The strange thing was that for someone who appeared to have stayed in bed for most of the day, she didn't look any less tired. If anything, her eye bags were more pronounced. Aizawa-sensei, to what do I owe the pleasure? She asked, snapping Aizawa out of his observations. Just some school stuff. Are your parents home? He asked, looking into the apartment, which seemed relatively plain, and he found himself unable to hear any sounds from inside. Unfortunately not. My mother is currently on a business trip in India, and as such, I am the sole resident of this dwelling until her return. Aizawa mentally breathed a sigh of relief. Nedzu had said that if the parents weren't at home, he would personally call them later. Well, I'll just let you know that UA is transitioning into a boarding school, and Nedzu has your mother's permission for you to be moved into a dorm along with the rest of 1A, as long as they all have their parents' agreement. He explained, handing a form to Reiko. Once it's settled with your mother, you'll get an email explaining it more in-depth, but this form has the basics as well. Oh, and Yanagi? He looked into his student's eyes, concerned. No kid could go through what she did in the past few days and not be affected, and he had the strangest feeling that Yanagi wasn't handling it very well. Maybe he should request that Nedzu put some of these kids in therapy, even just for an hour. Yes, Aizawa-sensei? Reiko inquired. Aizawa was silent for a moment before turning to leave. Take care of yourself. With that, he walked back to the car, where All Might was waiting. Reiko closed the door behind Aizawa, her eyes wide. Take care of myself? She parroted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. What on earth was he referring to? Perhaps he was referring to my informal appearance. Deep inside, however, she knew what he meant. But she tried to shake it off. After all, surely there was no way that was some kind of secretive way for her teacher to call her useless and that she should just give up, right? She shook her head violently to get the thoughts out of her mind. She was making things up. She was probably just sleep-deprived. It would be best to try and get back to sleep and hope those thoughts didn't try to worm their way inside her head every time she let her mind wander. You know, back when I was a young man, All for One began with a smirk on his face, which only grew as he heard the guards groan from behind the window. Just, shut up. Shut up, one guard yelled, which only fueled All for One's longing to continue talking. Just ignore him. He's probably just spouting nonsense, the other guard grumbled, although it was clear that if it weren't for the laws of this land, he would have silenced All for One long ago. When I was a young man, All for One continued, the humor was so much better. I mean, I don't even get how these modern memes work anymore. Back in my day, you could just say, Seuss, or Amogus, and you'd probably get someone to laugh. What's funny about that? One guard whispered to the other. No clue, the other guard whispered back. You know, I've only had 2 romantic partners in my very long life. One was an appealing European lady. The other was Japanese, also quite pretty, and her quirk let her extract memories from people by I can't even remember anymore. Can you not? A guard screamed, causing All for One to chuckle. Of course. How about some fun facts? All for One suggested, clearing his throat. Many young Yakuza members join because their parents are abusive and they believe the Yakuza will be kinder. Another fun fact is that people with basic quirks like telekinesis are more likely to end up depressed because they feel useless or boring, often leading to a higher rate of suicide. And finally, did you know that in terms of male humans and female Pokemon? All for One grinned as a guard screamed in frustration. Who said that jail had to be boring? Chapter 41. Moving in. Izuku and the rest of 1A stood outside the brand new dorms, with Aizawa in front of them, wearing a stern expression. Welcome to Heights Alliance, and before you say anything, I agree it's a silly name, but what can you do? He asked rhetorically, before slurping a jelly packet. But before you go in and start on your rooms, There's something I wanted to say. Their teacher was silent for a few moments, which only built the tension further. About 7 seconds of silence passed before he broke it. On the day of the Battle of Kamino, 5 students, 3 from this class, made their way to the site of the battle. Midoriya, Kendo, and Yanagi, to be precise. Now, how many of you were aware that this was happening? Nobody raised their hands and Aizawa hummed, good. Now, if the situation had been different, those 3 would have faced serious consequences. But, despite their blatant disregard for the rules, they were able to assist in a way that was both helpful and unobtrusive. As such, all I will do is put them under house arrest for a week once the summer holidays end. Izuku, Reiko, and Kendo were surprised at the outcome, but considering the consequences they had just avoided, none of them were too upset about being placed under house arrest. Aizawa looked at the students again before turning around. Alright, I've talked long enough. You can now enter the dorms. Without another word, a wave of students rushed through the doors of the dorm, all except for 5, who walked at a leisurely pace. You truly risked your necks? At that battlefield? I'm surprised you lived to tell the tale, Tokoyami said, subconsciously scratching his new prosthetic beak. It was well made, but there was still a noticeable seam between what remained of his old beak and the new one. Looking back, it was kinda reckless, Izuku replied, before being cut off by Kendo. I'd say it was foolish, she amended. I mean, it did work, and I was rescued thanks to your efforts, so I can't really say it was awful, Momo admitted, looking nervously at the ground. Just because it works doesn't mean it's good, Kendo countered. As the two began to argue, Tokoyami decided to speed past his friends and head into the dorms, while Izuku looked over at Reiko. You good, Reiko? He asked, causing her to snap out of her thoughts. HM? Ah yes, I am quite fine. I was simply lost in my thoughts, she replied. Although Izuku didn't completely buy it, he accepted her response and followed Tokoyami into the dorms, with Reiko right beside him. He liked the more modest style of the building. It made it feel more homely. Wait, who was that guy with the big lips? Izuku knew he should probably know all his classmates, but he genuinely couldn't remember him. Wasn't it Sato? With the yellow costume. Sato was already checking out the kitchen, while Kaminari and Kirishima were flicking through the channels on the TV, with small snippets being cut off each time they did. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know you have dash? Furthermore, I consider that Carthage dash. I put on my robe and wizard hat dash, and the Saitama Cebu Lions are dash. Actually, keep this on, Kaminari, I wanna watch this, Kirishima said, sitting on the couch, while Kaminari looked back at him. Don't we have to organize our rooms and stuff? He asked, which made Kirishima groan as he sunk into the couch. Alright, fine, we can watch baseball later, I guess. He grumbled before getting off the couch while Kaminari switched off the TV. Izuku realized he had a room to find and started walking off to locate it before pausing. Hey, how do we know which room is ours? Izuku questioned out loud, bringing the entire dorm to a halt. Except for Kendo and Momo, who had moved on to debating a completely different topic. Free for all, Shiro suggested with a shrug. Everyone jumped as a cough was heard from the back of the room, which came from Aizawa. I nearly forgot to mention this, but each door has a plaque with your names, and in your rooms, you'll find your belongings, he explained before proceeding to leave the dorms while muttering about sleep. Everyone then walked surprisingly orderly up the stairs, and it didn't take long for them to realize that the girls were on one side while the boys were on the other. Man, that's a pretty smart idea, Mina voiced loudly, and anyways, it's not like there's anyone who could possibly benefit from this arrangement, right? Izuku couldn't see where Mina was looking when she said that, but he was pretty sure she was staring at Momo and Kendo, who were too busy arguing to notice. Finally, Izuku found his room and was pleased to see his belongings in a blank canvas of a room. He stretched his arms and quickly got to work. As he finished assembling his bed frame, he heard his phone ringing and pulled it out to find Kurono was calling him. He answered and wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder, allowing him to work hands-free. Hey, Kurono, need something? He asked as he pulled the mattress onto the bed frame. Yeah, quick question. What do I do if there's someone in my room who is crying about how confused she is and that she ran away from her team? Kurono asked, panic evident in her voice, and Izuku swore he could hear faint sniffling in the background. He slowly pieced together who this must be based on the pronoun she and the name of the team, which sounded like a low-quality version of the League of Villains. Kurono, why is she in your dorm at UA? Izuku hissed into the phone, relieved that Jiru was on the other side of the building and couldn't overhear him. I don't know. She just appeared while I was setting my room up and tackled me into a hug. Once I managed to escape, I told her I had to make a call real quick, so I'm on my balcony right now. Izuku groaned at this predicament and thought for a moment before the obvious question came to him. Why isn't she with the League? Does she know where the League is? She mentioned something about running away during Kamino, so I don't think she knows where they are, Kurono explained. Izuku was silent for a moment as he thought of a solution. Why not take her to Nedzu? He probably knows what to do. He suggested while putting the covers and pillows on his bed before turning back to his other furniture. Kurono was quiet for a moment before a realization hit him. Oh no. I forgot Nedzu asked me to do that. Before Izuku could ask what that meant, the call ended, and Izuku sighed as he put his phone back in his pocket. He could worry about whatever was going on with Kurono later. For now, he had a room to finish decorating. Kurono sighed as he ended the call and looked out at the horizon from his balcony, Toga's voice just barely audible from behind the balcony doors. He regretted ending that call now, as a new realization struck him. Toga probably wouldn't just go with him to Nedzu. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising if she reacted violently. As much as he hated the idea, they'd have to approach Toga carefully. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the upcoming conversation. He'd have to be truthful, patient, and hope she didn't do anything unexpected. He re-entered his room, finding Toga hugging his pillow while quiet sniffles could be heard, muffled by the fabric. Hey, Himiko, Kurono started, catching her attention. I have to admit something. He sat down on the end of the bed, gathering as much confidence as he could. I've been acting as a double agent for Nedzu. I'm not on the side of the villains, I'm on the side of the heroes. He glanced at her, and his heart twisted at the look of betrayal on her face. You, she murmured, eyes widening. Kurono could see where this was going and quickly began to calm her down. I know that makes me seem like a bad person. And yeah, it is kind of wrong for me to willingly share information with the heroes, but I never wanted to see you get hurt. I see you as my friend, and I treasure that friendship. Nedzu had an idea, rehabilitation. He let the words sink in, but it only seemed to enrage Himiko even more. Rehabilitation? She whispered in an almost frantic voice. Kurono had to put his hand over her mouth to stop her from shouting, fearing it would attract attention. Himiko, please, just listen to me, he begged before letting her mouth go. Her eyes were wild, but she remained quiet. Look, Himiko, I don't know your whole backstory, but I have read some of your records, and I think I see why you snapped that day. You were malnourished. Kurono breathed a sigh of relief as her eyes lost their crazed look and filled with confusion. You know how your quirk relies on blood? Yeah. And how you always have a craving for it? Yeah. That's normal. People with blood quirks need to consume blood regularly, otherwise, they become malnourished. I wouldn't be surprised if your parents never gave you blood, and you snapped because your body was craving it. You shouldn't have to resort to violence to get blood. We can help you, I promise. Himiko was silent as Kurono finished his explanation, and he held out a hand to her. I know I broke your trust just a few minutes ago, but I want you to trust me. Please, Himiko, I want to help you, but I need you to cooperate. Himiko looked at him and his hand for a few moments before tears welled up in her eyes. Kurono quickly put his arm around her and traced circles on her back to soothe her. Stop saying that, she choked, avoiding eye contact. I shouldn't have to change for anyone. Himiko, look, nobody is telling you to act normal. The main problem here is the violence. Remove the violence, and you aren't even that different from others. Himiko's tears suddenly stopped, her eyes wide. Wait, you don't want me to change who I am? No. Just look, I'll put it straight. All you have to do is go to rehab, stop the violence, and that's it. Show remorse, and you can get probation. I'll help with whatever you need. He glanced at her and was relieved to see the anger and confusion leave her eyes, replaced by a sense of calm. She spluttered before shaking her head. I'll trust you, Kurono, but if you were lying. Kurono smiled and drew her into a hug. I will never lie to you again, and I never enjoyed lying to you, he admitted, ending the hug. Even when you were technically my enemy. She gave him a wobbly smile in return, and he pulled out his phone. In that case, let's get in contact with Nedzu. Meanwhile, Izuku smiled as his classmates approached the door to his room, excited to show him how it had turned out. So far, most of the rooms had been average, although Izuku had liked Shiro's and Todoroki's. He felt a twinge of annoyance that Sato had baked a cake, clearly winning over the girls, even though his room looked messy. And here is my room, he announced, flinging open the door to reveal another Japanese room. Hagakure shouted in surprise, and Izuku couldn't help but feel smug about how his room looked even better than Todoroki's. His balcony window was covered by a canvas divider screen, painted with a traditional Japanese design. The walls were adorned with Japanese art, depicting dragons and samurai. In the top right corner was his bed, and in the top left corner was his desk and PC, surrounded by multiple framed photos, the most prominent being a picture of Izuku with Reiko, Kurono, Kendo, Momo, and Tokoyami, taken during their downtime at summer camp. There were also wardrobes around the room and a bookshelf filled with books on science, history, mainly Japanese, but a few Asian and European ones as well, and more. Sorry, Todoroki, but Midori's room is way better than yours. Mina teased, running over to the desk. Izuku smiled as he watched his classmates explore his room in awe, but he soon realized someone was missing. He moved over to Kendo and tapped her shoulder. Where's Reiko? He asked, getting a shrug from his friend. Dunno, I haven't seen her since we got here, she replied. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows at that and decided to exit into the hallway. Where are you headed, Izuku? Tokoyami inquired as he walked past him. Heading to Reiko's room to find her. I'll catch up later, he murmured, making his way to the other side of the dorms in search of Reiko's room. He finally found it and knocked 3 times, listening for any movement. You there, Reiko? He asked. Hesitating for a moment, he opened the door and noticed that Reiko had barely decorated her room. She had set up her desk, computer, and bed, leaving everything else in boxes. Speaking of the bed, Izuku could see she was lying in it, seemingly asleep. Maybe she was just tired, he reasoned, deciding to shut the door and let her rest. They could talk later once they were all well rested, and if Izuku was being honest, he was feeling pretty tired as well. He stretched for a minute before returning to the group to finish the tour. Kaminari persuaded them to see the girl dorms as well, but despite this, the victor was Shiro? The day slowly dragged on until eventually everyone was asleep, including Itsuka Kendo. Kendo's eyes snapped open, revealing a landscape filled with a strange blackish-green void. She opened her mouth to scream but found it impossible. In fact, she couldn't move anything besides the top half of her head. This is unusual, Kendo thought as she looked around. As she did, the void lessened a little, revealing a cracked stone ground and a few figures approaching her. When they came into view, Kendo recognized a man with messy white hair, a bald man in a leather jacket, a man with a crack on the left side of his face and jagged white hair, and finally a woman in a sleeveless midnight blue bodysuit with a white cape and black hair tied in a bun. She was Nana Shimura, the 7th user, which must mean, "Oh, of course she remembers you, 7th," the bald one grumbled, startling Kendo. They could read her thoughts? Yes, we can indeed read your thoughts. At all times, in fact. Oh, and please stop imagining scenarios with that Yayarosa girl. It makes us extremely uncomfortable, the one with the cracked face stated, making Kendo blush. I'm not purposely doing it. Let's get on with what we're actually here for, the one with white hair and green eyes said. 9th, this is the vestige world. Essentially, you are inside of one for all. Don't think too hard about it. It helps, Nana added. Anyways, there's been a problem, you see. Remember back during that attack on your training camp when Midoriya fused with you? He asked. Yeah, why is that important? Kendo thought. Look for yourself, kid, the bald one replied. Suddenly, strange fog-like tentacles shot out from his knuckles, aiming towards the side. When they came back in, it revealed. Hi, Itsuka! Izuku exclaimed. If Kendo had a mouth right now, she would be screaming. Luckily, she had a brain, which allowed her to mentally scream. Yes, that was our response when a short, green-haired kid who has a crush on a ghost girl suddenly popped into existence in front of us, the one with the cracked face stated. Oh, and for your convenience, I'm fourth, the bald one is fifth, Nana is seventh, and the one with white hair is first. You're ninth, by the way, fourth added, which Kendo found immensely helpful. So, how did this happen? Kendo asked, causing seventh to sigh. Well, every single user of One for All leaves a vestige of sorts, or in other words, they leave a portion of their soul inside One for All. Every single one of us, including Toshinori and you, has a part of ourselves in here. And technically, when you and Midoriya fused, he technically became the 10th user of One for All, even if it was for just a few minutes, fifth continued. Which now that I think about it, sort of means you're both 9th and 11th. Kendo chose to ignore that conundrum. So now, I'm kind of a part of you at all times. Ain't that wacky? Izuku said. Kendo furrowed her eyebrows. She wasn't exactly fond of the fact that her best friend could now see what she was thinking, even if his real body didn't know. Oh, don't be like that. By the way, ask me to run tests on One for All. He might find something, and that's enough out of you, fifth growled, chucking Izuku away with his quirk. First then sighed and looked at Kendo through his hair. I'm afraid this is where we part ways for now. We will call you here again if we must commune. Take care, ninth, he said. Suddenly, Kendo felt like she was being pulled inside herself before she woke up, breathing heavily in her dorm room. She looked around, taking in the features of her moonlit room, before sighing and collapsing back onto her pillows. She glanced at the picture of her and Momo on her bedside table when she heard Fordich's voice in her head. What did I just tell you? Kendo jumped. Let her be, fourth. Nana shouted, and there was silence. Kendo groaned. Great, so she not only had people in her quirk that could see and hear what she was thinking and doing, but they could also talk to her. She was definitely going to take this to Izuku first thing tomorrow. Sup, manga? Monoma asked as he entered the speech bubble-headed boy's room uninvited, only to find Manga hunched over his desk, writing feverishly. The sound of the door opening and Monoma's voice seemed to knock him out of his spell, and his head whipped around to look at him. Oh, hey Monoma. Just writing out the script for my next manga. Manga replied, returning to his paper. I've actually just started on the conclusion of the plot. Monoma decided to walk over and view what Manga was writing, and Manga was kind enough to read it out to him as he went. The future looked bleak. Every single hero in Japan, from Endeavor to Eraserhead, lay defeated. The BSRD of Kamino was euphoric over his victory and prepared a killing blow. It's time to end this, heroes, he declares. But then an ethereal gateway of darkness appears behind the BSRD, and from it, a swarm of bats flies out. Monoma's eyes widened as the paper caught fire from where Manga was writing, either because his writing was just that intense or because he was writing so fast it ignited. A voice calls out from the darkness, no. It says, before stepping out of the shadows, revealing Dr. Michael Morbius, it's Morbin time. At that point, the paper completely combusted, becoming nothing more than a pile of ash on Manga's desk. The two of them were silent for a moment before one of them spoke. What the hell was that? Monoma yelled, eyes glued to the pile of ash. Manga simply sighed, leaning back in his chair. A story far too appealing for this world to see, I'm afraid. He lamented before immediately pulling out a notebook from his desk. Anyways, my other idea for a manga was a Kuromori story. Monoma glared at Manga for a few seconds, allowing the mangaka to understand exactly how questionable that idea was. You are a strange man, Manga Fukudashi. Manga leapt up and grabbed Monoma by the collar, pulling him close. I have had to draw so much strange stuff, Nito. He exclaimed, and if he had eyes, Monoma wouldn't be surprised if tears were coming out of them. A man loses his sanity after drawing weird things just to make ends meet. Monoma quietly watched manga break down, and once he was let go, he decided to just leave and let the poor guy drown in his misery. Chapter 42, Get Out of My Head. Izuku's eyes groggily opened as his alarm blared in the background, and it took him a moment to realize he had no idea where he was. He bolted upright, eyes wide, only to remember that he'd moved into the dorms. He breathed a sigh of relief as he collapsed back onto his pillows, and he was about to try and get a couple of extra hours of rest before his door slammed open. Izuku Midoriya, get out of my head. Kendo snapped, startling Izuku. He registered what she'd said for a moment before confusion washed over him, and he looked at his friend in concern. I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. It sounded like you just told me to get out of your head, he questioned, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as he left his bed. There's a tiny version of you in One for All now from when we fused together, and he can see all my thoughts. Oh, and the other users of One for All are also there as well apparently, Kendo explained. She suddenly froze for a few seconds before looking back at Izuku. And apparently there's also Yanagi, she just wasn't ready to see me yesterday. Oh, and your version is apparently really obnoxious as well, according to Second at least. Izuku blinked, replaying that entire explanation in his head. He breathed in, he breathed out. What? He groaned, holding a hand to his head. None of that made any sense, Itsuka. I'm in One for All? And so is Reiko? And the past users are there as well? Are you feeling okay, Itsuka? Kendo sighed, pinching her nose with her fingers in frustration. In the vestige world, yikes, kid, I thought you were smart. Banjiro called out as they watched the interaction between real Kendo and real Izuku. To be fair, that would be gibberish to pretty much anyone, Izuku countered, absent-mindedly stroking Vestige Reiko's hair as she lay on her stomach across his lap. She'd been oddly despondent ever since he'd found her in this world, as if she just couldn't care. The kid's got a point, fifth, Nana interjected, eliciting a chain of annoyed grumbling from the bald man. Izuku won, fifth 0. Izuku cheered, which got a groan from everyone else in the room. Can we get a refund? Like, I don't mind the ghost girl, she's actually quiet. This broccoli brat is just loud and annoying though, Second complained. Nope. Reiko and I are a package deal, right Reiko? Izuku confirmed with his girlfriend, who gave a muffled sound of approval. Young Midoriya is a fine young man, thank you very much. Toshinori Yagi retorted, his form a flickering flame in a humanoid shape that had gained the ability to communicate after All Might's embers of One for All had gone out. He's just a little weird. Oh, by all accounts, I love the kid, First mentioned, looking at his fingernails. After all, he's been an endless source of entertainment by provoking you guys. Man, come on, First, Third snapped. Izuku grinned at the antics around him. Oh, if only the real him could see this. After Kendo had explained the situation in a clearer way, Izuku could finally begin working out what was going on. Alright, so to summarize. Izuku began, still partially processing everything. When we fused together during the training camp, and when you fused with Reiko when we rescued Momo, that counted as us being users of One for All, and now a part of us is inside you? Kendo sighed, rubbing her forehead. I mean yeah, pretty much, but for the love of God, don't say that you and Reiko are inside me. It sounds weird. Izuku was quiet for a moment, trying to figure out what Kendo had meant by that, and once he did, he began choking on his own spit in embarrassment. I didn't mean it like that. He coughed, cheeks flushed. I'm faithful to Reiko. And while you don't look bad, I know you're into Momo and that's so. It was Kendo's turn to choke on her own spit, her entire face going redder than Kirishima's hair. Where the hell did you get that idea? She yelped, eyes practically bulging in surprise. I mean it's kinda obvious, Itsuka. You clearly aren't into guys and neither is Momo, and I've caught you glancing at her every... Izuku squeaked in fear as Kendo threw a sock at him. It missed, but the message was clear. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Kendo pleaded, turning even redder as she covered her face. Izuku rolled his eyes at Kendo's reaction and stood up, intending to meet Reiko and then get some breakfast. But as he did, he suddenly had a realization. Wait, hold on, you said that the other One for All users were there as well, right? Izuku asked, gaze snapping onto Kendo, who uncovered her face to look back at him. I mean, yeah? It was only first, fourth, fifth, and seventh though, she replied. Izuku's eyes widened, and he grabbed Kendo by the arm. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Izuku looked at Kendo, eyes still wide. Isn't it obvious? We have to tell All Might about this. This changes everything. He emphasized, and now that Kendo understood, she followed Izuku out of the dorms, heading for the teacher's dorms. Reiko looked in the kitchen cupboard for something to eat for breakfast, but nothing appealed to her. No, that wasn't it. Didn't she love chocolate cereal? It was more like she just didn't have an appetite, her stomach filled with negative thoughts. It didn't help that she hadn't gotten a wink of sleep that night, kept up by mindless scrolling on her phone and thinking about everything, her future, her past, her friends, her enemies, the list went on. She'd meant to ask Izuku to help her rest, but he was nowhere to be seen, and according to Hagakure, who had for some reason been awake, he had left the dorms in a hurry with Kendo right behind him. Reiko wasn't mad at Izuku. He probably just had better things to do, and it's not like he would want to hang out with her anyway. So, she shut the cupboard door and chose to sit down on one of the couches as the TV played some kind of show. But, you are enemies, a bald character stated, looking utterly confused. The armored man he was talking to rose up, anger in his eyes. He was a consul of Rome, he shouted, making everyone in the show back away in fear. Suddenly, Reiko's vision was blocked by somebody wearing a full black outfit. She looked up into the tired eyes of Aizawa-sensei, but she was surprised to find not annoyance or apathy, but concern and an edge of seriousness. Aizawa-sensei? What brings you to these lodgings at an hour such as this? She asked, receiving a raised eyebrow from the man. It's 10:30 in the morning, Yanagi, that's a perfectly reasonable time to come to the dorms, he pointed out, and Reiko blinked in surprise. She had been so sure it was around 7 o'clock when she woke up. It certainly hadn't felt like she'd laid in bed until 10:30. But to answer your question, I need to talk to you. Now, preferably. Reiko took in the man's words and sighed. What shall the topic of discussion be? She inquired, and Aizawa simply stepped away, walking over to the door. I'd recommend talking in private, he said before leaving through the door. Reiko grumbled as she stood up to follow him, annoyed that he'd given her the facade of a choice before forcing her to take one path. She loathed the illusion of free choice, something she'd probably gotten from years of playing video games. She stepped out into the morning sun, squinting as she adjusted to the light. Once her eyes focused, she saw Aizawa leaning against the railing on the porch. So, I want to put you in for a session with Hound Dog, Aizawa began. Reiko immediately protested, insisting she didn't need therapy and that it would be a waste of time. At her last statement, Aizawa's eyes flashed red, prompting her to stop. And that's why I've put you in. I don't need therapy, other people need it more. Those are the things people who need therapy the most always say, he explained, his eyebrows furrowed. What if I don't want to go? She hissed, aware that she probably should. Aizawa maintained a neutral expression, showing neither anger nor annoyance. Then you won't go. Nobody can force you to go to therapy, Yanagi. The choice is yours alone to make. If you decide not to go, I'll respect your decision, just as I would if you went every day or once a month. But I advise you to at least try it for your own sake, he replied. He fell silent, waiting for her answer. On one hand, she knew there was nothing to lose by going to Hound Dog. But on the other, she worried about wasting his time and what others might say if they found out. Did you hear Yanagi's going to therapy? Maybe she should just drop out if she's feeling too stressed. Young Yanagi, perhaps you should sit this activity out for your mental health? I'm not going to be paired up with someone who can't even deal with a single villain attack. Reiko, I'm sorry, but in your current state, I really think we should break up. Maybe Kurono could hook me up with someone from 1B. She shook her head, her face paler from the scenarios she imagined. And no, I don't want to go to therapy, she amended. Aizawa sighed at her response but nodded. Very well. But remember that Hound Dog has an open-door policy, unless he's already with a client, Aizawa mentioned before walking away. Oh, and tell the class they need to come to Gym Gamma at 2 p.m. in their hero costumes. That is all. Reiko watched him go inside. It was just a moment of doubt, right? Sure, she'd been sleeping too much or unable to sleep, and yes, she'd been repeating scornful words in her head, but that was normal, right? She'd be fine, just like always. She just hoped the voices in her head would quiet down for a moment. After concluding their conversation with All Might, who had been shocked and excited, Kendo and Izuku were ready to practice ultimate moves in Gym Gamma. Kendo was certainly having an easier time than Izuku. Midoriya, you have one of the most limitless quirks in this room, and you can't think of anything that could be an ultimate move? Ectoplasm asked, exasperated. Izuku groaned, crossing his arms. I have a logical mind, not a creative one. He was too embarrassed to look Ectoplasm in the eye. Meanwhile, he could hear Kendo shouting out another ultimate move, and he saw Tokoyami trying to cover himself in dark shadow, a fascinating use of his quirk. You do realize that just because it's called an ultimate move doesn't mean it has to be flashy, right? Ectoplasm said, catching Izuku's attention. Like, Mount Lady's Canyon Kick is literally just a kick. All Might's moves were just punches. An ultimate doesn't have to be flashy, it just has to be a move that can end a battle. Can you throw a mean right hook even though your quirk gives you rocket legs? Good news, that can still be an ultimate move. Izuku felt foolish and expressed this by slapping himself in the face. So, if I just used my quirk to put you in a coma, that would be an ultimate move? Yes. Ectoplasm replied, glad Izuku had finally figured it out. A universe of options opened up in Izuku's mind. Alright, I think I've got an idea, he murmured. In that case, let's fight. Ectoplasm punctuated this with a kick, which Izuku narrowly dodged, ending up behind him. He reached for Ectoplasm's head, but the man blocked him. However, this worked to Izuku's advantage. He grabbed Ectoplasm's other arm and yanked it next to the one already in his grasp. Organic H and CFFS. Izuku exclaimed as he used Overhaul to attach the arms to each other, earning a cry from Ectoplasm. Izuku grinned in delight, though it quickly faded as Ectoplasm kicked him in the side. In his victory, Izuku had forgotten that Ectoplasm fought with kicks, and he hadn't done much to beat him. So he went for his backup plan, which was his original plan before things got complicated. Sleeper touch. Izuku yelled, reaching out to Ectoplasm's forehead. He made contact, and as soon as he activated his quirk, Ectoplasm fell to the ground, forced into a medical coma. Izuku pumped his fist and whipped around to shoot an enthused thumbs up to Aizawa, who simply groaned at his antics while All Might chuckled. Cocky brat, Aizawa muttered, but All Might could sense the endearment in his voice. The older man looked around the room, a smile stretching across his face as he watched all of his students, comparing them to when he first met them. Young Midoriya had started out shy about using his quirk directly on opponents, but now he was enthusiastically using it in hand-to-hand combat against Ectoplasm. Young Bakugo had been aggressive and untamed, but now he was making a conscious effort to control himself, studying his opponent before going in for a decisive strike. All Might noticed young Kendo had incorporated some of Miruko's style into her own, which both impressed and concerned him. His attention shifted to young Yanagi, who seemed stuck, talking with the Ectoplasm clone but appearing inattentive. I see you've noticed that Yanagi isn't doing so well, Aizawa sighed, breaking All Might out of his thoughts. Something's been wrong with her since the training camp. She's clearly not sleeping enough, and I haven't seen her and Midoriya spending time together like they used to. All Might's smile faded. He hated to hear his student wasn't doing well. Have you suggested therapy to her? He asked. She rejected it, and we can't force her unless absolutely necessary, Aizawa replied. All Might pondered this. What would have to happen for it to be considered absolutely necessary? Aizawa was silent for a moment. I think it would be if they attempt self-harm or something like that. I should double-check the manual. All Might agreed with the sentiment, doubting young Yanagi would ever consider such a thing with her wonderful friends. Meanwhile, Yanagi shut her dorm room behind her, feeling defeated. While her classmates were developing their ultimate moves, she felt stuck, realizing her quirk seemed useless. She was shaken from her thoughts by a knock at her door, followed by Izuku's voice asking to be let in. Using her quirk to open the door, Izuku slid in, grinning. Reiko! That was so fun. I've got so many ideas for ultimate moves after Ectoplasm explained it. How did you do? Reiko sighed, unable to answer, and felt the excitement around Izuku fade into awkwardness. Hey, Reiko, you okay? He asked, walking over to her. I'm fine, Izuku, why wouldn't I be? She replied, avoiding his gaze. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. We haven't hung out for a while, just the two of us. How about we watch a horror movie? You love those, right? Despite her mood, she nodded, and using her quirk, she brought her movie folder to her. She opened the movie titled Begotten. This is a movie I hold dear to my heart, she explained as it loaded. It truly gets the mind wondering about the limits of art. As the movie started and she turned off the lights, it took her about 2 minutes to realize her mistake. She had completely forgotten that Begotten wasn't exactly a film for the faint of heart, especially with its intense opening scenes. Reiko felt mortified as she watched Izuku become increasingly disturbed by the movie. 5 minutes in, she suddenly slammed the laptop shut, surprising him. I need to rest. I apologize for showing such an awful movie. I truly am sorry, she said quickly. Izuku looked shocked as he watched her put the laptop away and jump under her bed covers. Would you like me to stay? I wouldn't mind sleeping together. If you want, he mumbled, but Reiko heard him. No, it's okay, you are free to leave. Izuku was silent, and a few moments later, she heard his footsteps moving toward the door. As he opened it, he paused. I love you, Reiko. You can always talk with me or Itsuka or anyone in 1A, and we'll listen. With that, he left the room, shutting the door behind him. Reiko replayed his words in her mind, which mixed with what Aizawa-sensei had said about therapy. But surely they weren't serious, right? It was just them being polite. They'd probably be bothered if she went to them with her thoughts and fears. And Izuku had never done that, so she shouldn't have to either. Everyone probably went through this, so she just needed to toughen up and move on. Deep down, however, in a part of her mind that she tried to ignore, she knew she was wrong. She needed help. She knew her classmates would readily help her if she asked for it. Unfortunately, she also knew that in her current state, she would never accept these ideas. Kai sighed as he sat on the bench, trying to ignore the hustle and bustle of the streets of Constantinople around him, the smell of the samsads he'd bought drifting into his nose. They had been stuck in the city for a week or two now, all because Shigaraki couldn't make up his mind on their next move. The endgame was to return to Japan, but they wanted to let things cool down first. But that man-child couldn't just sit back and wait, and it had taken all of Kai's efforts to keep him from trying to assert control over a city where only Kai and Compress knew the local language. No Greek? Kai asked suspiciously, raising an eyebrow at the magician as they walked through the streets. Of course. I went to university. I have a bachelor's in the arts, with a major in theater and a minor in the classics. Compress sighed dreamily, looking into the distance. I always dreamed of playing the hero in a show about the ancient world. I reckon I would have made a wonderful Heraclius, don't you think? Compress, you're Japanese. Why would they hire you to play a Greek? And that doesn't explain why you know modern Greek. Oh, well, that's simple. I figured that if I wanted a role in one of these movies, I would have to go to Greece or Italy. So, I learned Italian and Greek as well. Of course, I never followed up on it because I was flat broke, but still. However, another problem was on Kai's mind, one that had been eating at him since he'd been told All for One had been captured. Shigaraki was now the de facto leader of the League of Villains and had inherited all of the man's assets. Kai couldn't live safely like that. They had never really gotten along before, and now that Shigaraki had an entire empire's worth of power, it was only a matter of time before the power went to his head and Kai would be eliminated. He'd have to strike first, that was the only option. But how? He doubted anyone else in the league would kill Shigaraki for him, and Shigaraki was far superior to him in combat. The fact that he barely slept reduced the chances of a sneak attack. Maybe he could use Nomu? No, Shigaraki could just order them to stop. Suddenly, Kai flinched as water splashed onto his exposed socks, soaking them. He scowled as he felt hives pop up on his leg from the filth and realized he'd have to change socks. Then he remembered what he'd hidden in his sock drawer back in Japan. The crown he had stolen from my island could help him stop Shigaraki. He didn't know what the crown would do to his quirk, but it was his only realistic chance to eliminate his enemy. Kai stood up, making his way back to the apartment while munching on his food. A plan began to form in his head: leave Constantinople and return to Japan, retrieve the crown from his drawer, test it out, and use it to eliminate Shigaraki. It probably wouldn't be as simple as that, but it was the best plan he had at the moment. He finished his food, disposed of the rubbish, and walked up the stairs to the apartment. He didn't bother knocking as he walked in and saw Mustard and Dobby playing cards. Mustard was losing, while Twice was cooking in the kitchen. It smelled awful. Shigaraki, however, was nowhere to be seen. Kai turned to Compress, who was reading a book in an armchair, and asked, "Where's the boss?" The contempt in Kai's voice brought the entire room to a standstill, with Dobby and Twice looking over at him while Mustard tried to sneak a peek at Dobby's cards. "Shigaraki?" Compress confirmed, shutting his book to look at Kai. "I believe he's in the planning room preparing for our encore." Dobby scoffed in the background. "Yeah, right, like he could plan anything if video games aren't involved." That last part was muttered but still heard by everyone. Twice coughed awkwardly and mentioned needing to use the restroom before walking down the hallway. "Planning. Okay." Kai muttered, almost certain that planning meant playing video games. A silence grew in the room, and Kai decided to relax for once. He picked out a book titled The Alexiad and sat down in an armchair, mimicking Compress. His eyes glided across the pages, barely taking in the court intrigue of the Byzantine court of the 11th century, his mind still stuck on Shigaraki. He shook his head of the thought. There was nothing he could do now but wait to get back to the crown. Kendo huffed as she finished her treadmill run, gulping down her water. She didn't have to train, having just completed another ultimate move training session, but she was exercising to think about Momo. She couldn't deny her feelings for the girl. Something about Momo's luxurious black hair and intelligent eyes drew Kendo in. If she had to define beauty, she'd choose Momo, whose beauty rivaled that of historical figures. "I suppose you could say she's a mixture of both?" Izuku suggested, standing in front of her. "Yeah, I suppose Kendo replied, suddenly freezing as she realized what had just happened. "When did you get here, Izuku?" "Just now. I heard you talking about Momo and historical figures, so I decided to see what it was about." He shrugged, and Kendo noticed that Izuku didn't seem completely focused on the conversation, his eyes showing concern. "Hey, you need to talk about something?" she asked, receiving a nod from Izuku. "Come on, you can spot for me while we talk." She led the way to the weight bench, and when she lay down, she saw Izuku was behind her, ready to help. "So, what's on your mind?" Kendo asked as she began to lift the weight, straining slightly. "Well, Reiko's been acting weird?" "Yeah, I noticed." Kendo grunted, lowering the bar as sweat began to form on her forehead. Izuku was silent for a moment as he watched her perform another rep. "Do you think she hates me?" The suddenness of the question surprised Kendo, and her grip faltered as the bar leaned to the left. Thankfully, Izuku stopped it from going too far and put it back on the rack. "Reiko? Hating you?" Kendo asked as she grabbed the weight again. "She simps for you. Or well, she used to. She's been oddly quiet recently." Izuku gave Kendo a deadpan stare. "You used past tense. Relationships can change. Maybe she realized I'm not what she thought I was." "Well, do you still love her?" "I spend most of modern hero art history thinking about holding Reiko's hand and hugging her. I would probably melt if she just walked up to me and said she loved me." "What do you spend the other time thinking about?" 5% actual work, 5% the meaning of life." "Yeah, I call nonsense on that." "Alright, I lied. The other 5% is spent thinking about my fantasies with Reiko. I regret asking." They fell into silence as Kendo continued benching until she finally reached 15 reps and racked the weight. Sitting up, she looked at Izuku. "Look, Izuku, she's probably just anxious about everything that's happened recently. Why don't you go to her room tonight and cheer her up?" Play a video game with her or something. Izuku raised an eyebrow, causing Kendo to frown. Should I really be taking relationship advice from someone who can barely admit she has a crush on Momo? Kendo choked on her breath. Hey, I'm getting to that, okay? Tell you what, if you pass the provisional license exam next week, you'll ask Momo out. Kendo's eyes widened in outrage. What? I could never. Itsuka, if Reiko can do it, you can do it. You get a week to prepare, and I get the feeling Reiko had less time to prepare to confess to me. Kendo considered it for a moment, a blush creeping onto her face, but she eventually relented with a sigh. Alright, fine, I'll take up your bet. But you have to hang out with Reiko tonight. Itsuka demanded, earning a smile from Izuku. Didn't even have to ask, Itsuka. Reiko was tired and hungry, but too exhausted to go down to the kitchen. No matter how deeply she buried herself in her blankets, sleep eluded her. Instead, she read some fanfiction on her phone. A knock on her door interrupted her routine, and she glanced over. Reiko, it's me, can I come in? Izuku's voice came through the door. She sighed into her pillow, knowing he was probably annoyed after what had happened earlier. I have muffins and I want to play video games if you want to, of course. That solved her hunger problem, and the thought of playing video games with Izuku filled her with unexpected energy. She used her quirk to fling open the door, revealing Izuku with a plate of chocolate muffins and the goofiest grin she'd ever seen. It made her giggle despite her best efforts, which prompted Izuku to laugh too. I asked Sato to teach me how to make them, so they're going to be amazing, he exclaimed. I am certain you must be referring to Sato-kun, correct? Reiko asked, and a look of horror crossed Izuku's face. Surely you were not referring to Sato-kun as Soot, were you, Izuku? He fell silent for a moment, gulping and looking away in shame. What game should we play? Reiko sighed, but not in a melancholic way this time. She got out of bed and walked over to her PC, grabbing a muffin on the way. As she bit into it, her eyes widened. It was divine. These are magnificent, she murmured, causing Izuku to blush as he scratched the back of his head. They're not that good. And anyways, most of it was thanks to Sato. Sato. Yeah, Sato did the heavy lifting. I was just his helper. They are still fantastic. Now, what video game shall we commence playing? She asked, booting up her PC and momentarily blinding herself with the RGB lights before opening her Steam library, met by a wall of games. Do you have any games we can both play? Izuku asked. Reiko thought for a moment before remembering something. She switched off her PC and returned to her bed, pulling out a small red box from under it. I have never had anyone to play this with, but I hear it is fun. You mother! Izuku shouted, his face turning red from frustration. I will kill your entire bloodline. I'm not finished yet, Reiko sang as she placed another +4 card, earning a scream of anguish from Izuku. Who invented this game? He cried. Well, I would assume the Spanish, considering the fact that uno is the Spanish word for want. It could also be the Mexicans, Izuku countered. But Mexicans are not native speakers of Spanish, their language is Mexican. Izuku fell silent at that statement. Reiko who colonized Mexico? The British? It was the Spanish, Reiko. Oh. Kendo was annoyed with herself for neglecting to bring any blankets, thinking she could get them once the weather turned colder. But now, on a surprisingly cold summer night, she stood outside Momo's bedroom, preparing to knock as the chills stung her. Okay, deep breath, Itsuka, she whispered to herself. Just knock and ask for a blanket. She rapped her knuckles on Momo's door 3 times and waited anxiously. It was only 10 p.m., surely Momo wasn't already asleep, right? Thankfully, the door opened, revealing a slightly sleepy Momo in modest pajamas. Oh, Itsuka. Momo yawned. I was just about to fall asleep. Do you need something? Kendo felt her mind melt at the sight of a tired Momo with her hair down. She babbled incoherently for a moment before replying, I need a blanket, I left all of mine at home. Momo nodded and lifted her shirt to use her quirk, causing Kendo immense embarrassment. Sure, she'd seen Momo in the changing rooms, but this felt different, More NTMT. However, Momo paused and let her shirt fall back down. Actually, why don't you just sleep with me? Then we can both stay warm. Momo punctuated this with a yawn, completely oblivious to the effect her words had on Kendo. Come on, this is a golden opportunity. Nana called out from the vestige world. Yeah, kid, if I were you, I would have accepted in an instant. Fifth added. Emboldened by their encouragement, Kendo nodded. If you're offering, then I'll accept, the Momo. A tired smile grew on Momo's face as she turned and led Kendo to her bed, flinging the covers off and urging Kendo to lay next to her. Good night, Itsuka. Momo murmured as she pulled the covers over them, and Kendo was suddenly enveloped in warmth, both from the covers and the closeness to Momo, who smelled of shampoo. To her shock, Momo fell asleep almost instantly, a skill Kendo wished she could have. Why a night, Momo? She muttered, though it was redundant since Momo had already drifted off. Soon enough, Kendo also succumbed to the sweet embrace of sleep. When she woke up, a slight panic set in as she didn't recognize her surroundings. But then she remembered what had happened the night before and breathed a sigh of relief. That was the best sleep I've ever had, she said to herself. It was then that she noticed something wrapped around her torso, and looking down, she was flustered to find Momo's arms around her. Oddly comfortable, it gave her an idea. Slowly, uncertainly, she wrapped her arms around Momo as well, surprised at how natural it felt. With this realization, she let out a long breath. Oh my God, I'm so gay. All right, everyone, get on the bus. Aizawa yawned as he stood outside the vehicle. It's an hour drive to the exam location, so I hope you brought a book or something. With that, Class 1A filed onto the bus, chatting excitedly. We're gonna kick some butt at this exam. Kaminari cheered. Yeah. Nobody can stop us if we all work together. Izuku added. But what if they all work together to stop us? Kurono asked, causing Izuku to jump in surprise. When did you get here? He yelped, receiving a shrug from Kurono. I dunno, like 5 minutes ago? And you didn't say anything? Wait, why are you here, Kurono? You're a support course student, not a hero course, Kendo pointed out. Kurono sighed, recalling the conversation. Nedzu thinks it would be a good idea for me to get a provisional hero license so I can legally defend myself. He made air quotes when he said that last part, so I think the real reason is that I can legally protect myself in dangerous situations. He explained, sitting down behind Izuku, who was with Reiko. Meanwhile, Momo and Kendo sat across the aisle, sharing a pair of earphones and listening to Kendo's playlist. Why didn't you go with 1B? Isn't your little group based in that class? Tokoyami asked, sitting beside Kurono. Nedzu wanted me to go with you guys because he didn't want to hear about multiple UA students getting into trouble, which to be fair. Ugh, forget I asked. Tokoyami groaned, covering his ears. Suit yourself, Kurono replied. They fell into a comfortable silence before Kurono spoke again. Hey, how's the new beak? It's been, 2 or 3 weeks since you got it? Tokoyami thought for a moment. It's .hm. I suppose it is fine. I often forget it's there, but when I do notice it, I usually don't forget until the end of the day. I'm not a fan of all the looks I get now. Kurono smiled and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Well, always remember it could be worse. Tokoyami nodded, and they fell into a more comfortable silence. Izuku and Reiko were busy watching a movie, and Kurono smiled when Reiko rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. He was almost certain those two would be married as soon as they turned. Actually, if he remembered correctly, Izuku only had to turn 18 to marry Reiko. She would just need permission from her parents. Kurono hoped to be the best man. Who was he kidding? Of course, he'd be the best man. Maybe he'd invest in some expensive gifts for Izuku's 18th birthday. Surely Izuku would be thrilled to get a private island or a trip to the moon as a present, right? Soon enough, they arrived at the exam location, and Kurono doubted this would be anything but a physical examination, which was great news for him since he didn't know any hero laws. How he knew marriage laws but not hero laws was beyond him. All right, everyone, Aizawa started as he stretched. I'm going to keep this short so I can get back to sleeping. And so you can do your exam as well, I guess. I'll be frank, I do not expect all of you to pass this exam. The chances are already low, and now that All Might is gone, I wouldn't be surprised if their standards have increased. If you do fail, don't mope about it. Analyze your performance, figure out where you went wrong, and how to improve. Come next year, you should be prepared to take and complete the exam. Got it? The class nodded. Aizawa opened his mouth to say something else, but suddenly froze as a feminine voice called out his name. Eraser? Is that you? Ms. Joke approached him, and Kurono could see Aizawa's annoyance growing. Joke, he gritted out, clearly not excited about the conversation. Ms. Joke grinned, clearly thrilled. It's been so long. Say, are you gonna marry me now? She teased, drawing a groan from Aizawa. No. Not then, not now, not ever. Kurono had to give it to the man. He refused to lose his temper. Of course, he was right on the edge of exploding by the sound of it, but he wasn't actively angry, just very annoyed. Ms. Joke, on the other hand, simply laughed it off, although Kurono swore he saw an ounce of disappointment on her face at his answer. Wait, was she serious? Kurono shook his head. He was not getting involved in the love lives of others. He'd leave that for people like Setsuna. He much preferred getting involved in other details anyway, like someone's secrets, their connections, or if they preferred their pizza with or without pineapple. Ms. Joke eventually left, and Aizawa sighed in relief. Okay, let's head inside now, he instructed. Kurono ran with 1A as they waited for the first half of the exam to begin. That sleepy HPSC guy had already explained everything after they'd changed into their hero costumes. Kurono, of course, wore his white coat and bird mask, and they'd put the circle things on themselves and gotten their ball. Now that Kurono could see 1A's outfits in person, he had to admit that some of them had really bad taste. Like, seriously? A bright yellow spandex outfit? And don't even get him started on Koda, who looked like a clown. Of course, Izuku's outfit looked pretty good, with the black jumpsuit, sea green accents, and the fluffy fur collar. Although it really wasn't memorable. He should add some brighter colors to it, maybe some purple and gold for that regal aesthetic? No, Izuku wasn't going for that look. No point in armor either, seeing as Izuku could just heal himself. He liked the coat Mina was wearing. Maybe he could work that into Izuku's outfit? Yeah. And then he could put a charcoal suit shirt under that jacket along with a tie and some black suit briefs. Was it just a slightly more formal version of Izuku's favorite outfit? Yes, it was. All right, everybody, here's the plan. Momo called out, getting the attention of her classmates. We need to stick together. Remember, everyone here knows our quirks thanks to the sports festival, but they don't know our complete limits now, nor do they know most of the quirk combos we can do. So, if we stick together, we can minimize any possible casualties. I also wouldn't be surprised if this devolves into schools fighting other schools, and because everyone knows the most about us, we'll probably have most of the people after us at the start, Izuku added. An alarm sounded, and a voice declared that the exam had started. Not even 10 seconds later, at least 60 other people showed up on all fronts. Mon Dieu, we've been encircled, Aoyama shouted. However, this would be no canny for their class. After all, their opponents may be more numerous and have them surrounded, but if 1A had anything, it was quality. Mostly. If you ignored people like Sato and Hagakure, that is. Kendo launched into the air and enlarged her hands before clapping with one for all, creating a massive shockwave that blew back ball and knocked over some people as well. Next, Reiko took control of a large amount of ball and shot them back, her eyes briefly widening in surprise as she accidentally eliminated one person, but she still needed to get another. Izuku, meanwhile, slammed his hand down into the ground and created massive spikes, shooting them outward to knock away ball and force their attackers to move. Momo created shields to protect others, Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to knock any stray ball back, and Kurono did the smart thing by hiding behind Aoyama, who was in turn hiding behind Jairu, who was in turn hiding behind Tsuyu, who was in turn protecting the three people that were behind her. Pussies, she croaked, and Kurono would proudly take that title on. However, this did trigger Jairu, who stuck her jacks into the ground and began transmitting her heartbeat as if to prove she wasn't afraid, and it was so loud that the ground was actually starting to shatter. It only got worse when a guy who looked like a knockoff Izuku suddenly made earthquakes, further splintering and shaking the ground until another person used their quirk and blew everyone far away from where they had all been. Kurono groaned as he landed on the hard ground but was quickly pulled up by something long and slimy. Did Ibra put something on her vines? Oh, wait, never mind, it was Tsuyu's tongue. He was pulled up onto his feet along with Jairu and Aoyama, and when he looked around, he found they were near some kind of cityscape. Okay, well, what do we do now? Aoyama inquired, although Kurono had no idea what he was saying, probably because he was speaking French. However, he could assume that Aoyama was probably asking what they should do. Well, we can either try and find the others. Kurono suggested, jamming a thumb in the general direction of where they had just been, or head to that city. He finished, jamming his other thumb towards the city. Without another word, Jairu began walking there. Guess it's settled. Tsuyu shrugged, walking along with Jairu and leaving the boys to catch up. As they entered the city, they could feel a strong wind on the other end of the skyscrapers, but couldn't see what was happening, so instead, they went a different way. What if we head up into this tower? Jairu suggested, gesturing towards a tall building to their left. Get an overview and figure out what to do, you know? Sounds good to me, Tsuyu replied. I'm out of any good ideas, Kurono added. I am a disciple, not a commander, Aoyama admitted. So, they marched onwards into the building, but unbeknownst to them, it was not devoid of life. Ms. Intelli, it seems that 4 UA students have entered the building, a girl with pink hair stated, using her quirk to create a hologram of the students. Psycho Intelli watched the hologram with delight as she sipped her tea, and an evil smile crept onto her face. Ladies, do you know what time it is? She asked in a sing-song voice. Is it Morb? It's Tuesday, innit? My lady, it's Monday. Oh. Alright, so, from what I can tell, it's quite chaotic out there, Kurono noted as he looked out a window once they reached a reasonable height. You could say that again, Jairu scoffed. Alright, so from what I can tell, it's... Kurono was cut off by Tsuyu whipping him with her tongue. Shut up, she deadpanned. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech came from seemingly nowhere, making them all freeze. Hello, what do we have here? A feminine voice asked, punctuated by the sound of a drink being sipped. It seems a group of UA students have entered my trap. Their heads whipped around as they tried to find the source, and eventually Kurono noticed the speaker near the roof. Hi, random person. I don't mean to doubt you, but we can just break the window or... A ball suddenly smashed through the window, barely missing Aoyama, who jumped in fright. Never mind, I guess. You see, this building shall be your tomb. We will fight in the hallways. We will fight on the roofs. We will give me a moment, I'm blanking on a replacement environment. Kurono looked at his ragtag team and started working through a plan. Okay, so our most useful player here is Jairu, seeing as she can listen out for any approaching dangers. Tsuyu is also pretty helpful, mainly thanks to her calm demeanor and surprisingly good quirk. Aoyama, well, let's just hope he's more like Napoleon I rather than Napoleon III. He paused, and then there's me, well, I'm already at a disadvantage as it's safe to assume this lady can see us, and I'm only effective when I'm unknown. I'll be better off acting as support and a strategist than anything else. Oi, Arrowroot, what's the holdup? Jairu snapped, breaking Kurono out of his thoughts. Arrowroot, really? That's, whatever. Look, I've got an idea. We find this lady, defeat her, and then we leave. Oh, yikes, definitely not his greatest plan. Although to be fair, most of his plans hinge on winging it and hoping his charisma gets him through it. That's a pretty bad plan, but I haven't got anything else, Tsuyu shrugged. Aoyama nodded in agreement, and Jairu sighed. Alright, lead the way, guy we barely know. I see our adversaries are moving towards us. Absolutely splendid news, wouldn't you say? Psycho Intelli asked the girl with long white hair that covered an eye. HM? Oh yes, very good news, she replied, distracted by something else. Psycho hummed pleasantly as she sipped her tea, shutting her eyes tight to think of a plan. Let's see, the most troublesome of the bunch will be Hari Kurono, as he seems to be quite the handful, even if his quirk is rather weak. Tsuyu Azui also seems capable, same with Kyokujire. Yuga Aoyama, he's not much help. I believe it would be wise to focus on Azui first, as I believe she has one glaring weakness. Most animal mutants have that animal's weakness, and a frog does not do well in the cold. So, if we turn down the temperature significantly, she should be incapacitated. And Gyru, well, most hearing quirks have the disadvantage of making loud sounds unbearable. Some loud music should disable her. Finally, there's Kurono. Well, he'll be a shell of his former self without allies and when fighting someone with a clear head on their shoulders like myself. And Aoyama will crumble easily, that I have no doubt of. She smirked as her eyes opened, plan ready in her head. Ms. Intelli? Her white-haired classmate asked. Can I, grab it? When we win, love, when we win. Why is it so cold? Kurono shouted, gritting his teeth. Indeed, it was abnormally cold at that moment. Aoyama was muttering something in French, and Gyru was complaining about her costume not being warmer. Tsuyu was doing the worst, however, as she was clearly losing consciousness. Kero, sorry, I don't do well in the cold. I'll probably fall asleep soon, she explained. Fall asleep? Kurono exclaimed. Tsuyu nodded. Well, there goes half of my usable players. Yeah? Don't you mean a third, what with Aoyama and I being left? Gyru grunted. Kurono glanced at Aoyama and back at Gyru, and a second later Gyru understood what he was saying. Oh, fair enough. Aoyama looked at the two of them in suspicion but didn't voice any opinions. Aoyama, do you want to get close to Azui so? Call me Tsu. So you can catch her once she falls asleep? Kurono asked. Why me? Aoyama replied. Because you're not a very strong boy. Yes, you are. That makes me want to do it even less. I'll give you a bottle of wine, fresh from the vineyards of Bordeaux. And to top it off, I'll throw in some Swiss chocolate. Instantly, Aoyama appeared next to Azui, ready to grab her once she fell asleep. The group continued onwards, braving the cold as they went further and further towards the top. Hey, Arrowroot, I was thinking, Gyru said in a hushed tone, probably so Aoyama couldn't hear her. Isn't it kind of funny how Aoyama is carrying Tsu? First of all, that's not a fair comparison, Kurono replied, shaking his head. Secondly, no, I don't understand why that's funny, Kurono replied in a hushed tone. Well, don't the French eat frogs? It took Kurono a moment to process that before he began giggling. Oh man, how didn't I realize that? He chuckled, shaking his head. I can hear you, you know, Aoyama snapped, causing the two to straighten up. Ms. Intelli, are we ready to launch the audio assault on? Ms. Intelli, the pink-haired hologram girl asked, noticing something was wrong with her classmate. Indeed, Intelli was vibrating with fury, and a moment later, she dropped her cup of tea, signaling that something was amiss. That blondie. He's French, she screamed, leaping out of her chair and gesticulating wildly. I'll have my revenge. He likes guillotines? I'll show him a guillotine. Her ranting continued, but it quickly devolved into a stream of threats and insults. Ms. Intelli, is everything all right? The white-haired girl asked, concern in her eyes. However, that concern faded when she realized Intelli was facing away, giving her an unexpected view. Forget the plan. Psycho roared, hopping in rage. Now both girls were distracted, watching Intelli. We're going to war. That snapped the girls out of their trance, and they exchanged worried glances. W8. Ms. Intelli, remember the sports festival? The pink girl asked. Yeah. Hari Kurono won because Katsuki Bakugu lost his temper. Calm down and we can still. No. The sooner I get my revenge, the sooner I shall be at peace, she retorted, silencing them. They looked at each other and sighed. All right, Ms. Intelli, we'll mobilize the rest of the girls, the pink girl said reluctantly, grabbing her walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl leaned her forehead against the nearby window, contemplating the scene. Is it just me, or is it not as cold anymore? Gyru asked. Kurono agreed, it felt warmer. Had something changed with their enemies? Could you spare a hand for me? Our ally is quite heavy, Aoyama called out. But you're doing such a good job. Kurono shouted back. If you keep it up until we beat whoever is trying to stop us, I'll give you some colatello di zibello, straight from Emilia-Romagna. Deal. They continued toward the top of the tower but were stopped by a group of students in white uniforms. Kurono quickly identified their leader, a girl with a medieval sword and a monocle. So, you must be. Shut up, she yelled, cutting him off. Kurono hesitated to argue with someone wielding a sword. Give me that frog-eating, wine-drinking, baguette lover right now. Kurono glanced at Aoyama. I thought the Brits and French got along nowadays? There are some jokes between us, but I believe she is not even British. You dare, I am obviously British. I love the Queen. I drink gallons of tea. Okay, yeah, she's not British. The girl charged at them with her sword raised, but Jiru used her quirk to create vibrations, stopping her in her tracks. Kurono took the opportunity to strike her and her allies, effectively ending their assault. That was embarrassing, he muttered, stepping over to her allies. Why do you follow someone like that? She seems difficult. Have you seen her? The pink-haired girl retorted. Her attitude makes everything worth it. Curious, Kurono took a look. Is she bisexual? No, she's just gay. Worth a shot. Their team defeated the students from CI Academy, allowing them to advance to the next round. What took you so long? Izuku asked as Kurono entered the waiting room with Aoyama, Jiru, and a slightly tired Tsuyu. Ran into a slight annoyance. Still, we ended up winning. Kurono cheered. How did it go for you guys after we separated? Izuku grinned with pride as he pulled Reiko into a hug, causing her to blush. Reiko was the absolute MVP, Kurono, he declared, puffing out his chest. She saved me from a stray ball and launched it back, eliminating the guy who threw it. She got back before anyone else from our class. Oh, it was not that brilliant. I simply got lucky is all. Reiko admitted, looking away nervously. Don't downplay yourself like that. You did great, Reiko. Izuku replied, hugging her even tighter. Kurono smiled and decided to leave the lovebirds to their own devices. He had to plan for the next round anyway, so better sooner than later. Hey, Kurono? Izuku asked once he left Reiko. I was just wondering what Toga's doing if you're not with her. What's Toga doing? Well, no. Stay away. Leave me alone. Toga cried, crawling back into the wall as her eyes widened in fear. Miss Toga, it's a simple question. Netsu insisted, remaining seated at his desk with a look of exasperation on his face. Stop it. I can't take it anymore. You're even worse than my parents. Toga wailed, curling up into a ball. Netsu sighed in frustration, starting to understand why Aizawa always wanted to sleep. I don't think I'm asking for much here. Just answer the question and the session will be over. The mouse continued, pointing at the presentation on his board, which showed a simple question, 6 halves, 1 plus 2. New